Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome to another Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, this time with the legend, the one and only Diamond Prox from Bifrost. Hello Diamond, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great.
Man, I have a lot to talk with you because you brought in the competitive runes. You didn't even change anything. No ghost, no fleet footwork, straight up conqueror. What is the reasoning behind this?
I think I don't like to play unrealistic scenarios when it will never happen in the game. And here I'm basically showing how in competitive you would clear. I mean, in competitive you would probably not even start Q or E. You would start W if enemy jungler can puff to top. Puff the same way that you puff, so you can contest the scuttle with more health. Because if you start the Q, it will be kinda low.
What are you gonna start with though? Because if you start W, it's going to be a lot slower, no?
Yeah, it is. Maybe I will start with E, okay.
Okay, and this may be a difficult challenge for you because you are the one that invented counter jungle, so you don't like to make a full clear, especially with Lee Sin, right?
No, I love the full clears this scene. I think this champion really shines when he can full clear later on. Like if you farm well, you actually don't scale as much.
Okay, so what timing are you going for? Do you want to be at the top of the ladder? Do you think you can do the 326? Or you think you're going to be a little bit slower?
I think it's going to be slower definitely because there is no ghost, no anything. But we will try to show the fair Lee Sin, because usually you actually take, you either take 3 camps and gank, or you take 5 camps and go for the scuttle. That's the more usual approach to this.
But you're the legend, man. Let's see, show those guys, style on those kids, as Goldboard usually says. Okay, conquer it in, so no fleet footwork, guys, no additional healing coming in for Diamond Prox. You have to kill all of them, by the way. Don't pull this off on me and leave one behind, okay? Don't stop it. Okay, Tempest is off cooldown. There you go. Easy. Where do you think you're gonna use the flash?
I'm not gonna use the flash, man.
You're not even gonna use it!
Have you ever seen a Lee Sin that uses the flash on the clear? Except for this challenge.
This is the Chad move, Diamond. This is the Chad move. Oh, you're getting a little bit lower. Oh no, Diamond. Not even close. Not even close.
Yeah, of course not.
Oof. This guy. You're making me nervous, Diamond. You're making me nervous. You cannot die, man. You cannot die. Okay, get the Omnivamp. So far, 246. Not far behind. What would be the perfect timing for you?
I have no clue, honestly.
Man, the knowledge coming in, but you're getting so low. Damn it!
No, we're fine, we're chilling.
Oh man, I'm too old for this, I'm getting nervous.
Okay, now I would usually go for the scuttle, but I'm actually quite low, as you see.
No, Diamond. Now you got the Omnivamp. And you're rolling around the skills so well. They didn't even pull the Grumpy. This is a good timing. 323, 324, 325, 325, Diamond!
So,
you're first place! And you didn't even flash!
I think in general, I'm not too happy with the performance. I think we would aim to be a bit higher in the standing. And for myself, I'm a bit disappointed. I think I can show much more than I have done this split so far.
Performance of our team is not the greatest, as you see. It's because we have like 5 wins and 9 losses, if I'm correct. We started improving really late, and as individual players. So I hope at least last 4 games we can show that our viewers that we can actually play good. Game against Riddle, I think it will be really fun to play because pressure on them, because they don't want to lose. They want to get like highest rank as they can. So I think we just should play our game, no regrets, no pressure, and just like do our best. I think we actually like have chances to win them.
I think we can put up a good show against them. They have been doing better than I thought they would, but I think they are currently the favorites. They have been pretty stable over the course of the split. And I think their mid and top laner is doing a really good work. And also I think Stefan is a good jungler, very well-rounded. But I think we can have a good chance of winning.
Previous game against Riddle, we had another two laners, so it's kind of changed situation as well, because still, you know, it's a kind of different team, even if it's one person. We all just came more prepared, I would say, to this match. I think we have some new strategies, I would say, to surprise people and even Riddle.
Honestly, last time we played them, it was a bit of a top incident. Yeah, it was just quite unplayable to play the later stage of the game, even though we did pretty fine on bot lane.
I mean, I like have Eminence playing from JDXL. I was surprised as well by Casing, because I think, you know, like he's old and his mechanics not that good, but he's actually playing so well as well. If I look, I could say more players, but you know, after your question, I just these two players come in my mind. You know, like the vibes, I like the caster's Anachron, if I'm correct. I really like how he's cast. I like the people. I mean, it was kind of cool and still going, right? 4 games. I will try to surprise my viewers, NLC viewers, with my gameplay and just do my best. Thank you for watching and cheer for 1 year.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Lysine Jungle Clear Challenge, this time with JDXL, and it's not Torok, it's Dan. Thankfully, but welcome Dan, how are you doing?
I'm good. Luckily, if you had Torok, you'd probably miss a queue somewhere, so you know.
Or maybe playoffs, I don't know, but
True. But that's me twice in a row, so you can't really flame Torok if you're flaming, you're flaming me too, you know.
Okay, let's look into your runes, because you brought in the Fleet Footwork, you brought in the Ghost, you brought in Celerity in Nimbus Cloak, so... Okay, explain.
I mean, there's not much you can really get damage from in runes. I think the only rune you can get damage from is Legend Alacrity and Absolute Focus. And obviously Fleet. So I'm going to try to use... I might not use Ghost to, like, travel between camps. I might do it, like, for Raptors and then for Wolves, maybe. Something like this, and I get damage from Celerity on that.
Okay, by the way, I'm just letting you know that the record was broken by Diamond Prox.
It was?
He did 325, and I'm letting you know he brought in Conqueror, he brought in Flash, didn't even use it because he said, I don't want to play something that's not like an official game. So you have the Ghost, you have the Fleet Footwork. If you're below 325, I don't know, man.
I don't know. Good.
He's just too good, the legendary. Okay, what do you think you're gonna be at the end of the day? Okay.
I want to be first at the end of the day.
So you have to beat 325. You cannot miss a single auto on this entire clear, or else you know Torok will annoy you, by the way.
I will miss an auto, I always miss autos.
How is it to work with Torok? He's such a big personality and everybody talks about him, but how is it?
I mean, he's actually a really nice guy, a really good coach. He has like quite a lot of interesting, innovative picks to give. So that's why we had like last split, if you remember, we had Varus very early on into the split. I think I made a mistake here actually.
I don't know.
I'm fine.
And the question is, he was a jungler. Does he give any sort of input for you as a jungler as well?
He gives input here and there, but honestly, he just lets me do my thing. I think I'm trusted to play the game and be competent at my role. I mean, I played for a long time, right? So if
it's confusing talking and playing at the same time now.
That is definitely a problem, but I'm used to it. That's my job in the team, right?
Are you using the Ghost?
I'm the leader. True. Thank you. I don't normally use my summoners in jungle, you know, like...
I'm just letting you know.
I appreciate the carry on that one.
You don't play Lysine that often. I mean, you're a Volibear guy. You only play Volibear. Do you like Lysine at least?
Yeah, Lee Sin is my most played in solo queue. I just think he's a bad champ for comp.
Ah, 3-3 at this point. Are you gonna pull the Grump?
No.
No, you're gonna do 1 by 1?
Yeah.
I don't think you're gonna get the timing though.
I missed
Ah, this is gonna be weird. I don't know. 3, 16, 17. Okay, Dan. Okay, Dan. You have 5 seconds. 4 seconds. No rush or anything. 3:25. 26.
Oh, no, it's so slow. It's so slow.
27. Oh no, Dan.
So slow.
3:30.
So slow.
Okay, we jumped into this call and you were letting me know that the best timer on Lee Sin was what?
318.
How do you feel?
I feel very bad.
Hello. Hey, you're still
feel very
first place in the standings, I think. I don't know. But how are you feeling about JDXL's expectations for this split?
Honestly, I feel quite good. I feel that, yeah, okay, we lost the game to X7, but we were in control of that game for like 15 minutes.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, for us, I'm happy. I think we just clean up one thing around third Drake. I don't even care about saying that and you using it in the video because it's pretty obvious that we're throwing games around third Drake every game. If teams can't scout that, I'm sorry, but we do it to ourselves, so
I think about this. Play Volibear, don't pick Lee Sin. Thank you so much, Dan.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Mari. I'm a content creator for X7 Esports and I'm here to give you our weekly recap. Let's talk about last week first. Unfortunately, we flopped. We lost both games. We played against Eminence and Dusty and it just wasn't what, anyone was expecting of us. It wasn't great. It wasn't great whatsoever. They were just such awful games and obviously a change needed to happen. Moving on to this week, we obviously made a big change and that big change was welcoming Viking into the team. And I feel like this has definitely paid off. We managed to secure both wins this week, which is very, very great. So the first game we played against was Veneer. And then we played against Riddle. And if you don't know, Riddle is currently in a second place position. Obviously, they're the top contenders and we're still managing to bring down top contenders like JDXL and Riddle. So it's looking good for us, I would say. This is obviously a great debut for Viking. He just comes in after we have a 0-2 week and we're once again at a 2-0 week. So great things are happening, I feel like, and looking forward to seeing how he grows with the team and what he can do. Moving on to next week, we'll be playing against Stralis as well as Nairiki. Now, these teams might be at different standings in the leaderboards, but, it's still exciting nonetheless. And hopefully, we manage to exploit their weaknesses and once again, get on top. We're looking for another 2-0 week. Now that we've made the change, obviously, after a devastating loss last week, I feel like it's within reach for sure. And yeah, that was all for this recap. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hopefully catch you next time.
So against X7, I think we actually had a really good draft for team fighting and stuff, and I think we also were doing pretty well in our lanes. I think we got top pretty far ahead, and I think we're in a really good spot to win the game. But I think we kind of effed up on the Herald, and we gave them the Herald, and they got a lot of gold on especially their early carry of that, and also I think it just came down to team fight execution, and I think we just played a little bit better. We should have won that game, but in the end they were the better team on that day, so sucks, I guess. For the Dusty game, I think mid lane was going really well actually. They were really griefing some top dives, and Dreampool was just outplaying them left and right, honestly. But I think again, we were just taking a unnecessary fight. We just kind of gave them what they wanted, in the early game, by fighting on Herald, when we could just sit back and we already are ahead, and we have the Corki scaling, we have 2 Drakes, and I think again we just overforced some stuff, which led to them getting the Herald, and then kind of snowballing the game from there. And we weren't able to answer their plays well enough. so we end up getting too far behind, like especially on the tempo. I think especially like on the jungle, and I kind of feel bad for Dreample because he's like it was like the Giga Chad just blind picking Ornn, and then we didn't carry him through the game. So I think I look bad for Dreample this game, but yeah, I mean I think again like this was also very winnable, just like the X7 game. We just need to play a little bit better as a team, and I think we win these games. I think this team has good individual players. I think everyone is like good enough to compete in the NLC for sure. But I feel like there's just some different ideas on how to actually play the game, like between like the players. And I feel like if we can't get on the same page, like by playing a certain way or like facilitating or compromising, then it's gonna be really hard to function well as a team. Like you can be 5 really good players, like you've seen with I'm not saying like a insane superstar team, but like if you've seen just like having really good 5 individual players doesn't always get you the results you want. And I think you always have to be working well as a team, and that's like the most important part in League of Legends because it's a team game. I think Riddle has been looking a bit weaker so far. Like the last games, they have been dropping some games. So I'm kind of looking forward to play them again and get my revenge. Because last game I wasn't very happy with my own performance. I do want to do a lot better in that game. So I think we can definitely beat them. As for Astralis, I think they might be harder to beat as a team than Riddle, based on like recent performances. But I think like for Astralis, we also just, I mean, just like the X7 and the Dusty games this week, we just have to play better according to what we do with our comp. And I think especially like around the Herald, we need to keep keep an eye out, just like not giving them anything for free or like having a good response, because I think this is what kind of made us snowball into losing the games this week. So I just really want to have like some clean macro for next week and just show that we can be a good team. Obviously, it was like a really heartwarming video by my family, and it seems like a lot of people felt that too. And it's like really nice to see, just like like for me, family comes first, and like the support they showed to me is like I mean, you can't replace it, right? And I'm like really grateful for them. And also, yeah, it was nice to see like on the NLC official broadcast, like how it also got like received really well on Twitter. So I'm I'm very happy with that for sure.
Hi everyone, I'm Mari. I'm a content creator for X7 Esports who just rematched and won against Riddle, and I'm here with Kissing. And Kissing, how good is it to go from the 0-2 week to the 2-0 again? Like, how do you feel?
I mean, it looks like we're just inconsistent, right? Just going to 0-0-2 to 0-0-2. But you know what? Ever since like the change in jungle with MC for Viking, it just feels like we're much more on the same page, especially with like my jungle and my solo lanes, for example, right? It just feels like they're much more in sync when they're playing, you know, their 3v3s or 2v2s or whatever. And I think this has been a big change because it just felt really hard for especially me and Attila to kind of like facilitate and help the other side when we're literally playing our own side on the bottom lane, right? And I just think, yeah, these 2 wins, it felt much nicer. The fact that we won on our terms.
That's right. Yeah. So you did get obviously a new player in, but so you just think it was all based on the new player, really? Like, it wasn't just like more communication or better draft picks or just anything like
I mean,
that.
the thing is, right? When we're like the whole idea or philosophy behind this team is just like by having basically a facilitating jungler or someone that just enables the solo laners, because obviously both our solo laners are Korean, right? With Tempt and Chasey, where they're obviously mechanically they're really insane, just maybe in terms of like English, obviously it's hard for them. So by having a jungler that's able to like, I guess, use easy words so that they understand, and I'm talking about what he wants to do, it's easier for the solo lanes to focus on their lane and also play with the jungler. Whereas before it was kind of like everyone was kind of quieter on the communication side, so it was like hard to know what they wanted to do with each other. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm pretty confident that we'll pretty much win from now on. No losing allowed.
No losing allowed. Okay, perfect.
If we lose, blame Attila. That's all I'm gonna say. Actually, I would like to pray. Okay, even though obviously I just made a fun jab at. I think Attila deserves the MVP for today. I think he was really on his game. He understood what he needed. Every set, pretty much, even for the dive on bot. Initially, Viking didn't even want to go. But Attila's just, just go. Like, have no regrets.
Attila's pushing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Good. Well, I'm happy about that. And obviously, I know you're all happy anyway. So yeah, thank you so much for your time and have a good rest of your evening.
Yeah, take it.
He has no flash.
No spell.
No flash.
No spell.
Ultim.
First Harriet. Carry Twitch. Out.
You're fine. I hear you slowly.
Go.
E3.
Win this.
Follow.
Sorry.
Yep. Nice.
No.
Don't
Get through now. E2. E1.
아, 씨. 원샷 못 냈다.
We win this. I keep
I hear
going.
you.
리신.
Twitch.
아무
Fine. You fine. 존나 fine.
There. The calm mesh. Alright, good job. Play together.
이럴리아 헬프.
Twitch is here.
Yep, you fine, Donghyun. You okay?
Me.
리신.
Twitch.
Come to me, Attila.
제리.
나를.
Yep, slow.
나로.
Okay.
나로.
E3, okay?
Twitch.
트위치.
Oh, Shiba.
You can't mesh, right? Don't think so.
No, okay.
So sad on you.
It's okay, guys. I'm crazy.
You're
Right now.
so strong. Holy.
Wait, I'm enjoying this game.
Yeah, of course.
Power.
Just poke them here.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, if they pass, we
If
go.
they go here, I look.
They pass
okay?
this line. Like right now,
Okay,
right now.
I go.
사일러스?
Look,
Yes,
Twitch.
Silas, okay?
Twitch.
E1.
I'm dead.
Oh,
I think you guys win. You can win.
you can win. I really strong.
Penta? You guys win, no?
윈.
Oh, HAC.
Oh, Shiba.
So good.
Go.
나를.
나로.
Okay. Slow.
I'm on flash. Can win.
트위치.
First target.
You're fine. Keep going.
Job.
You wanna go?
아, 캔고.
Wait, guys.
Oh.
Okay.
리신.
W2. Yep. I watching. I make out. You can go.
Oh, montage. Okay. Well played, guys. Well played. Okay.
Trouble.
Yep.
It's happening again.
Yep.
Playoffs around the corner.
It's happening to Excel?
It's happening to XL again. I have run all the scenarios in the regular season, so I know what's happening.
How many did you find?
32,768.
And in how many of these does JDXL lose to Riddle in playoffs and don't make you Masters?
1.
How do we know this?
The foldy sheet.
The what?
The foldy sheet. Like, I gave it to Archram like 6 hours ago. Have you like not seen it?
I've not seen Archram.
What?
Nah, but if Bifrost wins, Noriki can still make playoffs, I guess.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I actually don't know. How do you read this?
Like, you fold it. Like it's a foldy sheet.
I felt math.
Fold It's not maths, it's origami. Fold, man.
Carmine Corp? What? Now for match day 16 of NLC Summer Split 2022. The top teams are still climbing the mountain, but we still don't have a top 6 decided. But today, everything can change. I'm glad to be your host yet again. My name is Alexandre Maya, and let me introduce you the folks who are going to be with us on the desk today. We have the mastermind yet again. It's Hedagon and Duckling.
Hi, I'm very happy to be
Now introduce yourself. I'm just kidding. I love you.
It's been a long day for me. I woke up at 4 a.m. this morning, almost overslept my alarms and missed my flight, but I'm here yet again. My hotel room doesn't have air conditioning, so I'll be dying in the heat, and I hope you guys are staying safe out there. But I'm glad to be here for now in the air condition in the studio.
Drink water, everyone. Just
stay
use this
hydrated.
opportunity, stay hydrated. What about you, Hedagon?
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of got caught off guard with the compliment, but yeah, I'm a top laner, a former top laner for Eminence Gaming, actually, turned content creator for top laners and a coach. I also do part-time work for Shakarez on the side for the LEC as a research assistant.
Renat Perdigão, you're doing amazing on the NLC. Congrats. Now, you know the desk, but you need to know who's going to be casting today. It is the lovely voice of Initialize and Trouble Inc.
Oh, thank you, lovely voice. I'm not sure about lovely person. I've got a note here from Archram saying bully Duckling a bit more, so I guess we can do that briefly. Like, he's got weird stories about cycling.
I think it's warranted because he said he's literally only here for the air conditioning.
I know, that's so rude. Why would you...
You got you the donut. It is really hot today, so I wanted to give you an ice cream and a donut at the same time. I don't miss.
That is the cute. I'm done. I love you, Arsha.
You too. So I guess we're back on the desk, I guess. That's the introduction for the casters. By the way, I brought donuts for you guys as well. So you're not missing out. Initialize, you also have donuts on the green room. Don't worry. Those were expensive though. But let's move on to what is the NLC. It stands for Northern League of Legends Championship, where we have the northern teams, Iceland and UK represented to try and climb the mountain, get the crown, and also some place at European Master. Let's see if we get 3 seeds this year. If not, we're still gonna do it anyway. Might as well know the team, so that's why we're gonna do a quick recap of what happened on Monday. Let's start with Vanir versus Riddle if we can. I was not expecting her to eat that one, but let's look into this.
So when it comes to Vanir versus Riddle, what completely stuck out to me was the Vanir early game, actually. I want to give props to Ericsson. They played through their Galio, roaming mid laner very well, up until mid-game, where I feel like they fought with Galio a couple times, especially around the Rift Herald. They also ran out of damage in the mid-game, and this is where I want to talk about their draft. They didn't draft enough damage, in my opinion, with the low damage Senna build and the Galio mid lane, and eventually we saw the healing outscale the damage from Vanir's side.
Yeah, and I think in the end we don't get to see it here, but Jack's flank was just impossible to kill. You mentioned it, they lacked the damage and he was just able to run them down, and right after the play they did in the mid lane, they just ended the game. But moving on, Singularity continuing to show signs of life. I am very happy for them, but it simply wasn't enough to overcome Dust, who have been on the up and up. That team fighting continues to be immaculate, and just honestly, wait for this, I'm not gonna say anything, just watch. It is beautiful. Oof.
They're bringing the wombo combo so far. Dusty seems like a menace to deal during this summer split. You told us they might even end on first place, and they're showing signs of that, Radogon.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
So let's talk about X7, another team that is showing signs of improvement versus Astralis of all teams.
So this X7 roster keeps amazing me. Especially in this game, what they showed to me was the level of their adaptability, right? So it was very clear from draft they wanted to play toward topside with a roaming mid laner. But they lost that win condition when Astralis made an insane invade and popped Chasey's flash. So they realized they couldn't play to this, and then they played towards bot lane instead. And bought enough time through winning bot lane for Chasey to scale and do crazy plays like this.
When you have the Yuumi, when you have Chasey on Irelia, it's really hard to deal with, and that's why X7 keeps rising in the standings. As we move on to another team that keeps rising, it is Bifrost, not JDXL.
A crucial win for Bifrost, one of our EU Masters teams just last bit, still struggling to get that playoff spot, but this is a win that might just get them over the finish line here, beating JDXL, being able to take over the early game against Eminence. And now, I just want to point out Diamond Prox going back on the volleyball, even though he lost against Singularity, still confident enough that this was the pick that could bring them success, and it certainly did this game, with Odie and Fury as the main damage dealers.
Almost securing themselves place in playoffs if Nuriki would lost the next game versus Eminem. It was a rough one, but Nuriki was capable of pulling themselves through.
So once again, we see Eminem trying to pull off this comp with no scaling at all. And in fact, they even get behind with this comp, which you can't afford to do. There's absolutely no chance in hell to come back, because by now, these teamfights are essentially decided. There's no win condition, no damage, and no scaling.
Yeah, and for me, I really like the fact that Asida has gone back on towards that more Philos thing. We saw him play so much in spring. Yes, the first time he did it, it didn't look that great. I do believe they lost the game, actually, when they first brought it out, but they continued to stick with it, and it ended up working out. They beat Singularity with it. They beat JDXL, and now, you know, they're continuing their winning streak, and they're keeping their playoffs hope alive.
Their odds of making playoffs are short, but nonetheless, they can still make it. So that's why we're going to show you the standings to understand how can they make that one. And this is really important. Let's look into the top and then to the bottom. Starting at the top, JDXL 12-3. First time that one team is one game away from them. Riddle and Dusty, second and third place so far. Today, one team can tie up with them. And then looking at the bottom, we have Nuriki closing in on Bifrost, but Bifrost steadily making way to that sixth place. We only have 3 days, by the way. You need to remind yourself of that. So what is coming across on your mind when you look into this?
I think the most interesting part is obviously the top 3 battling for the top 2, because only 2 teams can get into that top 2 first of all, and that is the upper bracket, that is the extra chance going into playoffs. But this right here, you mentioned it, we only have 3 games left, so while it looks like you can overcome the 2-game lead, and while you still theoretically can, it is very tight. You have to beat all your opponents, first of all, for Nuriki. And Bifrost, they don't have to do much because they had the better results at the start of the spring, where Nuriki have looked very good the last week or so, but they haven't had the best start to the split, and that's what's hurting them now.
So, honestly, my favorite storyline here is who will come out on top between Nuriki and Bifrost. It's definitely my favorite storyline. Whether or not Bifrost have established their identity like they said in these interviews, or whether Nuriki on that win streak will overtake them and make playoffs instead, it's definitely my favorite.
It's going to be an interesting day because we'll show you the schedule for today so you can understand the stakes and how high they are. Starting with Dusty versus Riddle. I was pointing to 2 teams that are tied up in second and third place, even though Riddle have the upper hand on the face-to-face. It is Dusty versus Riddle to open up the day. Eminem Gaming versus Bifrost. If Eminem loses this one, they might be looking into relegation, so they cannot afford to do that. Singularity showing signs of life. They have to face versus JDXL with a different mid laner, and we will talk about that topic later on, as X7 will take on Nuriki. And then to wrap it up, Astralis Talent versus Vanir. Last shot for Vanir.
Yeah, I think the most important thing we want to highlight, obviously, the battle for top 2 is between these 2 teams, but if Bifrost beat Eminem, then Nuriki has to beat X7 if they want to keep their playoff hopes alive. So Nuriki might be with a do or die game up against our reigning champions. Earlier in the split, it was feasible for them to beat them, but now X7 looking better with getting Viking in, so Nariki, they have a hard game ahead of them, and winning this is crucial for their playoff hopes.
To you, Aragon, what is the game that you look into it like, ooh, that's spicy?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, right? I think we have such bangers everywhere, but like honestly, my favorite is Bifrost versus Eminem. I definitely do see an interesting storyline there with how Bifrost have established themselves as now this team that plays scaling. They said they want to have this like core identity rather than playing everything. I think this is a real test because Eminem Gaming, they do like that early game style. To see if that Bifrost new scaling identity can match up to that early game and hold out, I think that's the most interesting game to me.
So you cannot miss on a single of these games. And I've been playing League non-stop since I got the new Battle Pass, but I need to understand what is happening on the League community. So I need some help. I need the news.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I am New, and that is Tss. Together we are New. Tss. You get it. Okay. Moving on very swiftly to our first topic. We are, of course, talking about the Akali voiceover revert after some community backlash.
Yeah, and it's honestly really fun to see that actually Riot Games do listen to the community, and when there are concerns, well, not always, but
says the Katarina main.
when there are a lot of concerns, they actually do pull back to the initial voice lines as here. Of course, the Star Guardian voice lines will still remain, but talking about Riot and listening to people's concerns. 12.13 will be seeing Volibear with a bunch of nerfs on almost his abilities, which means that we will be having this on Monday. Today is the last day on 12.12b. And honestly, I'm not really surprised because Volibear has been one of the most prominent junglers for what now, 2 years?
Yeah, close to. Pretty much since the rework, all things said and done. So finally getting hit. Of course, Wukong already hit. So maybe some big jungle changes happening, of course, with the likes of the AP jungle changes in 12.14 as well. So some stuff to keep our eyes on as the patches do move forwards. Moving on to our next section, though, the Foldy sheet is here. Thank you massively to Riddle's CJ as well, and of course Tiv SRG as well, who put this together. And it is a monstrous 32,768 remaining scenarios over our last 15 games. So you can go check that out on CJ's Twitter. It is a hell of a document.
And talking about checking out Twitter, there were some news earlier on Twitter today where JDXL have announced they will be benching Eminence effective immediately. The Solo Bowler King will not be returning, at least for this season, in the NLC for JDXL, and his place will be Mrosku, the sub for JDXL in the mid lane. Very young player, I think he's only 17, played in EU Masters already, so we're expecting great things to come. Farewell, of course, from the NLC to Eminence. Of course, don't forget, we will have Torok in just a bit explaining everything about the situation.
Absolutely. So we won't hold you too much longer on that one. Don't worry, we'll go much more in depth into that situation in a few months' time. But that does mean from New, and it's all of us done. So we'll throw back to our Trom and away from our awful puns.
Thank you so much for that one, guys. Also, you forgot that Pantheon is going to be buffed. That is bad, by the way, because people will start banning Pantheon, and I want to play Pantheon. But now, on to the topic of today. This is really important. Is history repeating itself? JDXL and Spring Splits at the last possible day went from top 1 to 3rd seed out of a sudden, and on playoffs, they couldn't beat Riddle. They were a really strong team to begin with, and all of a sudden hit something, and they couldn't pull it through. This split, we were like, nah, they're good. They're doing good. And look at this. This is almost like a mirror. And we're now at the point where the past and the present are glued together. I'm worried, but explain to me what is happening.
I mean, JDXL, they had the better start. We really thought it wouldn't happen again. Right, guys, is the main question, but it can still happen. We all remember it. They dropped down to 3rd, as you said, due to head-to-head. We have 3 teams, Bifrost, X7, and JDXL on 14 and 4. And then JDXL, just due to head-to-head, went down to the lower bracket and instantly lost to Riddle and didn't make it to the European Masters. And they really don't want a repeat of that, considering they had a greater start than they did last. But we saw it. Then what, 9-0, 10-0 win streak before they finally lost the game. And then they were back up. But now, you know, the roster changes are coming in. Can they get the wins? Can they secure that top 2? Because Dusty and Riddle are right on the heel.
And that, to me, is the main question. Changing the roster so close to playoffs, Aragon. Maybe I can get some lights from you. How can you deal with this? Eminence was one of the greatest source of damage on that team. you could rely on him on the team fight and everything, and all of a sudden you lose that piece on the chessboard.
Yeah, so I definitely do think it's a really hard situation to get out of. Losing such a core member, teammate, who does such a large percentage of your damage, it can be really hard to find, refine your team identity. I think that's the question. Can JDXL find a new identity with Morozku coming in this late into the split?
Let's see what the coach from JDXL has to say. I know he's with us on the interview. Welcome back. I got you again, Sorok. And this time we're going to talk about something way more serious than the usual conversations we have. No more bets, by the way. We need to understand, how is the team faring now with Morozku? I don't really want to talk about what happened or anything. I just want to know, how is JDXL dealing with the new mid lane? Because that's a lot of changes. That's a big change for the team.
Well, truth be told, we've only subbed in Morozku for today's match. This is his first official with the team.
Okay.
We're currently in the process of playing warm-ups right now. I've just jumped out to give you this interview. So we're going to have 2 games of warm-ups before this game versus Singularity later tonight. And so far, we're doing very well. But of course, I think it's important to note that Morozku has had very little scrim time with the team. So it's going to be more about time will tell, rather than I can confidently say, yes, Morozku is already fit in and is gelling well.
Okay. And tell me, we talk about playstyle and the way the team likes to play, and it seemed from JDXL back in the past, or at least during regular split from summer, you had 4 members, and one trying to make plays, one trying to get kills, solo kills, or solo bolo king, exactly. And all of a sudden, you lose that piece. As a coach, how can you adapt to that one so fast? Because we got the news, and you're playing today officials.
Yeah, it's definitely a question of adapting fast, but we have given Morozku some scrims in the past, and I already have been working with him a little bit. Apples has been working with him, our positional coach. Okay. We have been setting him up to be ready for an eventual point where he could be subbed in. I think this is obviously a situation nobody wanted to happen, right? But at the end of the day, Morozku has a style that we're very comfortable with. We've had scrims with him in preseason specifically, where he had some time to understand his team members, to see how he'd fit in. And yes, losing Eminence, it's a huge change in how we want to play, right? He is a huge character in terms of how the game is played, and certainly sets his own pace for how the team should operate as well. So bringing Morozku in, you should see a drastic shift in our playstyle, but at the same time, some things will stay the same. We have a good understanding of how we want to play around the map. We have a good understanding of how we want to play with mid, being regardless of who our mid laner is, essentially, right? And I'm sure that we'll be able to set up Morozku for success.
And this brings me to another question where it seems like we were looking at JDXL like we look into Riddle. They were playing on a specific way and things wouldn't change. You had the player trying to constantly make plays. Now it's Morozku. So we don't know how he plays, and the other teams don't know how he plays. So could this be beneficial for you, at least for the time while you're trying to put him back with the gears and on the motor and everything is running smoothly? So could this be beneficial for JDXL right now?
I think the change overall is going to be beneficial, especially in the run-up to playoffs. That being said, I don't think we should expect results instantly from Morozku coming in. He is a rookie, or a person in his rookie year. He's played 1 split with Esker, and he has had no real training, no real officials for a few months now, right? So at the end of the day, he is somebody coming in who we are expecting to be a downgrade, I guess, to our overall roster. But of course, with a view for it to be an upgrade by the time we reach playoffs. And I think it's really important that we give him that time to step into his new role, to get the rust off, right? And really find his place within the team. And I believe we can make sure that happens.
Question of the day. Are you afraid of the curse? Because last split, you were looking for first, looking for second at the end, and all of a sudden you got 3rd place, you went to playoffs, and we all know what happened. Are you looking to still make top 2, or realistically now you're looking for top 3 to make sure that the team is good right now, and then you can look into playoffs?
Well, you see, Ashram, I've had, let's say I've had a Doctor Strange moment, all right?
Okay.
I've seen all 32,000 scenarios of the foldy sheet, and I've seen our momentum mirroring that of a past scenario. And this time I've stepped in to find the one scenario we do win, all right? So I believe that given the situation, given the changes, I believe that we can divert from that course, and we will make sure that we finish 1st place in the NLC.
Tough question. How's the morale with the team?
Very good. I think we're feeling strong. We're feeling happy. Warm-up's going well. I hope that that can continue this evening.
I didn't want to make this question, but I have to do it. Sometimes I have to go really deep into questions. What do you feel about the buff in Pantheon jungle?
Well, I'm really disappointed because that means that Pantheon is going to be banned for your solo queue, and that means your rank will suffer. But aside from that, I'm extremely happy that Pantheon is being buffed naturally. I think Dan really enjoys the champion, and I've no doubt we'll be bringing it out for you on the NLC stream if it's available.
Oh, man. Thank you so much for this interview. Best of luck today, and thank you so much for the clarity on this subject. Best of luck with the new team, I guess. I'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
See ya. There you go. At least they're feeling comfortable, and even though they're taking the rust away from the player, it seems like the team morale is really good. And sometimes that's more than enough. When we're talking about the honeymoon with the team, that could be enough for JDXL to grab, well, the situation by the horns, I would say.
Yeah, so I mean, I haven't been in the exact same situation where we've subbed out a player in my former teams, but I have been in situations on, like, for example, my first team where we've subbed out a coach, right? And all of a sudden there's this huge wave of motivation everyone has. Everyone is suddenly really pumped. There's like a breath of fresh air coming in. I definitely think it could be a real immediate benefit, actually.
And I mean, talking about honeymoon phases, we have another team experiencing that right now. We saw it X7, right? 6-6. Will they get playoffs? Sub in Viking, go 9-6, you've locked playoffs. Simple as that. The honeymoon phase is a real thing, and maybe Nariki has it as well. If they've, subbed in a new jungler.
You're going to be playing Singularity today, JDXL, but maybe let's see if this could be the game to allow JDXL to slowly get back into the way they want to play. Now, talking about play, we have to do this. It was his birthday yesterday, and he wouldn't shut up about a game. So let's play a game of True or False at the Northern League of Legends Championship. You got your wish. You got your wish. Before we start this one, how are you feeling by playing a game at the NLC?
I am very excited, right? I got the message, do you want to come to Berlin and do this again? And I was like, not if there is not a game. I needed a game. Otherwise, I would walk out mid-air. And when I came in, they actually pranked me and said there wouldn't be a game. So I was very close to taking my stuff, but it was 38 degrees outside, so I didn't want to go back outside. And I stayed.
Okay, the rules for this game are quite simple. I'm going to lay out a sentence, and you guys have to buzz in, really buzz in, to be the first one to reply. Then you have to tell me, is it true or is it false? Extra point if you can tell me if it's true or false and justify it. Yes, it's true because X and Y. It is false because X and Y. So these are the rules. He was really anxious to get a game. If you win today, man, it's going to be good.
Donuts? If I win today, he gives me donuts?
You can just...
I don't know what has happened. We have a lot of donuts in this transmission. I don't know. Let's play true or false. First one. So far this split, Backland is the only player to get a pentakill. True or false? I'm not listening to those buzzers. What is happening? Okay, Eragon.
This is a complete guess. I have no idea. False.
It is false. So who got a pentakill? No, I'm saying.
Do I get a point yet?
No, you said it is false. I'm not saying it's a correct one.
Oh, okay.
If it's false, who got the pentakill then?
Okay. Eminence.
Eminence got a penta. Okay. I'm going to give you the opportunity so you can talk as well. Do you believe it's false or true?
I think it's false. Did anyone even get a pentakill so far?
So you think nobody got a pentakill so far?
I can't remember a single pentakill.
Well, if only you were quick enough, you would get some points because it's false. And no, it was not Eminence. Nobody so far got a pentakill. So 1 point for Eragon. You had enough time.
No way.
You're getting the lead, Eragon. You're getting the lead. I like it. Second, the top 4 players by kill participation percentage play for each of the bottom 4 teams. Oh, that was fast. He was waiting.
That was your reaction speed. I'm going for the 1 point and saying KP.
True or false?
Yes.
No, you gotta give me an answer.
True. We go true, and that's because I think Scrooty will definitely be in that area.
So you think this is true? Okay, do you want to take a guess?
Sure, I'll say the opposite, go false. Why not?
Okay, I'm so sorry, Duckling. It is true. You got a point.
Yes. Come on, man. Come
I got so baited there.
I'm Bamboozle Master, by the way.
Okay. 1-1.
Third one. Oh, this is getting close. This is getting close. The first time Bifrost played versus Singularity, it was the shortest game of the split. Their second game was the longest.
I just need to slam
for
it.
the first round. You need to be fast.
Yeah, I just need to slam it.
That is false. Astralis versus Riddle was longer.
Was longer, but did they have the fastest game as well?
Then it must not because the other.
I'm asking.
the other part is false, so I guess the first part can't be true.
It is false, so you get a point. And it was Astralis with the longest game. But the first one was them, so I'm gonna give you 1 point only.
Okay, only 1 point. I'll take.
You went too far. You went too far. It was okay. Eragon, I look
I'm
at
ready,
you.
dude.
I look at you.
Hit me,
This
hit
is
me.
the last one. It is worth 2 points, by the way, because this is an important one. Renekton's passive Battle Fury grants him Fury per auto attack, which he can use to empower his basic abilities. I'm gonna give it to Eragon.
Yeah, true.
It is true?
Yes. 5
Okay.
Fury per auto.
Ah, nice. This statement, it's false, by the way.
Wait, what?
Because the name of the passive, it's Reign of Anger.
No!
Yeah! No way. No way. Do I win?
I have 500.
You won.
Yes!
You won, Duckling.
Thank you. That's all I needed to be in the NLC.
That's so
It's been a
embarrassing.
pleasure being here. Thank
By the way, I made this specific question because Renekton is his main. And I made sure
500.
the passive was wrong just to get him.
I have 500 games on Renekton this season.
Uh-huh. And you don't even know his
the
passive.
name of the passive, no.
Oh boy, this is a good one. As we move on to the first game of the day, it's going to be good as well. It's going to be Dusty versus Riddle. Two teams looking not only to secure the second seed, but also looking for the first one if JDXL split or do something slip today. But before we do that, we have some interview from Stand about this one. I'll see you soon.
Finishing top 2 in the regular split and then going to the final and qualifying to OE Masters. That's the realistic goal for Dusty. I think it will be either JDXL or Riddle in the final as well. I think it will be really important match. It will be close for sure. I think they have good laners, especially in mid-top. And I think the team that will win this match will probably finish second of the split. I played sometimes in the past against him. I'm not really scared about him. I know he's a good range player. I'm really not scared about Nash. I think he did a good game against us last time with Rel. That surprised me, but I truly think it will be fine. I'm really surprised, and I really like the team and like the atmosphere, how we are playing, and even the individual players we have. I'm really proud of them. We can play a lot of different stuff. I think it's really hard to draft against us because we have like pocket picks that are really boring for the enemies. And we are really volatile, so I think it's really good, especially in like best of 5. Attila is more a player that want to lead the team and get a lot of resources and carry. I think Dan Voxney has more a playstyle of can play weak side, can play strong side, can play a lot of stuff. I don't think we are like a bot lane that will play really aggro. We will be sometimes we won't, and just block the enemy plays. We are really good at that, I think, with Zenvoxney. Like playing weak side and blocking the enemy's plays. Like for example, last time we played against Lucian Nami full weak side, and we managed to have like same CS and not fall behind. And then Voxney and Zeri had a really good impact in late game. I think this is the major difference. He has kinda the playstyle of playing aggressive mid laner, like LeBlanc, Zoe, playing Prio and playing aggressively. He's not talking a lot in the vocal. I mean, it's not a bad thing because all the first player, we are sometimes talking too much. He's kinda the mechanical player that will pop off in fights or in early game and will create some advantage on the mid and will impact, you know, bot and top at the same time and help a lot lane cast. So I really like playing with Backlund. I will say thank you to the broadcast because I really like your job, guys. As well, I would say thanks to the people that support us. I mean, we are not a lot, but I see some messages and it helps a lot for me.
I'm gonna say it. When I hear
players say, I really enjoyed the broadcast. I'm really enjoying the interviews. I just melt. I just melt. This is worth it. This is worth it. I don't care. Dusty versus Riddle. It's going to be a good one. And often we talk a lot about Riddle. We've been talking about them the entire split, but it's time to focus on Dusty. And the dark horse, I would say, they could be at the top of the split. I'm convinced, by the way. You convinced me, Eragon. And we need to talk about the way they play, because it's not a one-show horse or a one-trick pony, as we would say in League of Legends. They can adapt.
I definitely think right now, though, it is a topside show. It is Linkus leading the charge with all his shot calling early. It is Kerberos supporting him, and it is his mid laner supporting him. Playing through topside, Kerberos sometimes get these counter picks like the Darius, the Camille. I definitely think what stands out to me the most, though, is the quality of their team fighting skirmishing. I said this on the last broadcast. Every single time I think they're losing, they win the fight. It is so G2 2019-esque. I'm just so impressed consistently.
And so far, they've been using that sort of compositional playstyle to get those massive team fights. It's really hard to pilot something versus Dusty. On this side, you see the top line. Kerberos just split pushing and nobody can deal with them. And this is something that we see from Riddle itself, but they can use it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is Riddle's core again, right? It is Jaxplank and it is the scaling. They want Jaxplank to really be the side lane menace. But for Dusty, earlier in the split, they kind of actually played that same playstyle too. We see it here, right? Kerberos being unstoppable in the side lane, kind of the way we've seen Jaxplank be throughout this whole split. And Dusty have gone more towards the teamfight style that we're about to see right now, where, you know, going for the teamfights around these neutral objectives, and they're getting the wombo combos, the moonfall into last breath. We all know how dangerous it could be, and we saw it here. How beautiful does that not look? And Dusty, having managed to play both these styles very well, look to be a very, very strong team.
It's not only that, but also individual players. When you have people that can shine as individual players, and a team that can shine in the middle of a team fight, this is probably one of the most dangerous combinations we can have in a league team, no?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Every single player just pops off in every single skirmish. I remember watching a VOD preparing for this segment. I remember seeing Stend casting a Renata ult at max range to cancel an Ornn second cast on his ulti, and the timing was perfect. It was unbelievable because that's so far away, and the timing is really hard to get down to do that. No, they're all phenomenal players.
It is a dangerous team, but on the other side, another dangerous team, it is Riddle. We have the Jaxplank show, even though the rest of the team is shining as well. Stefan is an amazing jungler. All of them are amazing, but they're relying on almost a single way of play, no?
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit more one-dimensional, where Dusty have managed to play multiple styles of play. Riddle have relied a lot of Jaxplank being the side lane menace. We see it here in this game. They end up beating Astralis thanks to Jaxplank soaking up so much pressure, taking 2 men away from the teamfight that could have potentially happened had everyone been down at that Elder Dragon. He survives this, he keeps pushing, they end up winning the game after they realize we don't actually need the Herald, and that's because they funneled so many resources into Jaxplank and his scaling has come online, and then he is just unstoppable in the side lane if he gets to that point.
I definitely do think, though, that this is their kind of one-trick pony and their bread and butter. I feel like if you get Jaxplank down, like in the past few games, Riddle are much slower and they could potentially even lose. I feel like this is their kryptonite. If Jaxplank is losing, Riddle lose.
That is an interesting topic. I might as well remind you guys that if Riddle are used to fight 4v5, this also brings up the question, are Riddle, the 4-man squad, that good as well? And maybe Jaxplank can adapt somehow and play for the team? Is this a possibility?
I think Riddle have lost a little bit in that steam in the sense because they're having to trying to reinvent themselves because people have started to know how to play against Jaxplank. We saw it, for example, with the JDXL game where they drafted the Trinity and they just dove Jaxplank over and over again, not allowing him to scale into the game and become that side lane menace. So for me, Riddle, they have some growing pains now because the Jaxplank strategy, it has worked well. We know it can work, but you need more styles because if you can only play through Jaxplank and then rely on his scaling and facilitating the team in the late game by split pushing, then you're a bit of a one-dimensional team, and that's where Dusty really thrive, being able to play both styles.
Either you adapt or maybe you don't get that second seed or even the first one. But without further ado, chat, start the game, guys. It is the chat that needs to start. I'll do it. There you go. Jump into the champion select for the first game of the day. Match day 16, Dusty versus Riddle. Look at them tied up 11-4. Everything goes right now. As we look into the bans, are we going to see the same old ones, or is it going to be the Jax, the GP, and then we get an overloaded draft?
There is absolutely no way in hell that Riddle give over the Yasuo again. I absolutely refuse to believe that this happens. Seraphine classic ban, but there is no way that you give Dusty the easy engage and insane skirmishing power of, for example, Diana Yasuo or Gragas Yasuo. You just ban the Yasuo every time.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight, as we mentioned in the news, we are still on 12.12b, so that means Volibear is still on the table. Stefan, I really liked him on it, in particular being able to facilitate for Jaxplank and, you know, being able to dive and help Jaxplank really get ahead early and play to their win condition. So that's something I would like to see, but it does get banned, very smartly done by Dusty. You highlighted the Yasuo, that has been taken by the side of Riddle, so that won't be played either way. You also mentioned that Stent was very good on the Renata Classic, and that has now been removed by Dusty.
So something else that's happening right now is scaling being taken away for both teams in these Renata, the Yuumi, the Seraphine. They're so unbelievably hard to deal with as the game goes on, and both of these teams like to play through top with weak side bot lanes. That's why they're both banning out these scaling champions.
Instantly, we get the team fight key, we get the Wukong, but also reminding you guys that it seems like it is Riddle with the red side, which allows Jaxplank to take that counter pick to the top. Maybe that's what we're gonna get, because you already got the Zeri, you already got the Diana. So what are we looking at?
I mean, for me, what is very interesting is the fact that they have locked the Diana in without having the Yasuo available to themselves. For me, Vladi is obviously a bit more of an assassin-oriented player who's a more carry. He has played a lot of Yone, which does still offer some utility in the team fights, but it would be interesting to see if he whips that out as the Gnar comes through. Very classic Kerberos pick. I know he's very strong on it.
Irelia is open, and Jaxplank plays the Irelia, so this is a big fear now.
We have seen the Irelia into the Gnar for Jaxplank, and it will definitely be a case of Kerberos weathering the storm, whilst the rest of Dusty protect him early, potentially on a wave bounce back and freezes. But I definitely do think... there it is. There's the Aphelios. I wanted to say that Denvoxne has been liking this as a scaling pick into that Zeri.
It was tweaked, and it seems like he can come back. Jinx was heavily...
Yone.
Yone is on the table, so this could be a challenge not only to the mid, but also to the top. We've seen Yone versus the Gnar, so this is a flex so far.
Yeah, definitely. This looks like a flex, and I did not know that Jaxplank actually played the Yone. I do a bit of scouting right on the OPGGs. I didn't see the Yone. I thought this was more of like a chasey thing, but I'm really excited to see how well he pilots this top lane matchup, because it can be really hard for the Gnar if the Yone is good. But it's essentially all on Jaxplank.
And mid lane obviously not locked in for the side of Dusty, so Riddle will continue to try and trim out that pool, denying backlane his Akali, because obviously that Yone, as you say, can be put top lane, but if you really feel like there are no good mid lane matchups yet, you could still pull it back to the mid lane, and Vladi playing on one of his most comfortable champions then.
It's a way to deal with that all wombo combo that Dusty are building in so far. The bans are coming in. It is Akali on one side, because they believe that would be a way to deal with the Yone in the mid lane for backlane, and backlane without the Yasuo can rely on other assassins. He's a menace, probably one of the best mid laners so far in our league on Summer Split. Irelia on the other side, and LeBlanc. We've seen the LeBlanc show from backland. It is not a pretty sight if you're on the other side of the map. It is terrifying to play against. He goes for that Ludens, the Mejais. He's not afraid. Talking about Mejais and Ludens, Ahri is available. Do you see a world where backland can pull that in?
100%. So I wanted to say this. So another style that they've been playing recently is Kerberos on that weak side Gnar, whilst they play through mid 2v2 and bring that mid laner on the Ahri.
We got the Yone mid. Jax is going to be played on top. Oh boy.
But yeah, as I was saying, they like to bring that Ahri up to top side to help out Kerberos, or like basically have backland roaming all the way around the map. And ooh, that is not the pick I expected. A Zoe blind. Oh, it isn't blind, sorry, into the Yone.
Yeah.
Ahri, we were right. We were right.
That's a bummer. I really wanted to see the Zoe. I am a big Zoe enjoyer myself. She's just a fun champion, and I just love seeing her win, right? Regardless, though, the Ahri obviously the more sensible pick you just talked about. What would be good to help really allow Kerberos to be playing the game. Now I'm interested to see what will the last leg in here be and what will Stan be thrown on. He has known to experiment. He picked up the Zillion, for example, earlier in the split. Or will we see him go back to something more classic? He can't go to his classic either Renata Glass or Almost, because both those champions have been taken off the table.
I would love to see a Rel here. That would be interesting to make sure that everybody has to deal with the Gnar, with the Flamethrower, and even the Wukong. But it's going to be... oh, I missed his name. Oh, I'm so sorry. Rakan. Rakan is the last pick coming in from Dusty on the other side. Well, it could be the Nami.
This is the exact same way they've been drafting recently. Gnar for Kerberos, roaming support, roaming mid lane, bring up that support to facilitate the roaming mid. They've been doing this over and over and over again, and it hasn't lost. Now, interesting, the top lane matchup. I do feel like Gnar can actually bully out the Jax, but Jax does have some reliable setup for some ganks and does have that scaling factor.
Final words, we need to look into this matchup, Riddle versus Dusty. What is your take after looking into this champion select?
If we're talking predictions, I think as a whole, Dusty have gotten a very successful draft. I very much like the fact that they've given Voxney a huge carry role because we know he's able to play different things, but I personally prefer him on the hardcore AD carry style champions like the Aphelios, and I feel like if they're able to scale this out, even with JDXL being on the Jax that he's so known for, I think then Voxney and the team fight oriented play from the side of Dusty will be able to come through, and I believe Dusty will take it.
Dusty will take it in your eyes. What about yours?
Wow, I might actually have to go against them. I'm really surprised I have to do this, but I don't like Dusty's draft as much as Riddle's. I really like Riddle's. I think they have very clear win conditions, easy lanes to play through. Whereas Dusty's, like for example, Dusty's topside in the Na and the Wukong have a really hard time into the Jax. So I actually like Riddle's draft more. Post-draft, if I'm just looking objectively, both teams are the same. I like Riddle's draft, but I like Dusty's gameplay more, but I give it to Riddle.
But it's like a 60-40 now at the end of the day.
55-45. I think it's really close.
55-45.
It's a banger.
Okay, it's going to be a banger no matter what happens. As oh yeah, I was going to that one. Don't worry. The idea that JDXL is such a menace, he's getting all those kills. So I'd like to show you the kill board so far on the summer split to understand where these players are right now. There you go, Venzer is still at the top of the kills, and I was trying to find, there you go, on the solo kills, it is JDXL with 3 kills still away from Eminence, but it's really hard to deal with this one, and following, it is Kerberos with 10.
I think this is such a good storyline. We have both of these top laners right at the top, but I do think this is a natural symptom of both teams playing towards topside and getting their top laners fed. So naturally, they'd be more likely to kill their laner afterwards. But for sure, this is very interesting.
I'm very excited to see if JDXL can overtake Eminence on these last 3 game days. He needs 2 in one game and then 1 in the other games that he has left in the regular season. He will actually overtake Eminence, because with Eminence being benched, I mean, JDXL could definitely end up taking that crown. And on the Jax, I think if he's able to catch Kerberos out, he could definitely punch him while he's in mid now.
Okay, now the big question for you guys is, you were talking about the Nar and the Wukong versus the Jax, and this is really complicated because he can build in still caps and it's worth for both of them. I just want to know, how is going to be the playstyle from the champion select for both teams?
So I definitely do think the scaling does favor Riddle, as always, and definitely Dusty has to play through early well. The problem I have is the tools Dusty have to play through early aren't as good as normal. I think definitely if we are to see Dusty win, what will happen is that the support will roam up mid. The mid laner, backland will have to roam around as well. I think they'll have to put in a lot of work. They'll have to stack Drakes. They'll have to fight Heralds early. Otherwise, Riddle will take it if both teams are even at 20 minutes.
What about you? What is your take?
Yeah, for me, I really like the fact that Dusty have been so good in the team fights. That gives me a lot of confidence coming into this game because they know when to pull the trigger, they know when to go for the fight. One of the reasons Riddle have had so much success is because teams, they were being stretched thin. They didn't really know what to commit to because JDXL was pushing on the top lane, but they were also going for the Elder Drake. What do they really commit to? And that's why I think at the start of the split, where teams haven't really gotten on that same page, it was easier to punish teams because their decision-making wasn't as clean. But I've been so impressed by how Dusty have committed to team fights and know when to pull the trigger. So I think they'll just read Riddle's bluff if they try to do something fancy split push or go for a fight. I think either Dusty just say, okay, we then fight you on the Elder Drake or whatever, then they take the Elder and then they go back and punish JDXL, or they are set up and ready for JDXL split push and then they punish him as soon as he steps up. So I think Dusty's decision making rather is going to be the huge thing that's going to decide this game for them.
Dusty have to play with the map. Riddle are playing for the top side, but both are looking for that second seed, if not the first, if the day goes smoothly for both of them. It is Dusty, it is Riddle, and it is Initialize in trouble casting this one. Take it away, boys.
Wait, it is? I thought we were just standing here. We're casting this? Oh, damn, I'm not prepped. What am I going to do? No notes. That's a complete lie. I'm so excited to be here, and we have got a killer matchup to begin with. And the thing we really do have to start with is a big overview of the narrative, because both of these teams are fighting for top 2.
Love some good narrative.
I know, right?
I'll make it even better. They're not fighting necessarily for top 2. Seeing the trajectory of JDXL in spring, where they actually crashed and burned towards the end of the split.
Torok might have found that.
And especially right now, subbing in a brand new rookie mid laner, it might be a little bit difficult. I feel like Riddle and Dusty, sitting only 1 win away from JDXL, still have their sights on that first place.
They really do. And before I rudely interrupted there, you're absolutely right. I mean, Torok did say, look, he's pulled a Doctor Strange. He's gone looking through those 32,768 scenarios to find the one where they don't fall out of playoffs in the bizarre curse situation they found themselves in spring. But to find out even more, we'll have to actually see how the game plays out. And that means heading on to the Rift. And that wasn't so badly timed there, Sam. Well done, me.
That was really well done, man.
Thank you. And of course they are only one game away from XL as it stands. Of course, XL also have their games to play, but it does mean with some of these shifts, as you were saying, there is a world, there is an angle to maybe exploit the potential weakness here.
Yeah, and now, historically, this summer, if we've asked any team, and we, as analysts, we have really praised Riddle. We're like, we thought X7 might be on the top, but Riddle so far had been the team that came out of any analyst's mouth when it came to who's next from JDXL? Who's the second team? It's going to be Riddle. Riddle's playstyle got a little bit found out. I think Duckling talked about it on the desk as well. The fact that they do rely on Jaxplank to create that split push win condition, it is a huge factor that a lot of teams have figured out and tried to shut down. Some of them successfully, some of them unsuccessfully, right? But on the fact that Dusty is starting to come into the discussion lately, on the fact that their team fighting has been flawless, the skirmishes earlier on have been flawless. Buckland seems like he's had the biggest
been on a monster tear
out of any player that we have on the NLC between spring and summer. I think it says a lot that maybe we have it a little bit twisted and there is not a clear top 1, top 2 or top 3.
Exactly that, a lot up in the air, and of course, as it stands, just so people are aware of the current standings, Riddle have the head-to-head from earlier in the split. So if they win this game, Dusty's job of making top 2 is made that much harder. Still doable, of course, but it is very difficult. So Riddle would really love this win.
No, okay, so I'm getting flashback to spring where we had JDXL, Bifrost and X7 all having a 2-0 head-to-head over one another. So right now, if Riddle get the 2-0 over Dusty, JDXL have the 2-0 over Riddle.
It's happening again. It's happening again. Like, okay, not to curse prematurely. We know caster curse are potent things indeed. But there is some well with that. And I also just want to shout, of course, you know, like, when you were talking about Riddle, when we said they were looking like the second best team in the league, it was off Jaxplank being on those split push options, and I think Riddle have managed to draft themselves to that win condition better than we've seen over the last few weeks, where in draft it's been a bit harder for them. Hell, that's the Jax in top lane.
Absolutely, it's one of his signature champions as well.
Literally in his
Jax manages to get one of the two, and of course, every time Riddle plays for their win condition, they usually rely on playing with a lot of scaling and engage on the other side of the map. Now this time, it's still reigns true as Linkas is going for that level 3. He does have the red buff.
Stefan knows with the ward, he's got the red buff, so Stefan decides, I do not want to fight this yet. Of course, the additional camp to Stefan, but they're going to try and make this one happen. No idea who took it right now. Looks like it was secured by Linkas. Vladdy comes over, Spirit cleaves, but Stefan is down his camp. Linkas continues to chase out the Diana as Kerberos goes past the tower to assist on the Krug steal as well. Dusty very much putting Stefan under the cosh in this early game.
Oh, okay, so Stefan managed to actually smite this one away, and right now Jaxplank is going to join as well. But this is a 3 versus 2. Buckland is just around the corner, can join whenever he wants, and I think that was the catalyst for the invade right there. Linkas knows that he has the stronger mid laner early on. Vladdy was pushed underneath his tower, and the fact that Linkas managed to steal away the red buff sort of unlocks Buckland in the jungle as well. I honestly thought that Buckland was going to try for a cheeky enter in the boost, getting that taunt, get a little bit more.
Wait, bot side, Nash has been ignited. It goes down! Never mind, jungle clears. We've got some hot 2v2 action. And Denvoxley comes out on top.
I was about to say, usually Riddle picks scaling towards the 4 members on the bottom side of the map, except Jaxplank. Because Jaxplank's gonna be, sure, scaling, but like this split push function on the side lane. But usually Riddle have some sort of tank to engage or disengage. This time, they chose to pair up the Zeri with a Nami, and even though, don't get me wrong, shielding and healing and speed-ups are all good and dandy for anyone like Zeri, it feels like if you get choked out of an objective by Dusty, who in the world face checks from Riddle to figure out what's going on in Fog of War? So it's going to be extremely difficult as Mage into melee in the mid lane, Vladdy is supposed to play underneath his tower. You see that then Voxner with the right guns can outpush Kevo onto this Zeri. And then we also have Sten, who's going to be moving around the map and roaming all the time. And Nash, very squishy, already punished once on the 2v2 in the bot lane.
Linkas now looking to try and continue his early priority in actions, looking to punish in. Flash grand entrance means that Nash is about to get rooted. Doug comes in with an Nimbus strike and a bop on the head means that is a very dead fish sushi for dinner this evening as Kevo falls. A double to Den Voxney, 3-0 at 5 minutes into the game.
That's such good timing for Linkas yet again. Sees an entire wave and a half shoving in. Kevo and Nash know they need to crush this here. Their jungler is on the other side of the map though, and Linkas gets the timing right once again. 2 out of 3 kill participation in the bot lane. 3-on-3. Look at that, there's a huge wave. Riddle are trying to crush this, but I think they overextend massively. This wave would have crushed no matter what, but they need to make sure it actually gets underneath the tower, which means that Linkas being there in time to punish that. They get 2 more kills onto the board. And shall I bring you the bad news?
Go for it.
All right, Aphelios is meant to be a really big menace when he has like 2 to 3 items maybe.
Sure.
This guy's already 3-0 minute 5.
Lordy Lord. You know, who needs a heal when you can run the exhaust and you be this aggressive? Stend having a hell of a split as well, honestly. He was on the Nautilus early on Monday. Hell, Den Voxney was on the Aphelios on Monday and looked fantastic. Of course, that was more of a mid-jungle show with the fantastic Diana-Yasuo combo from Linkas and Backland. Linkas feeling very angry, of course, as Diana was stolen away. He's on the Wukong this time and punishing Stefan for stealing away that Diana.
Linkas doesn't care if Diana is stolen away because Yasuo was banned, you know? So they wouldn't have the cheeky combo right there with Yasuo and Diana between him and Backland. And talking about him and Backland, Linkas and Backland have been linking up a lot in the early game to win a lot of these skirmishes. If you think of Kerberos, historically Kerberos has been a top laner that wants to have the counter pick. He has his also wacky picks, pings them in the top lane, wants to win that lane. You can play through top. Thus they're playing through bot lane this time. This is a team with a triple threat lane, and this is why we have put them further up on our list of the top 3, because if you can play through any lane and pull out a W, this is very difficult to be outdrafted. This is very difficult to get you outplayed.
Hugely, hugely true. And honestly, I was about to bring up that point as well, so clearly on the same page here, because we were about to say Kerberos and Jaxplank. This is the lane we want to watch. You got the Jax for Jaxplank. Of course, that may well become more relevant.
Play for early game.
And it like, turns out that when you can make plays like that, engages like that, and punish the flashless Nami after some early good plays in the 2v2, and honestly, great use of the Graviton gun like that. It's one of those weapon management bits that Den Voxney has shown off pretty well over the last few times he's had with that champion, and they get the early kills, they get the early gold, and Dusty, despite maybe a bit of a draft deficit, perhaps, depending on who you're talking to on the desk, getting ahead with their play regardless.
And I think Linkas is very close to his level 6. If he heads towards potentially his golems, he might be going for that. He's going to go for his blue buff. The thing is that if you look at Nash, he doesn't have his flash available, but he has Stefan down the bot lane.
Time to try and punish him, but there's an exhaust that Den Voxney ran early, but there's just no support. Shut down to Kevo, and a much needed turnaround in gold for Riddle's bot lane.
That was a really good gank, because look at the time. It's almost 8 minutes. Ding, ding, ding. Rift Herald is coming up, which means what? The first support to roam first towards Rift Herald gets control over the river. You get to put down your vision. Therefore, you're the first one to walk into Herald and take it down. Stefan, of course, knows that he has the weaker top side right now, since there's Meganar on the top, lane has already been shoved, Buckland has been shoving Vladdy underneath his tower, so he knows there is no chance going for these Rift Herald fights. What does he do instead? He knows that then Voxney is going to be alone for the time being, time to shove in the wave without Sten. She was roaming already for that Rift Herald fight and manages to capitalize. That is a huge shutdown for Kevo's Zeri.
Over the wall again, Linkas just continue to be as obnoxious on these red buff invades as he can. Does not quite get into the pit in time. Jaxplank and Nash and Vladdy all around though, and that means that this Wukong could be in a spot. Oh bother, Cyclone popped out, flash away from Linkas. Good charm to disengage, but over the wall goes Vladdy looking for the Fate Seal, hasn't quite found it, and comes back into the Soul Unbound. Flash popped by Linkas, but nothing else.
If anything, I think this is a winning scenario for Den Voxney down the bottom.
Yeah.
We talked about how Aphelios can very easily push down a Zeri, especially if you have Infernum and you get all that AoE damage down. Plus the fact that he did take those skills. He almost has either his Kraken Slayer or Gale Force, whatever he chooses to go for. He's Mythic anyway, so he's just sitting down bot lane knowing he's on a very safe 1v1, just taking free turret platings while his jungler is doing his own shenanigans using his flash.
Yeah, and that was part of the trade that Riddle made earlier as well, right? Because they moved away from the Herald, and they didn't get any plates down there with that play, which is often a trade for Herald. They got the shutdown, and that's great news, but Den Voxney gets to respawn. He doesn't need to go to the Herald fight. He gets to play. and they managed to do some work down there. Stefan securing that scuttle crab there, and is around the bot side, so maybe he might look in here, but I just don't think there's much of an angle right now, so we're just looking to see where that Herald gets dropped, I suppose.
Yeah. Then Voxner has his flash backgammon available, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to catch him when Stefan doesn't have a flash himself, and all he has is a dash and an ult. So if we're looking on the map right now, we're technically looking for a play towards the bot side of the map. Get that Aphelios towards his mythic really quickly, swap him onto the map, start taking more towers, start taking more turret platings. You will see Linkas, he's level 7, he's going to be heading towards the bot side of the map. Stefan as well, it's a 4-man bot for the side of Dusty. They really want to pop this Rift Herald, get their Aphelios ahead, start using him as a minigun.
Absolutely can do, as there's the recall from Stefan, who was warding things around. Stend might go in and find a hold of this control wall. They'll use their pressure to get in here. Will spot out Stefan on the recall, and that might embolden them now to continue this shove, knowing the jungler is off the map for the moment.
And honestly, if you look at the bot side vision, it has been absolutely stellar from Dusty. Even the gank that actually popped onto the Voxne, Stefan was actually spotted in vision. A little bit too late, but he was still spotted in vision. And if you look at all of that vision towards the bot side of the map, you have an Aphelios that's extremely fed. You're even in CS. You definitely want to keep him as safe as possible. Linkas is sitting towards the bot side of the map, will have his ultimate up and available in just a couple of seconds. And there's also a dragon coming up. Buckland and Vladdy will exchange ultimates just before the dragon is about to spawn. 30 seconds. That ultimate is much more important for Ari, though, than it is for Yone.
Also, Backland doesn't have the TP. He's gone for the Ignite, so not easy for him to go back to base, get that HP and come back for the reset. See what they can do. Is topside has been a bit of an island. Jaxplank getting traded back onto a little bit there, but otherwise that's been not too much to write home about, but now I'm talking about it. Jaxplank in a lot of danger. Has got the flash, throws out the counter-strike. Won't stack it up too much, and Kerberos flashing forward, forced to flash in trade. Both top laners now down that critical summoner.
Oh, but if you look at the level advantage, it is in for Kerberos. Kerberos level 9 versus Jaxplank level 8. Manages to get the trade, that extra HP, the extra defenses really do count when all you're playing with is auto attacks that early on into the game. And the fact that Kerberos is still on the map, pushing down that top lane, means that Jaxplank cannot potentially TP into a tower down the bot lane to actually try and secure that second dragon. It is going to be Dusty taking the 2, and I wonder which...
There's a grand entrance over the wall into the quickness, going to continue diving in. Stefan used the Lunar Rush onto the Gromp. Will back out for now. The tidal wave comes down alongside the teleport from Vladdy, but the Herald is summoned with the wave crashed in. So they're looking to try and claim some place, but I don't know how easy this will be to do in the 4v4 stand. Over the wall, though, the Ultra Shock Laser doing a lot of work. Den Voxne with Infernum and Severum switches out to the Crescendum now. Stefan on the top side gets the Moonfall on to Sten. Over they go. Will not quite secure until now. The Lunar Rush Part 2 comes through. Vladdy is trying to stay alive, but the Cyclone Part 2 doing as well much work as it can. Nearly a 1-for-1, not quite yet, though. So many chakrams, and yet nobody dies from Riddle. They are the one that come out with the kill advantage. Backland has to flash away from the sped up Zeri. Now under tower should be safe.
And I'm one of the first people who will commend Dusty on the skirmishing and team fighting, but that was extremely chaotic. It was way too split, and if Aphelios doesn't have a bunch of people to hit at the same time, so the Moonlight Vigil gets a bunch of value that early into the game, you're not gonna get much in return. Kevo on the Zeri, he's much more flexible around the walls, been able to jump back and forth. And mind you, this was a fight where Stefan didn't have his own ultimate, Nash had used his. So technically, if you look at Dusty, having Wukong ultimate and Aphelios ultimate, you should have technically won that fight. But again, the fact that it was very split, your damage was split, the focus was split, Stand almost even dies there.
Yeah.
Well, actually ends up dying.
He does die. Like, he nearly gets out, but there was a second Lunar Rush, and that was before Stefan had completed the Sunfire Cape. You know, of course, he's going towards this newer build on the Diana with the Sunfire into the Nashes, which has been going on about. And
kind of nasty.
It's super obnoxious. It's right back to Season 6, if anybody remembers the days of Sunfire, Iceborne, and everything top.
I remember Sunfire Katarina top lane.
Oh, don't start.
Don't tell me it was boy.
They do secure first turret towards the bot side, though, even if it was a little messier than Dusty would have liked, and they're still very much in the gold lead. They've got 2 dragons to their name, but Stefan on this Diana does at least make some of those plays bot side work.
So if we can see a little bit the gold between the AD carries, both have their mythic items, but as you will see, there's 1,200 gold difference between the Voxney and Kevo, and accelerating the Aphelios ahead of the game right here is going to be extremely important for them. You swap them, you take them towards the top side of the map, start taking more and more towers. At this point, Jax cannot play versus 2, and as you will see, Standard and Voxney will walk towards the top side, they want blood.
Get down with the quickness, but he'll get knocked up instead. Throws out the counter-strike, hops away, still no flash. Stefan coming over though, Moonshot is available alongside a Calibra Moonlight Vigil. Not quite able to secure the kills, and Stefan will force the retreat from Dusty's bot lane.
Very importantly, that was 2 ultimates right there banned from the side of Dusty, and Jaxplank, all he has to do is ban his own ultimate and just walk out. As you will see, he's still towards the top side of the map. The fact that Nash is on the Nami means that this Jax has replenished a bunch of his HP, and they can actually stay around for the next Rift Herald that has just spawned. Ulti check alert, we don't have ultimate on Vladdy, and we don't have it on Jaxplank. Very crucially, no one on backland, not one on the Voxen, and not one on Stand. Dusty are the disadvantage right here.
Do still have the Cyclone though, so maybe, just maybe, they'll look in. The clone gets knocked up by Vladdy hopping forward with the Mortal Will. Not needed to do anything there, but Curb though takes the opportunity to shove this wave into the bot lane tier 2 and get some damage, but I don't think he'll have quite enough time to secure the whole turret though. This is an R, and maybe he does.
I mean, he's doing pretty well. I think he might actually
Hexgate.
Tower right here. Hexgate, oh my god, then Stefan just around the corner. There is TP for Kerbers if he wants to TP out, but then Voxney again.
Knocked up, no flash, no exhaust, no hope. Knocked down by Riddle, playing off vision. Nicely done.
That is so well done, honestly, from the Riddle side. The fact that they know exactly when Stand is not in lane. Stand has been taking very early backs to try and defend his team for the objectives to come. 1 minute Dragon, you see Stand has already moved down the bot lane. He's already set down the vision for Dusty. What does Dusty do? They take advantage on the fact that Voxney is all alone twice in lane right now, and they feed back kills into their Zeri. Mind you, yes, Aphelios scales really well into the late game, but so does Zeri.
Gotta call out as well, a little bit greedy there, shoving up by themselves into the kind of catch that the Nami can offer from that far up lane. Of course, no flash, no exhaust, no ultimate, I don't think either, so rightly punished there, and Riddle doing very well to recover from the early lane where, you know, that Aphelios was 3-0 not so long ago.
And so far, actually, there hasn't been much effect from Buckland's Ahri. I think Vladdy has been trading his ultimate to take Buckland's ultimate, which means that ultimately, the Ahri cannot walk. Thank you. The Ahri cannot walk into these fights if she doesn't have her dashes available, because she will get caught and killed really quickly.
He does now, though.
Backland on the flank.
And this would be so point. It's not a mountain dragon, it's a hex dragon. Ignore that symbol at the top left of your screen, but don't ignore! Link, as he skills it away, gets himself to soul point. Stefan now in a difficult position, getting knocked up. Vladdy as well, about to get bound in place by the binding Eclipse. 1-for-1 right now, make that a 2-for-1. But what can Kevin do is he has to spark surge over the wall. Jaxplank and Stefan now running away, running to the hills. A boulder toss is dodged by a leap strike. Now Stefan as well in a dangerous position, has got a pale cascade, but Curb hops forward, crunching down. Flash for the ultimate into the wall. Sten will get the knock up afterwards, and that will be a very dead Diana.
That was a pretty much, I've had enough with you running away from me. I'm just gonna blow my flash and kill you right there. It is a 3-for-1 for Dusty. It is then Voxney with another fantastic Moonlight Vigil. Takes another kill for himself. They manage to secure the Dragon 3, going towards Soul for themselves. And as you will see, Linkers goes into his shadow, gets inside the pit, smites on 300 HP, and then Buckland dives in, but look at that Moonlight Vigil. He did 3 members from the Voxney right there. Really, really well played by the Dusty marksman. And again, you give then Voxney this AD hyper carries towards the late game, he gets that fed, you know that his positioning is going to be stellar, his ultimate's always hit, and he literally gives back to you when you have put all these resources into that champion that he's playing. 4 and 2 Bloodthirster already completed. Such an important item, because you're playing against 3 champions that want to dive you and kill you. You're playing against Jax, Yone, and Diana.
And there's no Gale Force, he's gone for the Kraken Slayer, so definitely a little more immobile.
We had words about this the other day.
Absolutely.
We were like, that's a little greedy if you don't have a Tom Kent.
Absolutely, but he's gone for it, and you can see, at least when he's not being a little too far open lane, definitely playing up the team fights very well. And also, you know, call out some good side steps there to avoid Vladdy's fate sealed alongside his bot lane partner instead. So good stuff so far. They've got all 3 out of turrets. They're at soul point. They've got a lot of gold in their pockets as well. Dusty, definitely their game to lose right now.
I mean, it's 4,000 gold in difference right here, and it's all for Dusty. Riddle, they spent blood, sweat, and tears trying to get that Rift Herald, and that Rift Herald has been popped because it ran out of time.
Unfortunately.
Gonna head and march very slowly towards top lane, but if you look at the map, you've got Kerber slow pushing top side. You've got Dusty always shoving in that mid wave, and they're going for the next outer turret, which most likely is going to be that bot lane outer tower that's sitting on very, very low HP. At this point, this Aphelios has become a minigun. He does have his flash up and available for himself, so you can definitely use him as a weapon to shove in even more towers from the side of Riddle and just choke them without vision.
Does look like Jaxplank will get the opportunity to get that Herald charge in, but not secure the turret as yet. And all the while, Dusty, with this wave and Vladdy in a bit of an awkward position, likely to lose the tier 2. And they're going to try and go for it. Of course, Kerb is around. No teleport, of course, someone like Backlunds. This would be a potential opportunity. Riddle flipping very early here, getting very out of place. They're teleporting as well.
Kerb versus Meganar.
Does hit Meganar, but they're going to line the Moonlight Vigil anyway. Gets across the wall, does not have the flash course. Burn it to get a hold of the jungler early. Will far surely die. Does do so. Shut down going to Stefan's pockets.
He didn't have the Meganar. The second he actually transformed into Meganar, his ultimate was a few seconds off of popping off. But I think it's still fine for Kerberos. Yes, he gives a shutdown away, but he stops the Baron potential for Riddle. Now, what goes down with it? Bounties from objectives are up. Jaxplank is going to cash in on the first one top lane tower right now, which means that a lot of the gold is going to start swinging back into Riddle. And again, Riddle have a pretty good scaling team as well. Kerberos, you'll see, he will turn into Meganar, but his ultimate is currently not available. Still a little bit on cooldown. You see at the bottom left of your screen as well. Right now, it becomes available, and right now, Kerberos dies with it.
Unfortunate timing. Did, of course, have to go and try and contest that, but can't quite escape. A lot of ways to get in on top of the enemies, and of course, Stefan is the recipient of a lot of these shutdowns in the early game, and has now got himself towards the 2 items on Diana, and yes, there's an exhaust on Denvoxney, but if that's not up, that Moonfall is going to hit real hard, whether he's built full AP or not.
I mean, who cares if the exhaust goes down, right? Yone is going to jump in, Jax is going to jump in, Kevo on the Zeri is going to jump in and throw these W. So you get CC'd by one spell, you will get perma CC'd until you die. I think a lot here stands onto Linkas getting the correct knockup onto Stand, getting that multi-man taunt. You'll see Kerber's actually TPing in.
Going for the Moonfall! Lands onto 2, but Stefan afterwards gets taken out. Back against it's just 2 dead already. Continue to chase Kerberos into Meganar. Kevo trying to ditch out of the danger, but cannot do so. Backland flashing forward, trying to get a hold of Nash as well. They'll get Jaxplank, but the bot saying does survive, but they're now going to lose that soul.
The new Teamfight Kings are here and are here to stay. It is no longer Bifrost NLC, it is now Dusty. We mentioned how important it was for Denvoxney to not get chain CC'd, and then Stefan finds a pretty brilliant ultimate, I'll say right there. You'll see that. Hello, everyone.
You'll see us is what you'll see.
You'll see us. So Linkas tried to get a really nice Diana ultimate right there, but sorry, Stefan. I had my mind linked with Linkas and Diana from the previous game that we watched. It was a pretty good performance, but again, I don't blame Stefan because he sees 80 carries walking on that choke point, going towards the Dragon River is very illegal, guys. You see an 80 carry there, you instantly engage. But Voxner was so quick on the trigger to flash through the wall. It was beautiful to watch.
Quick bit of information here for you as well about the pause. It does sound like Riddle's mid laner has DC'd, so Vladdy's just got to reconnect. That's basically the issue with the pause. Obviously quite important. You do want your Yone in the game, of course. I appreciate as well that fight. You take the opportunity where you have it right there, Riddle. They thought they had an angle, they're falling behind, this is the soul fight. You go for it, it doesn't work out. Unfortunately, that was the position they were left in, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think having still a lot of scaling in your team can work to your favor, but the only thing I'm really worried about when it does come to Riddle is the fact that they're all super squishy and that Aphelios is already pretty much accelerated. Almost 3 items on the Vox's Aphelios. All he needs is 1 correct Moonlight Vigil. Saying that, yes, Hextech Soul is really important and it does do a lot by slowing your opponents and the little bit of extra damage that you get from the little lightning. But then Vox now does not have Flash up and available. The next, of course, objective on the map will be the Baron. So I'm assuming this is where both teams will have their sights set.
Of course, lost the permanent buff, and that is a big loss for Riddle, but maybe you're right. In that next fight, there might be an angle. Can they get on top of that hyper-fed Aphelios is the question we'll have to ask ourselves. Of course, on the other side, you know, the other members, Kerberos, Backland, Linkas, all pretty scary themselves. They got a lot of mobility themselves as well, so it's all well and good if you kill the Aphelios, but if you waste everything trying to get him and then realize, oh my days, there's so much cleanup that's coming afterwards, could get risky. But unfortunately, those are the kind of decisions you've got to take. It's not an 80% chance of victory in these plays anymore. You've got to take the lower opportunity, lower percentage chances because the game is in that state now.
You know what? And I'm going to move us a little bit away from that because it was Vladdy, right? Who has DC'd. So Greek internet, GG, well played. I was talking a little bit to Jaxblank actually the other day because when I bet... when I did bet the donuts on Riddle beating JDXL, I went into Jaxblank's DMs and I was like, please, man, I've bet donuts. Do your best. Do your best. I need this victory, okay? And he's like, yeah, I'll try my best. So we just started chatting a little bit and he actually told me that he lives in a village in Greece.
Seriously?
And he actually has to travel 30 minutes by car to get to the nearest internet cafe so he can play his scrims and his officials from there. Nice. And if that's not freaking dedication, I don't know what is. Same sort of story happened with Comp as well back in the day when he was playing in the ERLs. So major respect to any player who really commits the time and effort for the cause and of course for the dreams and goals.
Yeah, massively true. And like that's a huge journey to take in a lot of ways. I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, you can still play from home and stuff, but you know, you want to get into a place where you got your internet. It's not your own.
Oh no,
place.
trust me.
Exactly.
When he told me he leaves, he can't play from home.
Exactly. But it also means things like practice, right? Like one of the things that is often expected of pro players, right, is that extended practice time. And yes, there are issues. Yes, there are discussions around how much should you play? How do you practice efficiently in League of Legends? Because unlike a lot of other sports, it's not so easy to go, you know what I'm going to do? Stand and practice taking penalty kicks or whatever.
You know, it's also about comfort, right?
Yeah, of course.
You can play from the comfort of your house, just getting up, having a snack, even having a drink, making sure that you're in the comfort of your own surroundings that you know very well and you're comfortable in is very important.
Speaking of comfort, though, we've got the comfortable choice to go back into game and get us out of this slightly uncomfortable pause, of course. Isn't that a relief? League of Legends gameplay, not discussions about, you know, the necessity of practice and how one does it. Great metaphysical and, not metaphysical, there's a common philosophical. There we go.
And as we mentioned, what is the next objective on the map? It is going to be Baron.
Bloodshed.
All eyes on Stefan. He has a way into the pit when the vision is down, but he's going to be too late.
Not there in time, and that means it's a swift Baron. No opportunity to punish that flashless Aphelios we mentioned as a potential angle in, and Riddle fall further and further behind in this game.
And if you look on the side lanes, level 15 for Kerberos, level 13 for Jaxblank. Riddle's win condition is through the side lane, is through Jaxblank getting ahead, being able to snowball, being able to be a threat on a side lane, making sure that he creates pressure off tower taking and maybe Nexus taking later on. This time Kerberos sitting very comfortably 2 levels up his opponent. He can actually take 1 Baron buff, go to the side lane, be an absolute nuisance, and then you create pressure on another lane with a 4-man core unit like Dusty are doing right now. They did though give up on this middle wave because they do not necessarily have the correct vision on the bottom of the map, and getting flanked by 5 members could be disaster when you have Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. Backland, though, is now in the mid lane to try and correct that option as Curb goes towards the top side, and the rest of Dusty sort of are roaming Riddle's red side jungle. They look like they'll collapse on that tier 2 in mid lane, already at half HP, and with the Baron buff and Severum Crescendum, plus that Q button to use an onslaught, it disappears.
Yeah, and I don't know what the reply here is from Riddle. Stefan does not have his flash available, so he cannot necessarily reach the backline that easily. Vladdy together with Nash could be the answer. A really nice tidal wave into a Vladdy long-range ultimate to try and reach the backline, or just catch Kerberos on mini now, which is what Riddle have decided to try and go for here. Trying to catch someone, reducing the numbers that Dusty have on the map could be a way to come back into this game, because if you look at the wave clear, you don't really have much. You've got 2 melees on both solo lanes and a Zeri. It's really difficult to try and shove in these waves away.
And 2 items now complete after that last sequence of plays as well. Backland's got that death cap second. It's not quite the Ludens that I'm sure Nightmare would have been raging for, but he's gone for a bit of a higher damage burst build as well as the soul AP threat.
Some damage in
exactly,
there,
he didn't.
Go for the Putrefier.
Dude, oh, never talk about that build again. Doesn't work on Ari. Anyway, of course, Linkas as well has got the Guardian Angel second here as well. He knows what his role is, which is go very deep as hard as you can, and of course you can see where that disconnect happened. And as Trouble helpfully points out on my screen as well, that Infinity Edge now complete for Den Volksny first to get that 3rd item in. A terror on this rift right now.
That Aphelios is well and truly online. Does they still have the Baron up and available? Kerberos has not left top lane whatsoever. He keeps building his waves, he keeps pushing. Now then Voxner with this reset, with the Infinity Edge, they can take him around the map and be a complete terror. Even if they want to wait in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, then Voxner's flash will still be up and available. I think this is what Dusty is really afraid of right now. The fact that Stefan's flash will be coming up before then Voxner's flash will. The fact that Vladdy has his flash available together with Jaxplank, it's really difficult to put your fellows into a situation where if he gets engaged, you might actually lose Elder Dragon.
Oh, yes. And the problem is the map control is just not there, as you're saying. Like, the whole map is littered with blue wards, the waves are shoved in, you're down this soul. Jaxplank's trying to find an angle and might actually have one onto Kerberos here. Actually has a lot of damage going straight through with that second item complete. They're going to try and turn this around with a teleport. Flash over the wall, but Jaxplank's flashing afterwards. Linkas with the ultimate to buy space, and Kerb about to get alive. Will go down there as Stefan gets it, and that is a huge shutdown. Nothing really on the map to claim yet. Vladdy stepping forward, trying to see whether there's an angle to get onto Linkas, but they just can't quite connect. Pick a nothing else.
You know what Jaxplank said there? I was hiding.
Not a Twitch. It's like I was expecting something significantly more relevant to Jax. Not, yo, lol, I'm playing Twitch.
Wait, you expect an analysis for... Come on.
I hate to do this to you, Georgia, but your title is strictly colorcaster. It's supposed to be a little more analytic.
Man, fine, I'll snap back into position again. I think you mentioned how Kerberos had not left side lane. The fact that he's always 2 levels up his counterpart is a big problem, because Jaxman cannot push him out of lane on his own. But if Kerberos is going to face check Jaxman, and Jaxman is the first one to engage, then yes, it is very feasible for that Jax to take you down. 2 items completed right now. Blade of the Ruin Kick and Sandra. This Jax is well and truly online. We're looking at level 16 for his next point, his next to last point in the ultimate as well, which is something that Kerberos already has. Talking about level 16,
do tell me.
In our ultimate though. Elder is coming up in
it is.
seconds, and at this point it's anyone's game, because if you look at the inventories, 2 items completed on the entirety of Riddle, 1 stopwatch in Kevo's inventory as well. Again, the only problem remains, full Riddle composition is very squishy. How do you face check to even try and enter River?
You've got 3 items on that Gnar. Teleport now pops to make sure he's with the team, having shoved the top side. You've got stopwatch on Ari, stopwatch on Aphelios. In time for this critical fight, it's made even harder for Riddle. Even if they've got a couple to play with themselves, they are down some significant items, particularly in that AD carry run, that could really bite them here as they're fighting for mid lane control. But then they've got to get into the river. Then they've got to win the fight. It's looking hard.
Yeah, and Kerberos needs to start charging his raids bar right here, because we mentioned level 16, 3 points into that ultimate. It's going to be a huge Mega Knight if you can hit it onto multiple members and set up Buckland and then Voxner, the 2 heavy hitters for Dusty.
Oh no! Tried to get the pick onto the side, but it goes wide. Curb, not really there as that is a huge Gravitum coming through for the binding eclipse afterwards, and it is lights out already for Stefan. Nash about to fall over the wall. Into the rest of the fight goes Den Voxney. A double for him as Vladdy goes over the wall, but has to snap right back to reality and his body. Game is set and done.
And then Voxney full pedal to the metal, baby. He says, you're not gonna engage for me. I'll provide you with the engage. I'll provide you with the damage. I'll provide you with the disengage. I'll do everything for my team since they set me up for success. I'm gonna give them the victory.
They'll even up the head-to-head with Riddle. They'll move to tie up with JDXL's win score. They'll look to hunt for top 2. They'll look to hunt for the first place in the regular season, and Dusty continue their march towards the top of the table.
And I think this is the time where we need to insert Dusty into the conversation. We kept asking on Monday here, which team, to all of the players that we have for interviews, would you like to see in the finals? Of course, among with them and their teams, right? And everyone said, well, we all want to be JDXL. We think JDXL is the strongest team. I'm going to make an argument right here because Dusty look freaking clean. The fact that they can carry through Kerberos, carry through mid-jungle, carry through bot, then Voxn engaged on 5 members with the failures. This is brilliant stuff coming from Dusty's roster. Now that they're tying up on JDXL Prince Singularity later, this is a little bit of a knot in JDXL's throat because they're like, oh, if we lose this, this is rough.
The last time we saw a run from Dusty, they charged all the way to 3rd place through the playoff run, and it's looking like it's coming online in time for playoffs again. How far can this team go is the question I will leave the analyst desk with.
You think I know? I can't even read the foldy sheets. How would I know how far they can climb? I keep talking about mountains, but I don't know them now. Dusty coming in, tying up with 1st place JDXL. This is the moment we've been talking about for the past 2 days, I would guess, with you, Eragon. The idea that we didn't see them until it was too late.
I'll be honest. First of all, I just want to apologize to the Dusty Twitch channel. It's obviously in the chat. I really apologize for voting against you. I will never do it again. No,
Dusty fans, he doubted you.
I am sorry.
He doubted you. I'm just saying.
For real, I think this game, this showcased so many things, right? I think this showcased just how proficient Dusty is at playing the early, squeezing out every bit of lead out of the draft. I think it showcased individual prowess as well. Yes, Nah is really turbo broken right now at stonewalling, creating leads on his own. Because just the strength of a champion. But also you have the bot lane getting 2v2 kills, which I didn't account for, right? I thought Riddle might be able to stonewall and stall because of kind of a lack of setup on Dusty's part, but they managed to get individual leads on their own and generate enough leads to be strong enough at that 3rd and 4th dragon. To the point where, and then also execute on these team fights, to the point where it didn't matter how, how far behind maybe that Riddle were, it was just unbeatable.
This was a team fight where Riddle thought they could take Dusty right now. And there you go. It's that team fight prowess of Dusty yet again showcasing, no, Duckling?
It seems like it just keeps coming the way of Dusty, right? They steal the Drake, they end up getting most kills in this fight. And for me, also in the other game, they managed to get 3 kills on Den Voxne. And when you get that on such a good AD carry, he's here to reclaim his title, of course, after leaving for the LVP in spring 2022. And he's come back and he just showed up this game. The team played around him after they got him ahead, and he proved why he was the best AD carry in the league when he won it. And he proved that Dusty is definitely a top 2 worthy team at the moment.
If not top 1 at this moment. It seems like there's not a lot of cracks on their defense. It's really complicated to deal with this team. The X-Tech Dragon was kind of a cherry on the top of the cake because they were forced to fight for those dragons. If it was a Cloud Drake, you were talking to me like, why can't it be a Cloud Drake to make things fair? Nah, it's one of those where you're forced. So on the days we're playing right now, before the buff that the dragons are going to receive, blessed top lane. This is going to be really complicated when you allow the enemy team to take those early dragons and you feel like, okay, it's Inferno, it's X-Tech, we need to fight this one, and Riddle will not prepare it.
Yeah, so the thing is, when it comes to 3rd and 4th dragon, those are the key ones, right? You decide, are you strong enough versus this early game composition? Have you hit your spikes as the scaling composition to take the fight to them at 3rd and 4th dragon? Clearly, Riddle thought they were strong enough at that 3rd dragon to take the fight to them, and they just lost, right? So this is what we keep seeing from Riddle, and this is the 4th dragon you're seeing right now. They keep this one, they're kind of forced to contest because otherwise it's a Hextech Soul, but they keep trying to fight these dragons, and by then they're just too far behind. We keep seeing this with Riddle, drafting full scaling, getting too far behind, and never coming online with the spikes.
Yeah, and I want to highlight as well the good turnaround, because it looked like for moments Stefan got the big moonfall, but very quickly then Voxner managed to flash out to safety, burst them all with the moonfall Infernum combo, and then they, you know, translate that into the Drake, and you mentioned it right. Had it been a Cloud Soul, it would have been a different game maybe, because it wouldn't have mattered as much, but with that Hextech Soul, it is simply too hard to run from them. You get slowed, they deal a bit of extra damage as well, and when they already do a lot of damage, it was just a very tough game. I think Dusty, they played it very well. Their team fights were incredibly clean.
If we keep highlighting players, I would like to highlight two of them, which is Linkers and Stan on different champions, separating the enemy team, and that's why we're going to talk with Stan that played that monster Rakan, and now you're tied up in first place. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel insanely happy, and we will play JDXL next week, so the next match will decide if we finish first.
Okay, before we go into that one, okay, Stan. The way you guys are playing on team fights, and let's be honest, okay? I'll keep it clean. It was not legal, the amount of lead you got on the early game on the bot lane. It is a scaling champion. You're more of a facilitator with Rakan. It is not legal. What is happening on scrims, and why are you so good right now?
I don't know. We are playing so well as a team. Like, we have good players individually, but we synergize so well as a team. We are really flexible, and we are working hard. Like, we have a good mood. Everyone is trying to step up, so we have a good atmosphere, and I don't know, the works pay, and I'm really happy how we are playing as a team right now.
Okay, I need to ask this because we often get this from X7 where they post communications on team fights and all that. We don't get that from Dusty, so we don't know how clean you guys are in terms of communication in the middle of a team fight. I want you to tell me usually how it goes, because that team fight where Diana goes in, gets the perfect engage, we're like, oh, this could be bad. And you and Wukong separate the enemy team in a flawless way. How was the communication?
First thing I'm gonna say, I think it's working on it to post a voice com from Dusty, so maybe you will see it. And the second thing, we were like calling because now was coming, so it was for a moment like a 4v5, so we were like, okay, play slow. We knew that they wanted to engage on us, so we were like kind of giving letting a distance between them and us, and then Voxner did an insane flash, I think, on their engage, and yeah, we managed to win on this. But about the communication, our team, we are talking too much sometimes. Like 4 players are perma talking, so I think it's kind of a good thing because we can attribute each player a role in the com. Because I think it's better than like no one talking, like we have no plan. And we always have a plan, like it can be top plan, bot plan, jungle mid, like we can play everywhere. So yeah, I'm really happy.
Okay, final question for you, because this is an interesting one. You were leading me to that one. You have to fight versus JDXL. That could be the deciding game for the regular split.
Yes.
Looking at JDXL right now, after knowing that Eminence is no longer on the roster and they're going to play with someone that is still trying to get used to that team, what do you believe is your chances of looking into Summer Split and saying, well, this is mine?
I think for sure it's a downgrade for us. I mean, I don't know what is going in inside of the team, but Eminence was for sure one of the best players in the NLC, like as an individual player. And for our win condition, I think it will help us more. Even though I think even with Eminence, we will have win this game for sure. We are playing so well recently.
You guys are going to take the Summer Split.
Yes.
Any team you're not afraid, but kind of worried to play against on the best of 5?
On best of 5, I think it will be X7, I would say, because they are not performing that well during the split. Like sometimes they are winning. Recently they are winning hard, but they are not like in the top of the leaderboard. But I think in best of 5, they can be dangerous, I would say.
Okay, let's see what happens on the next week. Keep shining, man. You guys are just... EU Masters is looking at you right now. I'm just saying. So best of luck, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, communication is good. Atmosphere is good. Shot calling is good, and they can separate. One guy can take team fights. The other one can make the calls for the objectives. This is the perfect team synergy, no?
Yeah, so I think it's really obvious as well. I think it was really evident how initially they had that plan of they had double priority topside. Linkers invades topside camp, so that's facilitated perfectly well. Then all of a sudden, bot lane gets a kill and a flash popped. Now Linkers is pathing bot side, and that's facilitated perfectly well. They get a kill bot side. They're all working as a unit really perfectly.
Yeah, it's a team that works together, right? And they are on the same page. We can see it. Their gameplay, if you compare it to the start of the split Dusty that we saw to the Dusty that we see now, there is a whole world of difference. At the start, it was more like the 5 good individuals. Things didn't really click, but we knew this roster had the potential. But now, they're on the same page. They're working together. And if I want to add something, I think it's talking about Dinvoxne, because I've seen how this guy works behind in the team. And when times are tough, which I kind of thought it was for Dusty when they went this up and down at the games they won, didn't really look that convincing. He's the one to boost them around. He's the one to say, guys, look, our opponents are actually very bad. Like, he did that when we were down 2 against Fnatic Rise. He said, guys, they are actually kind of bad. I think we can win this. And then, you know, Trick ended up winning 3-2 in the final thanks to Dinvoxne's motivational speech talking about how everyone is so bad and how they just need to not be as bad. And he made the change back then. And I think hopefully he has done that here today, because the team just looks very, very good, and I could see them go far.
When I listen to you talking about the past from Denmark and all that, I listened to an old man saying, back in the day, we were amazing.
It was only 1 year ago. It was only 1 year ago.
They're doing it again. So
Yeah,
it seems
they are.
high hopes for you, man. High hopes for you. And it seems like a team is clicking on the other side. There's obviously some issues with Riddle. We need to talk with someone, and better to talk with the coach. It's Tom Kick yet again with us. Welcome back to the interview. We got to stop meeting like this, man. We got to stop meeting like this. Tom Kick.
Yeah.
What is happening? Because the Jax on the top side was really good versus the Wukong and versus the Nod. It seems like it was so good. You had the possibility to use the Counter-Strike to deal with the Aphelios as well. You brought their one. It seemed like it was perfect, but it wasn't.
Yeah, we had a really good plan overall. We anticipated a lot of the things they were going to do, and sadly just kind of faltered a bit in the early game.
Okay.
And from that point, we didn't really do a good enough job of keeping control around the objectives. So the third rake, where we actually wanted to contest, we kind of let go of the choke points, and they got on multiple flanks and sadly stole the Drake also. There's kind of a snowball effect, sadly, from the early game, and it made it really hard to play the game.
Question. Do you believe the teams are now looking into how to play against you, and it seems like Riddle is playing way too much on a single way, and that is going to bite you guys?
It could be. I feel like if we play on what level we actually are, I think it could look a lot different today. I don't think there is much of like the enemy doing super well against us. Like they of course are doing well, but like I think we were doing a lot of mistakes today. So I wouldn't be too worried about like not us being on the top level or things falling back. It's just we got to get back to our own form.
This could mean that not only you lose access to the top 2 seeds, depends on what happens with JDXL, obviously moving forward, but if you go into the bottom, I would say 3, from a 3rd place to 6th place, is that any team you're worried about playing? For instance, if you have to face off versus X7 and teams like that, they're really good at adapting on the best of 5. How can your team adapt on the best of 5 if we get to see Jax playing splitting and the rest of the team playing 4v5? How can you deal with that as a coach?
I feel like we already have some things in store. Like we're thinking about playoffs. We know it's close, and we want to prepare that as well as possible. So we're still on the kind of standard stuff now with the group stage, and sadly it didn't work out today. But you know, it's not in our hands anymore, like getting the top 2. But like if we end up on 3rd place, I think maybe the scariest team is X7. They're looking a lot stronger. But I wouldn't be too afraid, since we still got some things in store.
Last question really fast is, if you end up on 3rd place, it means that you can choose who you're going to play against. Who would you choose?
We haven't decided on that yet.
Idea?
If as I said, like XM probably looking like the strongest. So probably either Bifrost or Astralis. I imagine those are the ones who are going to be also there in the playoffs.
Okay.
Bifrost were looking better against XL, but at the same time they didn't have Eminence in that game, so it's hard to really decide. So I think it comes down to see how they play in the next week, and hopefully we'll not have to choose at all.
Always polite, always careful. I love it. Thank you so much for this interview, Tom Kick. Best of luck. Let's see if you get the 3rd place and you can pick whoever you want. I'll see you soon. Have a nice one.
I'll see you. Thanks for having me.
I love it. He's always there with a smile on his face, regardless of what happens. But it seems like people got the number of Riddle and they can't adapt.
I think, you know, as he said in the interview as well, right? It's not the fact that only teams know how to play against Riddle, but it's also the fact that Riddle just haven't been playing as well to that win condition, because yes, it definitely is a difference maker that teams, you know, have read Riddle, they know what Riddle wants to do, but the fact that Riddle have made some uncharacteristic mistakes even this game as well definitely doesn't make it look as good as they could have, because I think if Riddle were able to play to the win condition this game, the game would have been a lot closer and JDXL would have come online as the silent menace, because he didn't actually get targeted that much. It was mainly the bot lane as soon as Boxing got those couple of kills where the focus were put from the side of Dusty. So to me, it felt kind of like Dusty playing a very good game and playing as an incredible team, but also Riddle making some uncharacteristic mistakes, and they've done that the past couple of games. So for me, Riddle, I think they can stick with their style for now. It's important for the best of fives, of course, to be adaptable and be able to play different styles of League of Legends, but I think their carry Jax Plank and Scale can still work as long as they, you know, get these uncharacteristic mistakes out of there.
Because the build-up is there. The composition was there. You believed in them.
Yeah, I did.
It's about execution now.
I need to see, specifically, what we're seeing globally right now is a surge of compositions that facilitate early game gameplay, stacking dragons, playing for that soul point and playing for those heralds. I need to see Riddle, especially for these best of fives, be able to draft early game. But for the past 6 drafts, it's all been triple scaling lanes. My Ezreals, my Azirs, my 0 priorities. I need to see them be able to do that. Otherwise, I don't think they're going to do well in playoffs.
This is the time to show weaknesses on teams that are going into playoffs. It's not because you're on the top 6 that means that you don't have a flaw in your defense. Let's look into the standings because this is going to be interesting. There you go, JDXL and Dusty tied up. We still have to see how JDXL are going to play today. Tell me.
For many, many weeks, it has been JDXL and Riddle in that top 2, and boy, does it feel good, honestly, to see some change in the league, because Riddle, I talked about, we know they're a very good team, but to see the, you know, the competition finally coming through and pushing what we had at the start of the split as our 2 best teams feels very good, because I am happy when we have a competitive league where everyone can beat everyone in the end. And I think with Dusty now overtaking Riddle, who had a huge lead at the middle of the split, is very good to see for the whole competition of the split.
With the way things are going and how hot it is outside, it's good to have a breath of fresh air of Dusty jumping into the top of the standings. And now, another breath of fresh air as we jump into Bifrost versus Eminence. Eminence could take away the opportunity for Bifrost to get into playoffs, or Bifrost could kick Eminence into relegations for good. High stakes, where do we look? Mid lane, Fury versus Chimera?
Yeah, I think very right. We have to highlight him because Bifrost, this roster, has kind of been struggling last time we talked about them. It was Odie showing versatility, that was the main thing. But Fury, after the game against Eminence, I think he deserves some more praise.
He's boosted now.
This guy, he has played some great games recently in terms of the 1v1s, getting the solo kills, and you can see here his stats have definitely improved. 4th, 3rd, and 3rd is very good for a team that at the moment is sitting 6th and haven't even locked playoffs yet. Where Chimera, he has a very good kill participation. Yes, he's a very team-oriented player where he doesn't really go for the same, you know, amount of solo kills and gets as much damage off.
Not only that, Chimera is one player that really likes birds. Apparently, he's going for the Azir, he's going for the Swain. If he's out of those, can we find him on some comfortable pick that is not a bird?
So, I mean, we have seen him on Corki in the past. I would like to see him on more.
Bird. Okay, yeah, continue.
Corki is not, but did you say bird? Sorry, my mistake. But we have seen him on Corki in the past. I was just thinking, I want Chimera on more scaling, right? That's why I immediately thought of that. I want to see more scaling in general on Eminem. I feel like they're just drafting too much early game and too much playing through that mid skirmish. They keep drafting full early game and losing skirmishes around mid, and I don't think the identity works for them. I don't think the players, I don't think it meshes well. I think they keep messing it up, and for relegations moving forward, I think they need to start learning how to play maybe some early game comps, but with some scaling dabbled in there.
Yeah, I really agree, right? Because Chimera, he's a very good teammate, he's a good team player, but for me, he's not the guy you want to try and get ahead early on. He's someone who, you know, plays the first lane, bit of lane very well.
So who do you want to get
enables his team.
ahead?
Because for me, I think Chimera needs to be the one who helps unlock his team. You could look bot, for example, Michigu has had some great games, in my opinion. Maybe Soft as well. We know he can be a carry jungler if they are in the meta, so you can maybe try and push towards him. To me, though, it feels very wrong putting Chimera in the sole carry boots, trying to win early fights around him, because for me, it's Chimera who should be helping his team win early fights around other members on the map.
Okay, it's time. Who wants to press the button?
Should we do it together?
Ella! There you go, he's getting
Got it.
Champion select from Eminem versus Bifrost, 3-12 to 8-7. When you get to those 9 numbers, when you get the number 9, that's almost when you are secured for playoffs. Standings are really fresh, so let's see if that's enough for Bifrost or Eminem for relegations. Tell me.
Just very quickly before we get into what will be drafted here, it is important to say for all those Nuriki fans out there, if Bifrost win this game, Nuriki will have to beat X7 if they want to make it into play. So if you're sitting there wondering, what does this mean for the greater league? It is a very important match for Bifrost locking that playoff.
If you're a Nuriki fan, cheer for Eminem.
Yeah, you are cheering for
That's
Eminem.
what you want. Tell me, Aragon.
So I think what we're going to see now, and what we're already starting to see, is Shikari, I don't want to say Shikari, but Bifrost are going to be drafting a scaling composition, whereas Eminem are going to be drafting early. And what Eminem are getting rid of right now are unmanageable scaling picks, as well as Belveth, so that Bifrost don't throw any curveballs with a Belveth comp, right? What they're getting rid of is the Zeri and the Senna to get rid of that scaling, whilst, this is exactly what I was looking for. I think Bifrost needed to ban either the Callisto or the Draven to get rid of the early game potential from Eminem to snowball against their scaling comp. That will happen.
This has to be a Volibear first pick, no? Because Diamond has been a beast with Volley. If you take away the Belveth, you need to take away the Volley in a different way.
Also, Volibear gives Soft openings to play for early game, which is their win condition every single time. Renata. No, this is actually really good because this.
I know, but you're leaving the bear.
Yeah, true. Unless they think they can answer it with maybe a Lee Sin or Xin Zhao. That's what they've done in the past. But the Renata takeaway is really good because you deny that scaling, as well as some disgusting kill lanes. But that's exactly what you want to do as Eminem, right? You want to deny that Renata. Also, Monday, last game day, Renata completely countered Eminem's comp. Eminem liked to draft go-in compositions with that Amumu, with that Jarvan. But the enemy team had Renata, so the disengage value was huge every single time. So I think denying this Renata is actually a really good move.
I am very interested in seeing this Wukong. It was something Bifrost played a lot earlier on the split and had a lot of success with. But after his early game got nerfed, I thought they would really drop it because Bifrost are the kind of team which likes to have Diamond Frogs roam around early and enable his team. And at the moment, there is no better jungler at doing that than the Volibear after the early game nerf to Wukong. So I'm very interested. We know they can play the Wukong. We know they can have success with it. But are they going to have success to the same degree as they had before when Wukong wasn't nerfed?
It lowered the clear speed, but still, Bifrost, I think they're around 80% win rate with the Wukong still. So that is... When we talk about percentages, that is a high one. That is a high stake as well, which means Soft can go into the Lilia. That is a yes. That is excitement. Aragon, why?
So I was actually talking with Soft a little bit about the Lilia, right? Because I had to do some research on Scrudy, and I know Soft, and he thinks there's definitely more room for Lilia in the meta. He also not yesterday, I keep saying yesterday, on Monday in the interview, he kept saying Lilia, he hopes, is back in the meta. Lilia actually is really good into Wukong. Wukong has all these this really low base magic resist. In general, just countered by the Lilia in skirmishes early. And what we're seeing here is the makings of the scaling composition from a Bifrost and the Pantheon Hover.
It's my boy, it's Fury. He knows. He knows what's up. He knows what's up. You'll have to pick him eventually, I'm just saying. But okay. We go back to the meta where we're talking about Aphelios and Jinx. It seems like the normal one. Did it?
I'm really happy. Sorry, I just realized it.
You're happy with Aphelios and Jinx?
No, I'm happy with Eminem because they are finally drafting more scaling. They have the fallback of the Jinx carry. They haven't done this in so long. 4+ game days. They're finally
I almost see a tear there
scaling
dropping.
insurance. No, I want the best for them, right? And I think this is the best.
Taking away the swine means one of the birds is down. Will they take another one with only one stone? Will they take Azir down? And maybe Kamada is forced to play another thing. Corki is still available. Even though I'm not excited about that one, because yesterday on Division 2 I was forced to cast Corki with shield bow 3 times in a row.
So
not okay.
We're also seeing that Nar's still open, so we could potentially see a Gnar early pick from Kalem, potentially. We did see the GP ban. GP is actually perma-banned against Kalem. I don't know if you guys have seen the match history and the pick ban rates for GP bans into Eminem. It's like near 100%. It's really disgusting. This guy's clearly a madman on GP. And now they ban out the Gwen really particular. Maybe they're looking for an Ornn blind pick, but Gwen is a historically decent blind pick topside because you don't really go down that much CS in most matchups. You go even or down like 10 CS into ranged matchups. Typically, those are the counters. But really peculiarly, they do ban Gwen. Maybe Calum has been spamming Gwen in solo queue. Not too sure.
They take the Gwen. Let's see what they take on the other side for the mid lane. It's for the top, for the Ornn.
Like I said,
which means it's going to be the pick maybe for the top because Shikari is comfortable playing on a losing matchup. He's really good at what he does. And maybe they allow the counter pick for the mid lane, which will be Fury. There we go. They might be taking the Sejuani. Big team fight potential.
I think it's Gwen.
On the other side, if they pick the Ahri, I can see Fury going for the Veigar.
Is this actually locked in? I can't tell.
Yeah, that is locked in.
This is locked in. Okay, so this is great, right? This actually, it fell off a little bit in popularity recently. It was really popular into Gnar. I think what they're predicting is the Gnar pick from Eminem, and Sejuani plus Wukong is really good in general combination because of how fast the attack speed lets you stack Sejuani's passive. It's the same with Viego, Sejuani. This was really popular before, but I think it dropped in priority because Viego got nerfed. We've seen Calum pick Camille into, I believe, Chasey's Sejuani, and it didn't go well. We saw a hefty plate disadvantage from Camille into Chasey's Sejuani and almost a solo kill from Chasey. And Calum had to actually roam around making some coin flip roams that kind of worked because MC wasn't doing so hard at the time. I don't really like it. It gives you a lane to play for and some AD when you kind of need it with the AP top and mid and jungle. But until Camille gets that Divine Sunderer spike, she can't really play into Sejuani.
That is the Ahri, of course. So what will be the response into that? You mentioned that the Kogi was still open, Ashram. Obviously, the Silas, we saw it on Monday, right? Fury can definitely play that champion, and he will be going back on it again. So trying to repeat the success he had just a couple days ago where he really took over the game. Remember, this win is crucial for Bifrost in that playoff. So when all the Ricky fans out there, Eminem, you should be happy with the draft, in my opinion.
So you think Eminem will take it?
No, I think Bifrost will take it.
Oh, but they still should be happy. What about you? Are you happy with Eminem's draft?
I am so happy with Eminem's draft. They finally drafted more scaling in top end bot lane. They've got priority mid lane with a Lilia who can maybe invade jungle camps as well, using that priority because of how it works with Ahri into Silas early. I think Eminem have drafted the best possible composition to take the game. I'm just going to vote for Eminem out of hope.
You're going to vote for Eminem.
Yes.
Okay, today he was wrong one time. Let's see if he's wrong yet another time. Bifrost looking for playoffs. Eminem looking to run away from relegations. But I'm looking into the caster's desk, and they're looking good. It is initializing trouble.
Oh, that was very
Well, you're looking good.
Thank you. So are you. We're just looking fabulous here in general.
Good chat.
And we're looking at a very important match here as well. To reiterate what the desk was saying, Bifrost win this, they lock playoffs. Eminem already in relegations as it stands due to... I know. But of course, Eminem are kind of locked into the situation because of how spring went. And of course, there are championship points specifically when it comes to relegations over the whole year. As we head on to the Rift, it means what we're looking for here, if you're a Nariki fan, is an Eminem win. Makes that job of getting into playoffs a lot easier. Everybody else, Bifrost fans in particular, you are big fans of, surprise, surprise, Bifrost, because this is your chance to make sure playoffs are secured.
Yeah, and I think it would be, honestly, a big disappointment if Bifrost did not lock in the playoffs. EU Masters quarterfinalists, especially coming into summer. We said that jungle support duo that changed out was an upgrade in our eyes. And even though that has been the case, I feel like a lot of other teams have stepped up. Chimera!
Oh, Chimera immediately caught out by E-Star on Fury. Abscond and Abduct gets a big HP trade, but they can't quite get anything more. They'll get the ward down early, though, and nice to see some more aggressive and coordinated early plays from Bifrost. This time that work out, because some of the other ones have been a little off, shall we say.
All right, so when it comes to Bifrost, I think we heard Highway also mention it on an interview. He was like, we've tried so many different styles since the addition of himself, of course, and Diamond Prox. You're trying to reinvent the style that the team wants to play, right? You keep the core members, which is your two carries mid-top, and of course your marksman. But you have changed the two very important moving gears in the early game, which is the support and jungle, and the synergy in between them, how they want to play the game, how do they see the map, how they move around. And Bifrost have tried so many different playstyles where they've tried to play for Shikari, they've tried to play for Fury, they've tried to play for Odi, they've tried to play for early, they've tried to play for late game, they've tried to play for ganks.
Sure, this list goes on.
The list goes on. Literally anything that there is there, Bifrost has tried. The only thing that seems to consistently work is playing for Audi. Audi is probably one of the best marksmen that we have in the NLC. Things like his Aphelios, his Senna are so thin.
Lister, yeah, absolutely. This guy has been a real star, even though Bifrost has been a touch inconsistent. Fury, though, honestly, was a bit of the star on the Monday as he just about gets out of range of that charm, where he and Diamond absolutely put Eminence in the dumpster as bot side highway, maybe looking to try and do something similar with Shredder and Michigan, but just be a trade for now. Nice little engage, though, nonetheless, from the Tom Kench. But honestly, you know, shout out to Fury as well, a player who has been a little inconsistent with those performances and made it work there. Is back on that Silas he felt so comfortable with. Does miss out there on that abscond abduct, though, but we like to see the kind of playmaking there, and we'll be able to heal up via that level up as well, as Diamond now at level 3, looking to maybe find an angle here.
Wait, Diamond Prox level 3 ganking mid? I've never seen this before.
And he's got an angle then. It's not going to be spotted. Force a flash early from camera. It's going to go straight down mid-jungle from Bifrost, 2 weeks in a row, securing first blood.
Honestly, I'm going to start getting post-its out that will say shame on them. Everyone who dies level 3 to Diamond Prox mid will get a post-it on their forehead from me.
What it? So, you knew where he was!
So Chimera has a post-it right now from me on his forehead that says shame. Obviously, I'm kidding. Diamond Prox is one of probably, if not the most proactive jungler at that level 3 mark. If you ask anyone in this league, they'll tell you, if I'm playing mid, I'm most likely going to get ganked by Diamond Prox either level 2, 3, or 4. Hell, he even took Velvet into a level 3 shenanigan mid lane and got a flash on the champion as well. So, yeah, pretty good stuff again. The mid-jungle duo was what snowballed their game versus JDXL as well. It was Fury on that Silas that got that very early Bifrost and then snowballed his team to victory. This time it is, of course, Diamond Prox cashing in on the kill. But then again, you see that the fact that Chimera does not have his flash, does not have his teleport, he's 2 levels away from that Spirit Rush to actually get away from the Wukong if he chooses to gank again. And as you can see, the wave is slow pushing towards Fury. Diamond Prox is mid again.
He is. I wonder whether we've got time to talk about this mid lane match a bit more. We will have to wait just for now, as Diamond is looking for a wraparound, looking to continue punishing best he can. Has got the angle in, not spotted yet. Camera warding away. The abscond duck misses. Remember, Camera, no flash. It'll just be a chunk, and Diamond will walk back to try and potentially clear up some more of his jungle on the second clear. And honestly, had the time, right? Like, the camps were down. This was the opportunity. Does get charmed up as he was clearing out that ward, but gets rid of it, and pretty happy with that, all things said and done.
Honestly, really good stuff by Diamond Prox right there. He saw that Chimera had just come back. No flash, no teleport, as we mentioned, and there was a gigantic wave that Chimera needed to crash over on the Silas. Of course, when you're playing the Ari into the Silas matchup pre-6, you do have the luxury of playing ranged into Silas, poking him out.
Michigu, they've got a Binding Eclipse to follow up. That'll force a cleanse and a flash out of the Jinx. Bifrost bot lane is a thing to be feared. Playing very well with this duo right now.
And Howie consistently has been trying to find these abyssal dives to try and pull off potentially maybe a summoner. This time it was very close to a kill. Michigu loses both his summoners. This level 6 could be a potential target for Diamond Prox to set his sights on.
Completely agree, especially considering top side is the Sejuani. You don't necessarily want to play too much towards it. Don't get me wrong, you've got setup, you'll take if it's free.
I mean,
but
even Caleb knows at this point he's not going to be killing any Sejuani anytime soon.
Right.
He's going for the call.
He's just like, you know what, I'm going to maybe play towards my carries. You know, this Silas and this maybe this flashless Jinx, which looks nice and juicy. We could get our Aphelios kills. That sounds great. The jungler in me is rubbing my hands at that one. And we'll take this opportunity while we are hovering over Fury and Camera as well to talk about this matchup a little bit more in depth, because Fury has been very important to Bifrost and Eviction. Same with Camera, but when they've been losing, the stats have been seriously lackluster for both these players, all things said and done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like for Chimera, unless he's something like his Lissandra, his Swain, to me he's lacking a little bit on the impact. And it's the same thing for Fury. We did really see Fury pop off literally 2 seasons ago when the Akali meta was out, when the Silas, LeBlanc were out. Now that the durability patch came through and it sort of hindered a little bit the ability of these assassinations, these solo kills, Fury has resorted back to playing a lot of the mages, even in the previous season as well. And now we slowly but surely see him fit yet again into that slot of the assassins. I'll play in your face with the Salasis, with the Akalis.
And part of it as well has been just what this player has been asked to do for the team, right? Especially when you have had bot lanes like Odie and Dual from Spring. Now Odie and Highway, who've been very consistent for this team, at least in lane and stuff early on as well in those victories. It's nice to see Fury back on some of those more proactive plays and doing the best with it. Nice and even in a difficult range matchup to begin with. He's doing really well here.
You know what I say? When there's a lane that is too consistent, you always need the int. in your team. And not necessarily because somebody's gonna go and die, and it's because if you're playing assassins, it's high risk, high reward.
Bit of volatility.
So technically, players who play assassins are soft inters, but in a good way. Do you get it? So
I see your point. I'm worried about what you're encouraging in the NLC fans watching.
So
if you get banned because of this play style, blame Trouble, not the broadcast, okay? We like, her views are not our own. There's some like legal disclaimer I'm sure I've got to give out at this point. Riot terms of service, please adhere to it.
You have to sign somewhere.
Oh dear, oh dear.
But of course, it is really funny because playing a bunch of assassins and melee champions in the mid lane in this meta, you are susceptible to a lot of the ganks, but also it's very high risk, high reward. You do manage to get the kill like Fury and Diamondprox did versus JDXL. That challenge will snowball, and then the liability.
Oh, Shredder is
Diamond.
going to have to force the flash his time. Of course, Michigu's still got no flash. He's doing what he can. He's got nowhere to go. That set from Crescendo goes down. A double for Odie and Highway. Their way or the highway. And you can see which way that one works out. Fury now hopping forwards onto camera. Gets a bit of a chunk as Shikari and Diamond trade out in the top side jungle, just winning on every side of the map right now. Herald spawns to boot.
That bot lane 2 versus 2, it was all cleanse, flash, diff. The fact that Highway and Odie took the 2 versus 2 and Michigu lost both his summoners meant that Highway's Ignite was still burning on Michigu. Odie also had the right guns, but Eminem feel themselves towards the top side of the map. They want to go and contest for the Herald. Kalem does have ultimate, Chimera has ultimate. Renata incoming on level 5 whilst Highway is level 6.
Too late, too little. Highway gets that one. His third kill involvement. Fury with more of the Spirit Rush to go. Trying to get onto Soft, he's now trying to get out. He will get a lilting lullaby, potentially a Shredder respawns. He needs to try and survive though, gets stunned up. About to go down, one more auto will do it. Diamondprox puts Bifrost 6th kill on the board.
Yep, 3 out of 6 so far on the board for Diamondprox. Everywhere he's been, he has literally taken the kill for himself, and he's snowballing the early game for his team. As you can see, again, we've mentioned how a lot of the times Chimera does not make the right decisions. That was one of them right there. Gets caught by the Senzu Ani ultimate and absolutely destroyed. Then Soft tries to flash away, but Fury still in the way. The Spirit Rush from the Ari is able to follow through. Yet another kill going for the mid-jungle duo. And again, we've seen a lot of these teams going for the Herald plays, and it's usually one of the 2 supports that has leached XP off of another lane and has gotten into this Herald fight level 6. Highway was level 6, Shredder was level 5. These Renata ultimates, especially in choke points like these, are so important to have.
And let's call it out as well. Big move in the fact that Soft was a little late on the recalls and was not there to contest the Herald in time. Didn't have the lilting lullaby either. Must have used it elsewhere on the map. So I think Eminem unfortunately just had to give that one up, and it really burns them now. They're losing pretty much most lanes. 2 assists now on Shikari as well, who was having a quiet time of it. And we've talked about the mid jungle. We've talked about the bot lane. Bifrost looking much better over these last 2 games.
And I think that's been the story for Bifrost as well. Usually Shikari is Mr.
Soft.
Consistent towards the top of the map, as Diamondprox is going to contest away the big chicken. From Soft, I think Soft
Smited that one secure, yes.
Shikari has been Mr. Consistent the entire season. Whatever champion you put him on, he's going to be a rock towards the top side of the map, and he's going to perform. Diamondprox, he's your early game ganker. Talking about early game, we're only 10 minutes in. Fury, Diamondprox towards the bot side. It's a 4-man dive.
The action doesn't stop. Bifrost want playoffs. They want it now. A stolen hostile takeover means this turret ain't no skyscraper in Manhattan. Bought out by Bifrost in moments. They'll summon a Herald as well, and it's a Demolition crew making way for more gold in Bifrost pockets.
I think Bifrost right here knew that their fastest game was versus Singularity. I think this split 21 minutes something. They're trying to make this even faster. 2-0-2 for the hyper carry down the bot lane. The likes of Odie, 5 tower platings. First tower, they've gotten the Herald, they've gotten the Dragon. They're gonna swap now their AD carry towards the top side of the map. Take possibly even more tower platings to their name. That Aphelios already has Kraken Slayer. Sander for Diamondprox. Bifrost are literally choking Eminem with macro.
They really are. I'm looking at Soft here, but he doesn't feel like he's got an opportunity to go in. And that means I've got an opportunity instead to bring up a wonderful little bit of a new hashtag. Hashtag NLC memes. You know it's true. Why do we only have 2 spots at E-Masters? Behind them, Riot stares aggressively.
It's not bad. That hurts, man.
Go find the meme format from the Twitter. Go give us your best versions. We'll pick and select a few to throw them out.
Contact and Riot Games, and please ask them. Or we also have 2 seeds, whilst Kalem wonders what he has.
Ooh, he's got a Hextech ultimatum, but he gets devoured, and it's a delicious 3-course meal. or maybe just one this time around. A snack for Shikari to get his first kill on the board, and Diamond about to find Mishigu! That's a 5-0! Wukong just forcing Mishigu to flash Diamond. Not the best warrior trickster ever, but still has.
There's no tower.
Yeah, he's just waiting to see is there anywhere to go. Mishigu's like, I must find my way, wait for warrior tricks. There's an Nimbus strike, there's nowhere to go. He's just gone.
You know what?
Goodbye, sweet Jinx. We knew thee
This
well.
reminds me of the John Travolta meme where he's like looking around very confused.
Yeah.
Mishigu was like, where's my tower? Where's my teammates?
Oh.
Where do I go? Where's Monka?
I've got a new one of those hashtag NLC memes. It's just like Mishigu trying to farm in bot side behind him. Here's the Wukong. And now it's 6-0. Good grief, this is a bit of a statement game from Bifrost, who are looking to make this late season surge towards playoffs. Again, they were our EU Masters representatives, number 2. Had a bit of an awkward summer split towards the middle portions, but can still make their way up the standings somewhat here. And this is a great way to start and do it.
Absolutely. 7,000 goal difference at 12 minutes in 6-0-0 for Diamond Prox, the legend himself. He has absolutely taken control of the entirety of the map. He's level 3 gank Chimera in the mid lane, gotten himself a kill. He came back to try and punish. He went towards the bot side of the map, gave Odi and Highway the priority to push. Highway then gets summoners down bot lane, and then they 2v2. The entirety of Bifrost has been on point.
Oh, Camera takes so much damage, has to ult away from the Moonlight Vigil. That might well have spelled death with Shikari around the corner. Another plate falls. The top lane turret's gone as well. That is 12 plates already with 30 seconds to go. A huge amount of gold purely from structure demolition.
And I don't know how in the world you allow a Silas to take top lane plates versus a Camille. Eminence seem to be falling apart right here, because even though they do have vision towards the top side of the map, they play too scared around the towers. There's not enough coordination. I feel like ever since they pushed Soft outside of his jungle, we haven't necessarily seen these team fights that we see in the early game from Eminem and that creativity from their engages, although Highway might be a little bit too far forward.
Bold.
Everfrost is going to miss.
We maybe have had a few criticisms about this player, a young rookie player, of course, who has overstepped a little in the mid-games occasionally for Bifrost. Saw that a little bit against XL on Monday, where, of course, things like the Zac were very long range and perhaps not what you're used to playing in, so credit and perhaps a little bit of benefit the doubt to Highway, but now this mid lane turret in danger. Shikari with the Glacial Prison, and the prison is death. A bailout will not be enough. Soft flashes for a lilting lullaby. It's 4-man, but the turret's gone. Not going to do that much work, and the turnaround is just monstrous. Bifrost continue to run them over. Maybe we took the crown off them too early. These team fights look crisp, all right.
Oh, Shikari right there sees the shot, takes the shot, hits Shredder in the face. 3 members down for Eminem, and Bifrost can actually run to get the second Rift Herald of the game. They've opened up every tier 1 on the map, and they're having the sights on these tier 2s. And look at Shikari, he pretends he's taking the ward, and then he's like, surprise! Charges in, gets Shredder with the ultimate, and it's all too little too late. If you also look on the map, Diamond Prox prioritized taking down the tower right before the Lilia ultimate hit. So then Bifrost are able to turn this around without that extra tower damage falling onto them. Really good stuff. Love seeing this coordination by Bifrost, because we have a lot of question marks in the early season. Highway said, you know what, we have found their style. That's how we're going to play from now on. And that's exactly what they do. Scaling down bot, scaling mid, early ganks around mid lane to snowball Fury. She carried the rock on the top side. They have found their recipe for success.
Really feels like it. And, you know, I feel for Soft in that play as well. He finds a 4-man lilting lullaby under their tier 1 turret in another game where it wasn't this vast gold lead. That could have been it. That could have been the turnaround. Unfortunately, it's not, and it means more gold in Bifrost's pocket. The priority continues to be there. They've got 2 Heralds, 2 Dragons, and about 2 steps away from winning the game, it feels like.
You know what I love a lot about Bifrost? That ward, bush that Highway is in right now, where Shikari ulted from, they have made it their life's decision to keep it warded at all times.
Real estate speculation.
Keep this warded, having Sejuani around, having Silas around, meaning that you can have those long-term engages, means that whoever is mid lane cannot overpush. They can only stick underneath the tower, which means by the time the wave is there, you would have missed some experience, you would have missed some gold, and it's much more difficult for you to try and catch up, because you're going to need some help. So even if this Jinx steps underneath the tower, they see her alone, she is diveable at this point. So I really love the fact that Bifrost are keeping vision around that specific boost that Odi just went about, and they keep playing around that one, threatening constantly mid lane dives.
been doing such a good job of it. They're going to summon the second Herald down towards the bot lane, and Odie has some wonderful weapons to shred through this tower. Camera just doesn't really have an answer to be able to clear out this wave or the Herald that comes through. They might even get an inhibitor turret charge here as well. Certainly going to try and escort it in. Shredder over the wall, though.
While this is happening, look at Shikari. He's left the top little wave. He shoved it in. He's going towards mid lane, preps the wave. Renata ultimate's going to go in.
Yeah, but it's only onto a cloning camera. It takes so much damage. Afterward comes the Moonlight Vigil. Shredded with the chakrams flying downtown will just about survive. But the attempted turnaround engage is punished willingly and readily by Bifrost. They can do no wrong.
That macro was absolutely beautiful. Shikari shoves in the wave in top lane while the Rift Herald is pushing bot. He pings that he's heading towards that mid lane, gets another 2 waves pushed in, gets that mid lane tier 2 as well. Bot lane inhibitor tower fell due to Shelly. That is impeccable macro movement from Bifrost. And yes, you can say whatever you want, they're 11,000 gold ahead, but the fact that they haven't allowed a single inch for their enemies to come back into the game speaks miles about their development from the start of the split to now. So you will see that obviously Chimera and Soft are looking for that engagement together with Shredder's ultimate. The fact that Renata ultimate misses, Odie gets a huge Moonlight Vigil with his sniper, meaning that he can shoot them from super far away. He has a bunch of chakrams stacked onto him as well. Meanwhile, Shikari pushing mid. They've got almost every single outer turret in the game. Only the top side remains. And guess what? In 4 minutes and 40 seconds, there is a third dragon coming out. Mountain Soul on things like Wukong, who's already tanking together with Sejuani, but also Tam Ken's. But then a Silas who sustains a lot. Eminem are behind. They're going to be even further behind.
And don't get me wrong, we asked for a little bit more scaling from Eminem. Aragon was really adamant about it, saying, look, I'm not sure about these early game comps. They've drafted 440. That's meant that the early game has been pretty heavily punished. Not just pretty heavily, it's been monstrously punished. It's been a long time since I've seen... finally, my screen came back. I had a moment there where we went all black and cosplaying Eminem there briefly.
That happens to my solo queue as well. Don't know why.
That's because you play Katarina.
That's why I was wondering.
Well, we enjoy insulting each other's mains here in the NLC, and for good reason, really, as Calum forced away from even that bush near the blue. Is forced out of that. Just no control anywhere on the map. They've got one remaining outer tower that's about to get sieged onto, and I don't know how easy it'll be for Eminem to hold on.
Real quickly, before Bifrost starts sieging.
No chance. No chance. Calum gets knocked out of the hook shot and knocked into the dirt.
Question before this team fight finishes. Chat.
Yes.
Do you think Bifrost will get the
God, the question's answered! Eminem taken down to about a third HP each as that Infernum Moonlight Vigil burns him all to Christmas Fury. Steals the Ahri Spirit Rush. He's looking for a 1v4 in the enemy base. Gets on a Shredder. Finally gets charmed. Goes golden, survives, but that will allow this inhibitor turret to get sieged taken down. Shikari was diving forward with an Arctic Assault, but his hand shook away. Inhibitor turret in mid lane falls, and this has been the story of this mid game. The flow from one objective to another from Bifrost has been silky smooth.
Absolutely, they're gonna take another inhibitor tower and they're gonna go back towards a racer. TP is coming back in. Diamond Proc though might just spot this. Calum is going in.
He's gonna try his best, but what can they do to stop it? Diamond might try and turn it around though. Calum, hook shot, gets stunned on the wall thanks to the passive of Sejuani. Odie is godlike indeed. Over the wall goes Diamond to secure another. A 3v5 remains for Eminem. A double already. Make that a 1 back, but it's just not enough. Mishigu is glue, and Camera alone is the one remaining.
No! Odie ruined the perfect game for Bifrost.
How could he?
Eminem have no towers, Eminem have no dragons, Eminem have no neutral objectives, and they had no kills up until the point where Mishigu flashes to take Odie's life. Bifrost will win this game pretty convincingly. Unfortunately, though, it's not going to be the perfect one initialized.
The Marshmallows freeze in the might of Bifrost this game. A final inhibitor falls. They won't quite look to end it yet. But Nariki fans look on, and there's a sinking feeling in their gut as Bifrost looking to make sure playoffs are going to be theirs today.
And again, Calum, he's a pretty strong Camille right here, level 12, but he gets instantly stopped dead in his tracks. And again, I have to commend Shikari for the way he has been playing the Sejuani. The engages have been spot on. Him covering for his team have been spot on. Odie, you filthy Inter! Game!
Oh, the rage from Trouble Inc, I'm sure, is counted by their team as well. The Super Mega Death Rocket to spot out the Barons going down, and there's nothing at all Eminem can do about it.
Thank you, MasterCard.
Thank you, MasterCard. Are we going to go somewhere with that, or is that just...
Oh, it was just thank you. just been thankful.
Okay. And Bifrost as well. Very thankful for how this game's gone. It's been a bit of a statement from them. We've had so many questions about their consistency, so many questions about how their team coordination has been. They're shoving in with 3 lanes of minions, they're shoving in with Baron, they're shoving in to prove exactly what they are here to do. Kalem has to back out. Hostile Taker comes through, camera goes forward, but it's a last gasp. A Spirit Rush into the grave as Diamond Prox throw down another Cyclone. The bailout will buy some time for Soft, but he melts. It's like a dream, and they wake up to the cold, cold reality of Bifrost locking playoffs.
And after cold sweat through the split, up until that second to last week of the regular season, Bifrost finally, by the skin of their teeth, locking these playoffs, beating Eminence. And again, that was a very decisive game to do it through, beating JDXL just on Monday, coming back in on Wednesday and giving us this game. I wanted to say perfect game, but Audie, you stopped me right there, dead in my tracks. I think it's huge, the fact that they lose Singularity, then proceed to beat the #1 team in the league, and now they're looking so strong. They have found their stride, they found their play style, and all they have to do now is wait and see if anyone can actually crack their perfect code.
And that was the question, right? We didn't know whether they were even going to make playoffs. They've made it now. The question has to become, what form are they coming into it with? 2 games back-to-back now where they've looked incredibly dominant. I guess it's for the desk to tell us exactly what they think about that game and Bifrost moving forwards.
That could have been it. The perfect game, but Odie had another plan. This allows Bifrost to step into playoffs and also remove away M&M from the run and put them really close to relegations. This is a tough one to take in. And I know we keep saying, I feel really bad for M&M. But I mean, Bifrost played this really well. Ever since Diamond Prox did the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, this team has changed. I'm just going to say it.
I mean, yeah, it is really impressive. And they're sticking to their guns. They weren't liars. They drafted triple scaling lanes once again and actually made it work once again against M&M. I do think M&M may... Could you call it an off game? They have been kind of playing a bit poorly. Like, I think Chimera specifically, I don't know what happened. I don't think there's a world you should die in the early like that. I feel like M&M had all the tools to stall, and now I feel like I own an explanation as to why I think the game should have gone better. In previous games, M&M as a team have, even though they've been behind, even with an early game team composition in the mid and late game, they have had these kind of dream fights. And I thought if they just made it to these dream fight scenarios, whilst even with a good scaling comp, it wouldn't be too bad. But clearly I was completely wrong. It did not go very well.
Didn't work for M&M, but tell me.
I just want to say, from a Bifrost point of view, Diamond Prox played that game so well. That was my main question, right? We know he likes to gank early. Would he be able to do that on the now nerfed Wukong like he did previously in the split? And the answer, a resounding yes. He had an incredible game on the Wukong. They snowballed out of control, and as you talked about, right? If Odie hadn't died once, it would have been a completely perfect game. No turds, no plates, no drakes. They gave up so little that game. It was only that one kill on Odie that denied the possibility of that perfect game from the side of Bifrost. And to me, I am so impressed by Diamond Prox, how he managed to get so much out of the early game of a champion whose early game clear just got nerfed.
We called them the hope from Spring Split, and now they're back on playoffs, and that's why we're going to talk with Fury, the mid laner. Welcome back. That beautiful smile. How are you doing, Fury? How are you doing?
I'm good, I'm good. It has been a long time, right? I think it's already
It has been a long time,
I've not been on the stream, so I'm back.
I know things have been complicated for your team, but finally you can step back and say, well, we are in playoffs, we're secured, we just need to look into other teams right now. What was the rush, or at least the feeling coming from the early part of the split where you guys were looking good, all of a sudden you went downhill? That's the only way you can put it, but you're now back on track.
Yeah, I think we are not locked for playoffs yet. It depends if Naiwiki loses today
One
or
game
wins.
away, yeah, but
yeah,
this is the best position you
if
could
they
have.
lose, we are locked. If they don't, then we still have a fight against them. But I think looking at the split, how it kind of went, we had kind of good weeks the first weeks. I think last week and the week before was kind of already showing that we had some struggles. I mean, the game against Singularity was like a wake-up call, right? Like it was embarrassing to lose against them. Like no offense to the players, but we should not lose against that team. So it was a really good wake-up call, and yeah, we have shown this week that we should that we can beat any team, and I think for upcoming games we can just keep going like that.
You're telling me it was a wake-up call, but what realistically changed on that wake-up call?
I mean, we have mostly looked into our like first 10 minutes with how we play. The most games that we lost was that we did some stuff early game that were like not good calls. So that kind of snowballed the game after that. So we have looked a lot into that, and that has been improved. And you can see it in the games that it's just going a lot better.
Now, if you do end up on playoffs, you only need one game from Noriki. It's up to you guys, nevertheless. You still have a few games to go. But if you do get locked in for playoffs, you're looking at the last seed. So you're one of the teams that will be allowed to be picked by other team. Who or versus which team don't you want to get picked by?
To be honest, I don't really care who we face. I think if we can just
always the same answer, Beauty. But continue.
I think if we can just keep going, we are playing like this week, we can beat any team. I mean, we have beaten the first team on Monday, so I don't have like I'm not scared for any team.
Okay. Last one because I need to use this one. You defeated the JDXL, the first team on the standings. That was not a defeat. That was a complete domination from you versus the enemy mid laner, one of the most known mid laners in all ERLs. How were you feeling on that game? I didn't get to talk with you, so I need to know how were you feeling? How big of a smile you had on your face?
Well, that game, my energy level was like out of the roof. Like I was completely screaming. I was doing everything I could to win that game. So yeah, I mean, sadly I didn't have the interview on Monday, but that game was really fun to play and I really enjoyed it.
It seemed like it. Well, you're bringing the silence, you're getting back on those melee champions. Let's see if one day you actually lock in what you hover every single game. I'm looking for you. Thank you so much for this one, Fury. Have a nice day, and I'll see you in playoffs. Who knows? I'll see you soon regardless.
Thank you. Have a good night. See ya.
There you go. And I like to talk with him because he's so emotional, and sometimes you can see when he's feeling the defeat. When he gets that W, he also feels that one. He's a 80 kind of player.
He definitely does seem really happy in that interview, man. Like, I haven't been here for the interviews where he has been, like, on that loss streak, but definitely from this, he definitely looks like he's all motivated. And saying he's screaming during the game, I can definitely feel that.
So Bifrost are looking for playoffs. They seem really good right now. M&M are looking for relegations. How can we look into this team? We keep talking about it's really sad, obviously, but we have to face the facts. They're picking some sort of champions. They're now working. What has to change for M&M to keep their ground on Division 1?
What to me was very interesting was the fact that you highlighted, Aragon, that they had gone for a bit of a different style here, right? They had picked the scaling, and then they fell even further behind than when they picked for the early game. And that to me is a very worrying sign. The fact that, you know, the early game, okay, you drafted an early game comp that didn't really work out, you didn't gain a lead, so, okay, let's just pick a late game comp, hope to go even, and then in the late game we can play the game. But no, you just get curb stomped and lose at 20 minutes or something like that. Very, very tough defeats here. For me, what's most important is, you know, they go back, they reassess. Do we still want to continue with this late game? Do we think that we can make it work? Because Bifrost, let's be honest, they have looked very good this week. So it is a strong team they were up against. You know, the teams in NLC Div 2 and the bottom of Div 1 aren't as strong. So maybe they stick with this scaling comp and then they try and gain some momentum in the last two games, which I think is the most important part. Picking up maybe just one more win here in NLC Div 1 before you go into relegations will give you that bit of extra confidence that you can
would give them the boost, yeah, to help them and face relegations. If they end up there, we're going to talk with Kimetto right now from the M&M side. Welcome back to the interview. I know this is a tough one after missing this game. Tell me what happened, because it seems like the Champion Select went better for you guys. You had some sort of late game, you had the early game as well, but what do you believe failed in order for the Bifrost to take this sort of lead?
I mean, quite frankly, they just played better individually overall. It's not really a secret anymore that we're really struggling right now. We're struggling stylistically, individually, and just overall as a team. I think, you know, just even the close games we had against Bifrost last time or against X7 are kind of a thing of the past now. So I think the biggest issue against, like, as weird as this sounds, like with the last week, the split coming in is just against ourselves. I think we need to make sure that we have good morale coming into the last week, get some momentum going, and kind of prepare for relegations, which sucks, but it's reality.
You have been a player that joined in really recently. Obviously, Division 2, looking for your spot doesn't seem to be a good feeling right now. But tell me, what was the most important lesson you've learned so far while staying on Division 1 with M&M?
It's a good question. I think the biggest thing I've felt from Division 1, the biggest thing I've taken away is I don't think you can be a one-man team, or I don't think you can... Well, it's very rare to just be the difference maker every game and like solo carry. I think the game has just become such a team orientated and macro based game that you have to be on the same page as a team. So not only do you have to be really highly skilled and talented to play in Division 1 in the first place, but if you're not on the same page as your team, and if your team don't see things the same way you do, or you don't understand a concept at the same level, you're not gonna win, and you're not going to snowball games, you're not going to have comebacks. I think that's really evident from the games that we've had. In the games where we've won, we've looked like we have been on the same page and we've snowballed really, really efficiently. But the games where we've lost have, not every time, a lot of times has just been individual mistakes, but has just been really poor macro-based decisions and not playing as a team. And it sucks that we're doing this bad in the league, but I've taken a lot away from this. It's been a really good experience so far. Overall, I think I have learned a lot and I have grown as a person, so I'm grateful for that, but I now want to build from that and take that into the last week and especially relegations and hopefully for future splits. So
Let's see what the future holds for you guys, and remember that no matter what happens, it's your climbing, it's your staircase so far, and you guys have the names and you guys have the skill. Maybe going into a game with that defeat mentality is pushing you guys backwards because the team is there. So best of luck to whatever future holds for you. Have a nice one. Always a pleasure.
Cheers. Thanks very much, guys.
It is good to know what they took away from Division 1 and all that, but they now are aware maybe relegations is our place right now. Might as well face it and just come on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, kind of get the best of it, right? We saw with Singularity for a while, they have obviously been locked into relegations, and we've seen them with the new roster, the momentum, the fact that they're showing signs of life. I think they're looking very strong coming into relegations compared to what they did just a couple weeks ago, and I hope the same will happen here for M&M coming in to this last week, because we know their roster is very good. We've seen good moments from Kalen. We know Soft can qualify to the European Masters. He did that down in the Italian scene. Kamari is a great team player who's a very good facilitator. I like their bot lane as well. Michigu has had some great highlights moments with Threader, so it's a team with the potential to really be good. They just haven't really clicked, so I just hope they bounce back in that last week, build some momentum, and you know, maybe they stick around for Div 1 next year.
Let's see what happens moving forward as we look into the standings. I just got a surprise out of nowhere. I was so confused. Let's look into this one. M&M now looking into relegations. They have to win 2 games, and Vanier has to lose 2 games, but I think Vanier have the upper hand on the head-to-head, so no matter what happens, I believe M&M are now currently looking into relegations. But as I said in the previous, before the show, I have no idea how to look into a foldy sheet, so I'm completely lost. For Bifrost, they're 9-7. This means they're almost locked in playoffs, and Nuriki have to win if they want to move forward. And now moving forward, Aragon, we need to look into JDXL Singularity. New changes in the mid lane. There's a lot to talk about it, so that's why I'm going to ask you. So let's look into the fan in the street by JDXL. You got baited.
That was me last week. I'm sorry. Okay. I know how you feel. You're
yes,
very
yes,
bad
it's
human.
your boy Gerald, and we are here for XL Fan on the Street, and I'm joined by Superfan from XL, Don Jake. And I'm going to ask you, how are you feeling about last week? Was pretty turbulent.
When's it going to end, J-Real? It's a joke, to be honest with you. You know, week in, week out, I give my life and soul. I watch every single game. Dan, 330 on the Lee Sin jungle clear. He looks tired, J-Real. Venza, level 3 deaths every game. When's it going to end, J-Real? The drafts, it's got to end. The experimentation, it's come to an end now. I'm Torek out.
Torek out has been a message through the Discords. There's been a lot of people that are agreeing with this, but hold on one sec. We do have a fan on the line.
I think we're being too tough on Torek here. My working theory is that Naruki were personally responsible for Eminence's flight delay. And it was a Cloud Drake Soul. It was windy on the Rift. How were they meant to calculate the move speed increase?
Cloud Drake Soul, windy on the Rift. It was windy for both teams. What are you talking about?
Well, you know, they had a lot of dashes and...
No, this is ludicrous. It's ludicrous. What do you think of this take?
Well, listen, it's delusion. It's the typical delusion from the Torek in club. You know who else is Torek in, J-Real?
Who's Torek in?
My mum. Is she mad?
Well, I don't really know what's going on here. Well, looking forward into the next week, you're playing against Singularity. Do you think anything's going to be better?
Listen, the thing is about this Singularity game, if we lose, this is going to be the last time you see me wearing this badge. I'm going on loan. I'm going to be an M&M fan.
Well, you've heard it here first. It's a popular take from a lot of fans out here, but we're going to be throwing it back to you on the desk. Artrom, Trouble, Aragon, take it away.
Thank you so much. I don't know why every single time we get a fan on the street by JDXL, it seems like a Steven Spielberg movie. They have an entire cast, production team, everything, and there's always Don Jake. He's always there. So if JDXL loses versus Singularity, not only is going to shift the tables as well in the standings, but we have a lot to talk about. Now, let's talk about it. Look into me, Aragon.
Okay, for sure.
New mid laner, Singularity looking really good. I don't know.
So I did prep. I kind of like half predicted maybe Eminence would get subbed out after this game, after his game on Monday. So I did a bit of prep, like if they introduced Morozku, I think his name's pronounced. And I realized something. I realized regardless, they should just camp mid. Because if it's Eminence, he's going to tilt. If it's Morozku, he's kind of disconnected with his team because he's the new guy on the block, right? So I think regardless, you play for your Lucy and Lilia, just like you did versus Dusty, and you camp the hell out of him.
But if you allow Lilia to go through on the champion select, that is a total count.
Yes.
There is an hashtag total count. Now,
bring it back to Singularity, boys. We gotta reignite the good spirit of the Danish Orc, man. Come back to us. I would love to have Taro back on Singularity. But no, on a more serious note, I think for JDXL, I'm very excited to Team Morozku, and if they play around him well, they can definitely have a new carry they have unearthed here, because we saw him at the European Masters, we saw him in the Ultra League have so much success in these assassins, and we know if an assassin gets ahead, they can really snowball the game. So if they get Morozku ahead early, I think they are very comfortable.
There's a big question mark on what Morozku can bring into this team. Obviously, you heard it on the interview at the beginning of the show that they still are not aware of what Morozku can bring. But from we know from Morozku, he's an assassin. So if they play for the assassin and the assassin plays with the team, this could be a better GDXL.
Yeah, so this kind of ties in with my point I actually want to make about Dan specifically. I think Dan has been playing best when he's been on Facilitator Champions with a good amount of early game. So if they put him on good early game that can help get Morozku through the lane phase as maybe this assassin pick, I think that's the best bet to win. So relating to the assassin picks, yes, but Dan on Facilitators as well.
I would like to see that. So I know you want to, Duckling.
That felt good.
These guys are going to break my table. I'm telling you right now, if that happens, I need security. I need security. As the bans are coming out, JDXL versus Singularity with only one win. On the other side, JDXL with 3 losses out of a sudden. Morozku on the mid lane, Vincent on the bot side. What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about the Volibear. We've highlighted Dan being so great on the champion so many times today. His last real chance of playing it, and it has instantly been banned away. A great ban here from Singularity.
So I also think the Seraphine ban makes sense. Obviously, she's really broken, but also to take away from Spiky, we've seen he has been defaulting. Like, if you look at his match history throughout the entire split, he has been playing scaling, and now we finally see the only way Singularity can beat JDXL is through that Lilia, and they finally banned it.
Finally, someone looks into the Bambi. They're like, nah, might as well take it out. Put Scrudy on a different jungler. Let's see what he can do on a different one. Senna is going to be removed away from Vincent. He's really good at piloting that one. He also builds for the Kraken. He builds for the damage. But Lucian away. So what do we have open? Because Wukong is there. Maybe Scrudy can facilitate with that one.
Potentially, the Wukong potentially. I mean, he's shown he plays Kha'Zix, Wukong, Viego recently, right? So I think maybe potentially those or something else entirely. I think, though, specifically for XL, we might see Draven. Venza Draven has been permabanned, but not this game. So maybe we see that too. The blind pick GP, we know how good this is. Usually teams, actually XL usually ban GP, so I'm surprised it's gone through.
But you have so much things to ban, like you have to take the Seraphine, you have to take the Lilia, and then the Lucian, you're kind of worried as well because Mirza has been kind of a beast with that one. And you bring the Zeri, you know she needs movement speed, you're facing GP as well, it's a complicated one.
And I think Sari obviously in the meta has gone down a slight notch after the hotfix in 12.12b. But for me, I think just it's important to highlight this champion does the exact same amount of damage, just stacks that movement speed a little bit slower. So we saw with the Tiller as well, right on X7. This champion can do a lot of damage. I'm surprised they don't go for the Yuumi, but I guess, you know, getting one of the stronger junglers in the meta, who we now know can still do something in the early game after Diamond procs incredible performance on it, the Wukong being locked in for Dan.
So yeah, I do expect the Yuumi to be picked away because it just synergizes too well with Wukong and Zeri teamfight. And now we see the Twitch. It could be Twitch Yuumi as well. Twitch is really good in the meta right now, specifically, honestly, he just came in as a counter to Zeri. Because Twitch, pre-durability update, he couldn't function. He needed the durability to get through lane phases, and on top of that, he needs the free scaling lane of a Zeri because she's so weak. So we see the standard pick into the Zeri with the Twitch there.
If that is the pick, that's going to be interesting, allowing not only the Twitch to work with the Yuumi, but also the GP if he gets ahead. There you go, Yuumi has been picked. On the other side, what do you pair this Zeri with? Because Nautilus is still available, and you know if you're facing a Yuumi, you can just flash, boom, put
Could
the
be
anchor.
the Nautilus or potentially the Renata. I think both are really good. I would definitely bet on either of those two. Nautilus, there you go. Surprised Renata's getting through draft though.
That is a big question as well. They focus on so much and they allow the Nautilus to go through versus the Yuumi and the picking the Yuumi. So the bans are coming in, probably looking for the top lane because, well, on one side for Singularity to ban away the top, the other one, where should they be focusing? Maybe the jungle?
Yeah, the jungle seems to be, for me to be the easiest one to target here. There are only a set amount of real meta junglers at the moment, Udyr being one who has risen a bit in priority with his more tanky build, and Scrooty now has to show more of his flexibility because he has had these Lilia games. We know he can play something else, but the Lilia has by far been his best champion, so with that being taken away, and if they can continue to trim this jungle pool even further, I think we'll have to go in something a little bit more spicy, a little bit more unexpected, simply due to the amount of bans that have been poured into the jungle pool.
The Kale, a good answer versus
I was about to say, I think we could probably see some bans to the counters to GP in Shyvana or maybe Kale. I didn't know if Kryze played Kale or not, but I'm pretty sure he could pilot Shyvana. She's relatively simple. So yeah, it looks like we're seeing the Kale ban and the Kha'Zix as a target ban into Scrooty because he's shown he plays it. And
yeah, he has to dive deep into his champion pool if he wants to pick something for the jungle. We still have a few of them available. What do you reckon could be picked for Scrooty then?
You need something to match the early, potentially. Viego, he did get nerfed, so it's pretty hard to say. I don't think there's... The pool is definitely pinched, right? There's so many bans to junglers. You've got your Volley, your Udyr, your Kha'Zix. I think maybe Viego's the only real option left. It kind of synergizes pretty well with the Yuumi. And there we go. There's the playmaking with the Camille into the GP plus setup.
No, that's a call out to you. You know, he knows you play the Renekton. I was looking for this one because when he played this previously, he was a menace.
That could be a
oh my.
So the Zeri is going mid?
So what they've done is they've flexed Zeri mid, and now you can't get through lane as Yuumi into Kalista. This is one of the worst lanes in the game. You cannot play Yuumi into Kalista. You just die. This is an unbelievably intelligent flex from XL.
This could be a Torok really smart, 500 IQ, or the Torok out.
Yeah, it could be Torok into
We still
Let's
don't
see
know.
what Oak and the boys has to say about that in terms of the fan on the street segment.
Person
Obviously
is
the
joining.
hover there, but let's see
Person
what
is
ends up getting
joining.
locked in. Now, you mentioned the Kalista on the bot lane, right? For me, what I'm interested in seeing is here, how strong is the Zeri mid lane now? Because it was there for a short while. We also saw Eminence put it out once beforehand, but it has been nerfed, right? Zeri receives a nerf, the crit doesn't do that much damage through the wall anymore. So what is the build you want to go for? Is it still the AP that you feel comfortable enough in? And depending on what they lock in here, they've just gone for the Silas. So that's a sorry enough move to the top lane.
We are actually seeing a Draft Kingdom hit by Torok. A Silas with a Swainel is unbelievably broken. We have an unbeatable bot lane for the side of SNG. Kalista just rolls Yuumi lane. And now we have a counterpick top side. Absolute draft domination from Torok. It isn't going to be close.
No. They're flipping it again.
Oh,
regardless.
no,
Rolling
I've
it around.
seen this
It is the
before.
shy top.
Oh, this is so interesting. This is so interesting because you put on the spear on the den. Nah, why are you baiting me? Torok, you're fired. Last predictions.
Honestly, I cannot predict Singularity just because JDXL have been so annoying in this draft to read, but I think that Torok has got this Draft Kingdom in the bag. I'm hashtag Torok in.
Yeah.
I believe JDXL will take it.
Full belief in Torok. Torok drafts.
Hashtag Torok in, boys. Or Torok to...
You guys are mad. Not moms, I'm telling you. Well, let's jump into this game. JDXL versus Singularity on one side, the top team that is injured right now versus Singularity that is building up some momentum. Who's gonna take it? I don't know, but the casters will probably know because I have no idea what is happening right now.
Well, I can tell you one thing with confidence. You can take Eminence out of Excel, but you can't take Excel out of Eminence.
If you two...
They will take the Zeri out of the bot lane, they'll put her mid, and now they'll put her top.
If you two have been Toroked, you can call the NLC helpline or really contact us on Twitter, probably with angry tweets and memes, and we'll laugh about it with you because what the hell? You bring in this new guy into mid lane who is in his rookie year. He's been asked to play, he goes onto a Sylas, something he's comfortable with, and you get this Zeri top lane, Kalista bot lane, madness.
Right. Fun fact about Roscoe, of course, before we get into the more nitty-gritty. He has a solo queue account called Yone, Sylas, Akali.
Yes, he does.
These three only. And Torok has also named him the Polish Chovy. So last time he came in with the Sylas, it was a little bit underwhelming. Now the guy is on it again. Let's see what he can bring.
Onto the Rift we go to see how it all plays out. Because, of course, this is a hell of a debut. It's a very Torok draft. It's a draft kingdom, according to Aragon. It's certainly a bold one.
I don't know about that, man. I've not seen guys of Zeri before.
We saw the fan on the street from XL where Don Jake was complaining about his mum Toroking. When this is what we call Toroking, where you draft like this.
He also said that if XL lose here, he will go with the...
With that to M&M. I don't know how...
So he will go from #1 and also to a team that's getting relegated. I don't know if that's worth it, man.
I hate to say, but we have talked about the XL curse just a touch. And of course, you know, with Dusty continuing to look very good, Riddle also, you know, while they lost today, certainly putting up a fight. XL have drafted themselves an XL, a Torok draft. They've slotted in their new mid laner on a comfort pick. Let's see what they can do again. It's against the last place team, but...
Okay, let's address the elephant in the room.
Yes.
Eminence out, Mrosku in. Now, what the playstyle was for JDXL with Eminence is very much what a lot of times Caps does for G2. He will usually take the 1v1 or the 1v2. He will kill 1 or 2 members, which means that then G2, and therefore JDXL, because we're comparing the two playstyles between Caps and Eminence, will play with a numbers advantage on the map. Now, this a lot of times has backfired, because when you're really trying to kill somebody, a lot of times it backfires and you get killed, as we saw on Monday when Eminence was piloting the Talia. Now, Roscoe coming into the team, we need to keep a close eye on how the dynamic of the team changes. Is it going to be the same thing? Because the dude plays really aggressive picks. Sylas, Yone, Akali. We talked about this. He played Kiana over at EU Masters over in spring. So this guy does like to play his aggressive assassins, which could pretty much function the same way like Eminence did. Venture, FGG, that level 1, Kalista, very potent.
Brutal damage, of course. Nautilus with the passive and the dredge line, very nasty to deal with. Of course, Spikey survives. He's still got himself a Yuumi to help heal up. But right now, it is very much XL with that bot side pressure. And while we're going to, of course, continue to talk about Mrosku, we'll continue to see how he does in this game. This draft, in a lot of ways, it's about these double AD carries in the side lanes, and a big play already. Exhaust cleansed away by Venza. Continue to hop forward to get even more damage. Rend comes down, and that is 3 summoners, everything but the flash from Singularity.
Everything but the flash for Singularity, but look at where Dan is pathing. He's pathing to the top side of the map. Look at how intelligently Venzer and FTG have been building up the wave. The third one is going to just camp right now on the map.
Spiky, before that, like the moment I looked at it, had 0 CS. He hadn't even touched the wave yet.
That's exactly how they use this Kalista in the LPL. Level 1 aggression into not allowing your opponents to touch the wave. That's what has been happening so far. They've built up 3 waves. Dan is hovering towards the bot side of the map. We could be looking for a dive. Look on your left side screen, though, because Scrooty is also pathing towards the bot side, and Dan is just about to cross a ward.
Intelligent ward over where the Scuttle Crab will be spawning as well to spot Dan out, so they know that's the play. It was already kind of foretold by the wave state, but Scrooty will be around and off vision. Dan needs to be careful here, stepping into this. Jinzhao early will throw down the Warrior Trickster the moment that Wind Becomes Lightning comes through.
Very clever from Scrooty. He delays a little bit, he's clear towards red buff, but very importantly, he slots down the ward, like you mentioned, also initialized, that will spot down towards that bot lane. This is bread and butter JDXL. They will shove in the first 2 to 3 waves. They will try to tower dive, especially when they're a Draven or a Kalista. They want to be snowballing that early laning phase early on. So Dan pathing bot lane, trying to pull up a dive. Scrooty, very nice read right there on the situation. Saves his team from a very grim scenario, I would like to say. Still, that Twitch is behind 5CS, but we all know that 5CS does not matter when you go to 2 to 3 items and you become a complete menace later on with the Tom and Jerry in team fights.
You do indeed, but Venza did get the early back, got to get a hold of an additional longsword, got himself that refillable pot and a control ward, and will be able to continue shoving as FGG takes this opportunity on the early back to try and get in and clear some of these wards. All the while though, Scrudy does manage to, having defused that play in the bot side, get a hold of that topside scuttle, and this is a different pick for this guy. This is not the Kha'Zix, this is not the Lilia, these kind of slightly more scaling level 60
they're all
jungles.
banned away.
Exactly. And instead he's going back towards still an aggressive jungler, but it's a much earlier spiking champion with less late game carry potential.
I'd like to say the way that I see a lot of the Xin Zhao, depending on what you pair it up with, it can also be used as a mid shield or a second life. For example, the fact that a lot of the Xin Zhao are paired up with Gwen's. Gwen creates a bubble in front of her, another one by a Xin Zhao you cannot really cross to go to that aid carry in the backline. And now it's the same situation with the Swain. The Swain ultimate later on when you have a Rylai's becomes really difficult to cross through to get to that Twitch, to get onto Spiky, so he can actually free hit in these team fights. So pairing up that Xin Zhao ultimate with the Swain ultimate is going to be very difficult for that Kalista to pass through them to actually reach the Twitch.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, perhaps try again, as Dan is on vision though. Very well warded, honestly, by Singularity now twice in a row. Morozq's here, but so is Scrudy. This is going to be a very spotted dive at level 4. Teleport now coming through. FGG hooking his way out, but Dan stuck onto the tower, but of course, it's just the Warrior Trickster. Visions of Empire, though, takes FGG down to very low HP, but Singularity once again ward off the dive.
Something to really mention here, though, is that Morozq, level 5, ditching the wave mid lane, heading towards the bot side of the map, trying to pull up this tower dive. These are new moves that we've seen from JDXL, which a 4-man dive towards the bot side of the map. Morozq trying to cut off Mirza as well.
Let's get a hold of him, but I don't know how well this will play out. The Never Move does go wide. Took me a second there to remember the name of that one. Death's Hand as well does do a little bit of damage, but nothing too much more. And back to the mid lane they go. Nice attempted trade, though, by Morozq nonetheless.
Meanwhile, Scrudy, an entire level up on Dan. 10 CS almost difference between the two junglers. Of course, Dan has tried to pull out 2 tower dives towards the bottom of the map. Scrudy and Singularity have read them really well and responded accordingly without necessarily losing any CS of experience. If anything, Scrudy is the true victor out of all these shenanigans. And Morozq
level 6 hit while he goes in, but that'll be a Demonic Ascension apiece. Trading back and forth, but this is a Silas. He'll be able to heal more than you are right now. Scrudy is down, but Dan's coming around. Can they still keep healing? Morozq will not reactivate for now, and it'll just be ultimates traded, but the flash from Morozq did have to come down as well.
Scrudy just stayed around for Mirza to push in that wave because Mirza did not have a lot.
Sidestep. FGG goes quite deep for this as a result. A very long-range pierce lands onto Spiky, but a bop and block will allow him to trade back well enough.
Yeah, so again, Mirza didn't have a lot of mana in this mid lane trade, so they just needed to make sure that they pushed before the Wukong showed up. Honestly, I have been extremely impressed by the presence of Scrudy in Singularity.
So good.
He has been reading ganks so well. His ganking ability in previous games with the Lilia has been on spot, on the correct waves, on the correct timing, repeat back to back when someone is missing. The guy clearly has a really good understanding of wave state, ganks and counter ganks. And I think that Singularity are obviously coming in with a chance. And reiterating, this is the #1 team in the NLC versus the last team in the NLC. Only 1 win for Singularity. And so far, JDXL have been known to be notorious for the early games. Singularity have not given them an inch.
No, the gold is pretty damn close. Of course, Venza has still taken a lot of the pressure and converted that into a CS lead, but Spiky's kind of like, okay, I've got a cull, I'll try and survive. The Gangplank's surviving. This Xin Zhao has managed to get himself up to a point of relative strength coming into something like a Herald fight, nice and early, but Dan now taking this opportunity to maybe look at a top lane play with that Herald on the board.
Yeah, I think you're gonna need more concrete numbers advantage up there. Scrudy towards the bot side of the map. Ooh.
Does manage to come in with the wind, becomes lightning, but of course there was still a Fate's Call, so not really any true angle in on that one. But while the Herald's being started by Dan, SNG will take this opportunity to try and start a dragon instead.
If you look towards the top side of the map, I think this makes sense for both teams, right? Kryze has been permanently shoving in Sips on the top side of the map, so you do have the advantage for JDXL on the top, and the advantage, of course, with Scrudy showing down bot lane, shoving Venza and FTG back underneath their tower, means that Singularity have numbers advantage towards the bottom side of the map, which allows them to secure the first dragon of the game. Now, looking at the Rift Herald, you need to be wondering right here, where does it go? Because you have carries all across the board for JDXL. Usually the money would go towards that. Kalista tried to open up the map, use her around these very small width places around the river when the new dragons come up. And we're potentially looking for a successful bot lane dive. So all eyes on Roscoe, all eyes on Dan to see when they're going to be having that bot side of the map again.
To their very best. Scrooty is around though, and of course now with GG recalling, maybe there might have been an angle in there, but decides against it, and I completely agree. See where Dan puts down the Herald, and there's a slight gold lead to XL right now, purely from those lane stats. You can see, of course, Cries with the flash and the ghost, with the lane shove, has been playing as top lane AD carries like to do, and doing very well into that so far in the island. Mrozcu as well, honestly, after that attempted little scuffle in mid lane, has done very well to get himself a lead in that mid lane matchup to boot.
I think right here he's going to be taking his very well-deserved blue buff as well to try and contest this mid lane wave. So the problem usually is when you're playing Sylas into ranged, Sylas will be trading a bunch of his HP since he's playing into raids. He gets a lot of harassment just to be able to push in the wave. The fact that you can Kingslayer onto your opponent to potentially heal back a bunch of that HP that will deal damage is going to be very important. Again, Dan towards that bot side of the map. They really want Spiky and Person dead. This time, Scrooty on the complete opposite side of the map, heading towards that bot side. Will he be there in time?
Oh, Spiky really wants to stay in range. They're going to cannon barrage the wave instead to make a Herald drop a little more tricky. And that does mean it's popped, of course, and there's a world to come back and punish. But the Herald stays in inventory. And Singularity hold on again. But again, every time, just costing more CS, more pressure. And Venza continues to be difficult as they look for mid instead.
I just need to say right here that the cover from Singularity is insane. The fact that they have so much scaling in their team, that they have denied XL back-to-back bot lane tower dives. They've kept the Twitch alive. Yes, that Twitch is 40 CS down, but he scales so much better than the Kalista. The Rift Herald has to be popped mid, wherever Scrooty is not, wherever the least numbers advantage are for Singularity, trying to make sure that you pop it before minute 14 to cash in on these tower platings. And that Gangplank ultimate usage was very clever because it will be back up when that Infernal Dragon will be spawning. So very well-timed counterattacks from Scrooty, very well-timed usage of utility that Singularity have into their disposal to try and keep JDXL's aggression at bay.
Of course, JDXL still have managed to get 2 plates apiece across every lane, so that's great news. And it's Ludent, by the way, as Trouble's eyes went exceptionally wide as she noticed that.
You know what? How we just compared Eminence to Caps and how to eliminate his
I've seen that.
Caps just played Sylas, full glass cannon in the LEC.
Oh, hang on. Cries got hit by the edge of the wind, becomes lightning, but will spark surge over the wall. Dan is now here, can maybe try to turn this around. There will still be an ultimate from Scrooty now popped, and Dan is in very deep by himself. There's a vision of Empire. Dan's just gonna die. First blood to Scrooty.
Oh, and this looks so miscoordinated. FTG are coming up. Mirza is being chased off by Mrozcu. And I think JDXL need to call it quits right here. Very uncharacteristic for Dan right there to go in on an engage where they have the numbers disadvantage. Mirza was also pinged by his teammates right there. And Singularity will find the first kill over the #1 seed so far in the NLC, JDXL. This is brilliant news so far.
Double, toil and trouble, cauldron brew, and no, something brew and cauldron bubble. I forget the Macbeth reference. It ruins what I was trying to say.
I think my name would make really nice rhyme in this.
It probably would do. Yeah, you looked at me, it's like, wait, I've actually casting with someone called Trouble, problematic making this reference. The point I was trying to make was a little bit of black magic coinciding JDXL and the end of regular seasons. Spiky going to try and extricate themselves from bot lane and does so pretty smoothly. I don't know whether you can still be here, buddy. Venza might have to be a touch afraid, of course.
Oh, Venza might actually get soloed here.
He's around, though, and instead it'll just be a recall. Don't hop into the bush. Don't hop into the bush, is what Spiky is chanting, and will...
Wait.
Oh, wait, he's still here. Wait. Look, Yuumi and Jinzhao coming down. They're teleporting. Venza has no idea. He's in so much danger. He's got flash. He's got cleanse. There's a cannon barrage, though. Visions of Empire following afterwards. So much damage coming through, but can he rend his way to victory? Does get the kill, but it'll be a 1-for-1 as he is surely burned out here.
Whoa, that was a lot of utility that Singularity put down the bot side of the map and numbers advantage just to try and get 1 kill onto Venza. And Venza replies, in a 1 versus 4, He takes one with him. Look at mid lane. 3 tower platings down. Roscoe shoves in yet another wave.
We go.
Look now in the river. There are not a lot of ultimates available. Only person on the Yuumi has ult.
3v3 available. Baron, sorry, Dragon Eye Punch skewed by Merza, but now the demonic ascension comes through. So much damage coming down onto Dan. Scrooty with the ultimate all the while. It's a dead FGG. Mrozcu now turning around with his own stolen demonic ascension. Dan so low though, goes down. Mrozcu gets one back. Flash over the wall, but it's still a 2-for-1. Never move, pulls it back. Blast cone afterwards. Can he heal up? Cries has turned up from nowhere, but Spikey's respawned, and out of the ambush he comes. Now teleport back from Sips, who's trying to survive. Merza healing up, Death's Hand doing what it can. Spikey in ambush, but the bot side of Venza and the top side of Cries will ensure it's a relatively even trade. 3 for 2 in favor of Singularity, and they got the dragon.
What in the world is going on? JDXL are making all the wrong decisions in this particular game, choosing to fight when crucial ultimates are up. Scurdy has ult, Yuumi has ult. You dive in there, there's too much utility, shielding and healing, and you cannot shut this down that early into the game. FTG dies first, and you see how much Scrudy is regenerating, having that Yuumi on him, getting the shields from the Yuumi passive, and then Roscoe, last second, clutches it with the FTG. It's bot lane again, initialized.
Spikey with the Zoomies trying to heal back up, but Mrozcu teleports in. It's being unleashed, and I think he's just dead to right person. Gets hooked afterwards, and he will be unpersoned, I feel. Instead, he'll be a cadaver as Mrozcu gets that one, a fantastic teleport.
Wow, it is another kill for what Dark said, the Polish Chovy coming in for JDXL. And this is a much better game from the Polish mid laner, slotting straight into that #1 seed of the NLC, JDXL. It seemed a little bit underwhelming seeing him on Wednesday, 1 week apart, and he's making plays. He's clutching moments for his team. He's taking away names, initialize, and yet again, JDXL trying to start the Herald. Screwed is there, Merza's there, Sips is there, FTG is too far to try and make an impact.
Trying to get onto Dan, who's going to have to hop over the wall. He's got a blast cone, however. Can he come back in? He'll decide against it, and the Herald is taken. Nice leash. Thank you, JDXL. It's been a very explosive game thus far, Trouble.
It's just until we say, and it's bot lane again. This time, though, of course, the bot lane tower is going to go down. Instead of Singularity, the bot lane tier 1. So JDXL are going to turn the sides to the rest of the map. Mid lane would be the one that I'm assuming you want most. But the problem is you've got 2 relatively short range carries. You've got Kalista and you've got Zeri. And Swain has a bunch of
Spikey. Good dodge, but now he needs to try and heal up. Here goes Scrooty, trying to play this one up best he can. Actually, now he's very deep. The young rookie mid laner, his first season of competitive play, his first time back on the stage in a little while. In so much danger, steals away the silent, not the Xin Zhao ultimate. Not enough. Shutdown come through, and that Luden's lack of tankiness really comes back to bite him.
Yeah, he's literally a glass cannon right here, and second needlessly large rod into the inventory right there. This could be a Shadow Flame to break shield and get that extra magic penetration. This could also be a Death Cap. This is what Cax did in the LEC. He went Luden straight into Death Cap, full glass cannon, but if he does connect the chain, somebody dies. Right here, I feel like you have so much damage on the side of JDXL. You've got double AD carries, you've got the Wukong with 80 damage. The Silas scales so well into the late game, you do not necessarily need to beat glass cannon. So for Singularity, coming in with all the replies, yes, JDXL are 3k gold up, but on your side for Singularity, you've got a Gangplank that's scaling, a Zinza that's going to be a mid shield, Merza onto that Swain, who scales up to be such a big problem and nuisance in the front line later on. And of course, the ever-growing Tom and Jerry with the likes of Twitch, Hypercar in the late game. Singularity have the answers to team fight later on.
They do indeed, and of course Singularity got a lot of standing gold to get at some point. No towers as yet, and that's obviously hurting Sips. Gonna try and get this one. Couldn't quite get spiked yet in the bot side as Cries will turn up towards the top side, and maybe we'll try and trade this one out. Ooh, Ultra Shade over the wall alongside the Lightning Crash. Gonna try and trade this one out. I think Sips is just gonna say, I need the tower. My life will be forfeit. Gets it and dies.
Solo ball, baby. This time for Cries on the Zeri. Now, the question becomes when you see... Oh, I'm going to stop right here, because down might find Merza.
Does indeed, has a vision of Empire, and will Warrior Trickster his way back out of that scenario, when Merza will still get a hold of that blue buff. Scrooty stole the one on the other side. Sips has teleport, will be alive in 15 seconds. Ultimate will be a little longer than that, but with 25 seconds on the Infernal Dragon, Singularity, sorry, Hextech Dragon being lied to by the Spectator once more. we have still got a fight on our hands, and I think Singularity might try and contest, but JDXL are here in plenty of time.
Top lane wave is in a really good position for JDXL. Mid lane wave is going to be pushed though by Singularity. This is the most important one. This could actually shove in.
Yeah, Scrooty goes in! That will be the ultimate popped, but what can the Crescent Guard get done? The use of Fate's Call afterwards. Venza left in a difficult position. Merza gonna turn around the cannon barrage. It's Emerald's Q having a flash away. He's got nowhere to go! Ignited and smited. Sips gets that one, and they've got the mid laner advantage. They'll go towards getting themselves soul point.
Mid lane is pushing for them, and look at all the HP bars from JDXL. They are less than half down. This early game has been absolutely disastrous for them because Singularity are scaling and they've got their win condition right in their pocket. It's going to be that Hextech Soul coming up in 4 minutes and 50 seconds. They've got all the scaling on their side. Cole even on Spiky. They've got 3 dragons in 4 minutes. They're going to be spiking with that soul as well. And JDXL need to find some answers. That Kalista has not snowballed in the early game. And what I was about to say is, when you usually see marksmen on the top laners, how far can they go in their skill to play these particular champions when you've got players like Venza who are experts at the matter? And here Morosku twice now has gone a little bit more deep. To be fair, I'd rather see this overextension than the a little bit more.
Like, it was looking for the play, it was looking for the flank, and I appreciate. Look, this is a guy in his rookie season. In his rookie split, he went with Team Eska over in the Ultra League to EU Masters. He was second. They came second in the rookie split to go to EU Masters. Took a game of Fnatic Team Kelso while they were there as well. One of the tournament favorites, even if that didn't pan out in the end.
They're playing the Super League now.
Exactly. Yeah, sure, exactly. Former NLC team, of course. But this is a guy who's had a very explosive entry to the professional scene, now stepping into some very big shoes, as we said. And it's been a game of high mechanics rookie, shall we say. We've seen some great plays, we've seen some slightly over-eager plays get punished as well, but you can see this guy has talent. He'll need a little bit of settling in, though.
Absolutely, and Torok said it as well in the interview, allow the guy to grow. This is technically his first official game with him integrated into the team. He's not a sub anymore. He's the main starting mid laner for JDXL. Now, of course, the root missing means that JDXL carries can actually step forward and take that tower down. Scrooty always on the side. Cries level 14. He's the highest member in experience right now, and Scrooty is always looking for these engages. They want to sort of push JDXL into their jungle and away from their mid lane tower. Morosku's on the side, does have the TP to join if needed, and there's going to be huge contention for that mid lane wave because it's all about opening the map. It's all about getting that engage.
Get onto Merza, but he's so strong. There's the ultimates in trade. Tower taken all the while. Merza with the demonic ascension rolling. Managed to get a never move though. They're going to go in with Stan. Flash away from the dredge line. Well, what about the turnaround from Scrooty? He's been a menace all split long since he joined the side of Singularity. And it's a black hole indeed of kills for this jungler. Cry is about to fall down afterwards, a shutdown. Roscu knocked up, falling as well. On the other side, Spiky about to fall to Venza. He flashes away with the Immortal Shield, but running away from the wind, becoming lightning as well. But there's no escaping the coming storm. Come and speak with Gangplank. He's gonna parlay for you, and it equals death.
Only Spiky goes down for Singularity. This is a call to arms for Baron. Singularity win a fight versus the #1 seed in the NLC. Singularity, last seed, already going into relegations, pulling out these team fights, pulling out this early game, choking out JDXL from any early game proactivity and taking these fights man to man. Singularity are gonna even out in gold, take the Baron. Minute and a half, there's gonna be the Dragon with the soul for them, which means having the pure tool of Baron to push the side lane is gonna be so important for them.
What a fight this was, because it looked a little bit messy when you see this initial hook. You think maybe they've got an angle. A lot of ultimates burn, and then the turnaround from Singularity after Mercy nearly gets caught is beautiful to behold.
Actually, Merza used his route so well to get Morosku away from the fight. FTG melts instantly, has to be pulled back. Cries then gets in, has to instantly flash out. Dan tries to save his carry in the top lane, ends up dying himself. And honestly, JDXL, they look to be into a little bit of crisis. All the engages that have happened this game have not been beneficial for them at all.
And let's talk it through. This is supposed to be the first place team, but for how much longer. Singularity, it was supposed to be a long shot for them to get a single win this split. Scrooty comes in and he starts making plays like the last one. Can he make one here when it might matter as well? He's kind of flanked, but he has got a Crescent Guard and a Yuumi. Means Cries has to spark surge over the wall. FGG gets onto Spiky in turn, but the rooting back means he is dead to right. Fate's call is a call to his own demise.
We talked about this, it's so difficult. You've got such short range carries, the Kalista, the Silas that has to play melee, Dan on the Wukong that has to play melee, Mirza with his Rylas and Leandris is burning anyone and everyone that's going to walk into close proximity to his ultimate. Scrooty with Yuumi on him 24/7, so much utility, speed, survivability, tankiness onto that Xin Zhao together with the Swain. It's impossible, it's an impenetrable frontline for Singularity. 2 seconds for that Dragon. JDXL, only 4 members on the map.
Scrooty hops forward again. He's been so aggressive with his audacious charge, and isn't that an appropriate name for an ability? They are looking down the glorious, glorious potential of taking down both Bifrost and the #1 team in the league. They've got Soul. Now they must extricate themselves. FGG has respawned, looking to come over the wall. Ultra Shock Laser slows down 3. Scrooty will have a lost chapter. Final chapter, I apologize as I confuse item and ability to extricate himself. And they are 12 kills to 7, 4 Drakes to none, and looking down that sweet, sweet potential of a second victory in the NLC.
I mean, look at the build. 2.5 items for the Gangplank, 3, 1 and 2 for Sips, level 15. He's actually equalized in levels. Dan has consistently been down in levels to Scrooty. Every time Dan tried to make a play, Scrooty covered and went straight back into his jungle to farm. 2 levels up for the Singularity jungler, 1 level up for Meza. Look at the carries even now, but 2 levels up on person since he's been around Scrooty so much. And FGG, his levels deficit show in this game. The second he gets pulled or CC'd slightly, he has to be pulled back by Venza or he's going to melt like a piece of paper. And again, this paper-thin build from Roscoe, yes, it does a lot of damage, but all the survivability and shielding and healing that's coming from Singularity is just not enough. You can't burst people, you need to stay alive. You need more consistent damage than burst damage. And right now, this is hurting the team.
Lilia, Kha'Zix, who needs those? Let's go with the Xin Zhao. Let's pull off a game like this. Sublime stuff from Scrooty, out-jungling one of the best we have in the league. Looking maybe for some more. This mid lane turret remains under siege. Barrel crits onto Cries. His name becoming more appropriate as well. The tears beginning to stream down XL's face in this one. Not a game they thought to lose. Not a game that we thought to see them tie up with Dusty. Not a game that might see them potentially fall out of top 2. They have to be afraid. They have to be worried. That curse from Spring, it might haunt them still.
I just want to remind everyone that if XL loses this game, they tie with Dusty.
Oh, yes.
Now, for now, they have the head-to-head with Dusty. They're 1-0. Next week, let's say Dusty wins and they're equal. JDXL have had most of their losses in the second half of the split, and Dusty have had most of the wins in the second half of the split, meaning Dusty will take first place.
He'll be found. That's not a great Basco, and he's now in a very dangerous position. Cries, can we turn this around? Maybe we've spoken too soon, maybe Singularity, maybe this is the moment they all fall. Still going in, it's a 1v4. But wait, the Yuumi, of course, could offer some healing. Finally shut down. They get 2.
I'm just gonna say, in a 1 versus 4, 3 people limping with less than 50% HP and Dan having a chunk taken off of him as well, looks a little bit dangerous to me for just a Xin Zhao. The scaling that's coming through is absolutely unacceptable from Singularity. Yet again, you'll see Scrooty greeting just a little bit, getting found out by Crysis W. Really nice pop onto the flower right there. I forgot what it is. Blastcon, thank you very much. And again, Scrooty, he's trying for the 1 versus 4. Both Yuumi summoners have been burned very crucially, so these 2 will not be a factor for the shorter term. And what can JDXL do to come back into this game? The goal dead even. But when we're talking about scaling, when we talk about front to back, Singularity have the upper hand with the Gangplank, the Xin Zhao, Meza on this Swain being the front line, and then Spiky being able to free fire from the back. Spiky hasn't even needed the Yuumi.
Like,
it's all about
Spiky's at 1.5 items still. Like, this guy has not really had the easiest time of it, of course.
You know what, Scrooty's like, listen, mate.
I've got you.
When you deserve the Yuumi, you'll get it. For now, forget it.
Exactly, and look, this mid lane right now, Leandri's Demonic Embrace for the ultimate in burn alongside the Ryalize. You've got 3 items on Gangplank. This Xin Zhao, as we said, having a phenomenal game. Honestly, a phenomenal debut into the NLC, coming into this last place team and proving himself to be anything but a last place jungler. They're looking down, 8 seconds on a Baron spawn. They've got the soul, the gold is even, the scaling is with them, and JDXL, yes, you found a bit of a feel-good pick, but it didn't lead to anything but a feel-good pick, and they're going to give away this Baron they can't contest.
Look on your minimap, Dan is backing right now, and he will not be there in time. This is probably going to be a pretty free Singularity Baron, and honestly, JDXL, there's nothing you can do. You have Morosco down the bottom of the map, Kryze is shoving in a wave underneath his tier 2 tower towards the top lane. Then you have Venzer pushing mid. They're not ready to contest. There are no wards. You walk in there blind with Hextech Soul onto Singularity. You die. Your likely scenario is to maybe catch one more member. Again, that one member will be
Scrooty, not twice in a row, not like this. Flashes over the wall though this time and survives. Baron secured still. A minute 15 on the Elder Dragon. Maybe that's where JDXL decide to stand and fight. Kryze at 3 items can do what they can.
Roscoe's still on the bot side of the map. Now the backs are starting to come in from JDXL. No Nautilus ult, no Kalista ult. Only Kryze the defender was the top side of the map. And as you can see, everyone will be joining very shortly, but the first tower is gone. All that JDXL got out of this is a flash from Scrooty, but I don't think this will be enough to give them the team fight.
JDXL, it's been an unfortunate couple of weeks. We've mentioned the downfall, we've mentioned the potential. Scrooty in a 1 versus 3, but of course it's never a 1 versus 3 because the cat is on his back, and the cat will find the satisfaction, brings him back. Gets the 1 kill, and maybe they can look for a little bit more. There's a reset on the other side as Twitch goes back to base. 30 seconds on the Elder Dragon, and that's where they'll look next.
There is just not enough damage to burn through the shields and the heals. The anti-healing over on JDXL is just not enough. The Kalista did not snowball early enough to be able to take this advantage in the early. Therefore, in the late game, she doesn't throw spears, she throws toothpicks at this point. They do not hurt, they do not stick, and Elder Dragon is coming up in just 4 seconds. JDXL are gonna push mid, but Singularity are grouping up as a unit, and they're gonna enter this Dragon. Guess what? Because they're too beefy and they can just face check like this.
Don Jake better be looking up the M&M store because he's going to need a new jersey after this one, it feels like. Scrooty in again, another audacious charge, and Venza must disappear. Flash out from the visions of Empire, and the vision is of XL's Empire crumbling. They were supposed to be the first place team. They were supposed to be the best. We had 2 splits in a row the last 2 weeks prove their downfall. Sipped over the wall! Another barrel chain, another moment as that's Venzo just resurrecting. The cannon brush brings it down to the backside. Will not secure the flip. Another kill and another moment where XL fall short.
The TPs are coming in the top lane. Singularity are looking to finish the game. Roscoe has to actually TP back into his base to try and save it. Can Mirza push more waves? Look at Singularity grouping up in the mid lane. Open inhibitor for them to take huge wave on the top side of the map. They've got Elder, they've got Baron, they've got Hextech Soul, and they're looking to put JDXL in the dirt.
It was David versus Goliath. The Div Tombs better be ready because Singularity are here to stay, it feels like. And JD extra large L today. Another loss for them, another moment going into playoffs where the questions continue to be unanswered. But for now, they hold. For now, with more and more death onto Scrooty, they won't quite fall yet. They hold on by the skin of their teeth and the fingernails that are getting mighty short.
One Nexus tower and a dream is what stands between JDXL and losing to the last team of NLC. Singularity bringing in Scrooty has given them so much as of a victory versus Bifrost and potentially a victory versus JDXL. These barrels from Six are insane. He's gonna pop the ultimate as well. Takes the life of FCG, takes the Guardian Angel off of Venza. And even though Dan makes a valiant effort right there to try and steal the Elder Dragon, it is again Sips who kills 2, secures the Elder Dragon for his team, and then JDXL have to run for the heals because there were 4 mighty Singularity members chasing them now. With only 1 Nexus tower remaining, Hextech Soul still up on Singularity. Elder buff still up on Singularity. JDXL are gonna have to make a pick after pick after pick, but with Singularity grouping up like this, it's so difficult.
It's not the debut Mirage Q wanted as the starting mid lane or as a substitute. It's not the last few games that XL wanted heading into playoffs. The doubts remain, the questions about how good is this team, how good is their mental when the clutch moments happen, and Singularity on the side. The players have been switched and their fortunes seem to be turning around when it matters the most. FGG pull back with the face call down on the other side has got a Cyclone, but maybe it's not enough. The executions are still there, the Dragons are waving his wings and never move on to 2. Swain gets them all. Mercer falls, cries alone, must do what the impossible. He can't do it. Scrooty surely has got another herbaceous charge. A 3, Talon, strike, knock, and you are out. XL fall down, Singularity with a second win, and what a beauty it was.
History repeating itself, NLC. You thought JDXL was good? Well, look at the latter stages of the regular season and you'll see that this is where they usually tend to fall. This is where usually teams learn to read them really well. And I feel like Singularity, Scrooty, studied the early game so well, read them so well, didn't allow them an inch in that early game to snowball. That Kalista that Venzer is so known for. And honestly, if I'm a JDXL fan, I'm really worried at this point. They're tied up with Dusty in first place. Right now, because they have the head-to-head, they're still ahead of Dusty.
Yeah.
But only the head-to-head is what keeps them on that first place. And they're playing again next Wednesday.
They are...
Or Monday.
Something like that.
Something.
Anyway, another massive upset for Singularity. Another massive question mark above JDXL's fortunes heading to playoffs. Desk, how real is that curse?
Well, I can say something. I think that was a pretty clean game from Singularity right there.
Get me out. Nah, get me out. Bring me to safety. Mom, I need you. Now you better clean all that. You better clean it all.
No, but in all honesty, JDXL losing shockingly, and it was it wasn't that clean game, but it was a dominant game.
It was clean because
very, very good game.
You bring in the Kalista to the bot side versus a Yuumi Twitch. You promised me.
I did. So the thing is,
keep lying to me.
I'm not. I promise you. This matchup is unplayable, and it showed. There was a flame horizon, despite being like 10k gold down and 3 dragons down. This matchup is terrible, but somehow the big problem in this game was somehow Singularity got all the dragons. How would you get all the dragons with the worst bot lane matchup in the game? It is like a Kalista into Yuumi. It's so bad. That's the problem. Then because of the early game comp I've drawn a blank on the name of the team, JDXL, how do you end the game? You can't. You need Dragon Soul.
And I think this is one of the few good things that happened for JDXL, where Venzer was able to get the solo kill, but instantly afterwards, right, he was shut down by a good rotation from Singularity, who played so well today. And I think that's one thing I want to highlight, because JDXL, yes, they managed to shut down Spiky, but the problem was that the entirety of Singularity, other than Spiky, was so far ahead. Scrooty was strong, Sips was strong, Mercer was strong, and obviously Persson, he just jumps on one of the strong carries then, and then it's fine that Spiky isn't that strong. We see it as well, right? They go in, they get the Drake after their play, and they end up winning this fight as well.
Now, Scrooty is on a different level right now.
Wow, yeah.
We need to highlight this. We usually see Dan getting a level 3 gank on the bot, mid, whatever you want to call it. Scrooty was reading Dan so well this game.
So I do think it is the Scrooty show, especially facilitating with the Yuumi. I think it's a really insane tactic, but I will say a lot of these team fights were made quite easy for Scrooty. It feels like JDXL just aren't on the same page, which is expected, right? There are so many team fights I'm seeing where Morosku is engaging, and then you see FGG getting Kalista ulted and using that to disengage, and everything is just all over the place. There's no like team cohesion in the team fights, and that's where it's really important, because the League of Legends right now, the meta is dragon fights. It always comes down to a dragon fight and how well you execute it.
Question, top laner to top laner, okay, this is important. Okay. You see the Zeri on the top side. It seems like a 500 IQ, at least I was told it was. But Kryze has been a beast on the split push as well. He has been really reliable to the team. And when you have a Zeri that doesn't get any sort of platings or farm or reliant support to play with the Zeri, it feels like she's throwing bottle caps at people and not dealing any sort of damage. She was like, it didn't work.
It didn't work, but I feel like this is looking at the wrong thing. I do feel like, yes, the Zeri couldn't play, but that isn't her fault. She's left on an island to scale, and that's what she did. He did scale pretty well. He even got solo
GP
kills.
though.
Versus GP, he got a solo kill on GP. But you cannot play this early game draft without dragons. That's the core issue. That is the absolute core issue. Yes, you have scaling. Yes, he did secure plates. He secured 2 plates or something like this from watching into the GP. GP could never barrel contest. Kryze played actually pretty well, except for getting caught that one time and that skirmish topside. But I'm
going to say it.
Yeah,
I'm going to say it.
Go ahead.
You have a pilot that controls almost the entire ocean with the big gun and barrels, where his passive is called Trial by Fire. And on the other side, you have a power bank. I'm gonna let you know. I don't think this was an even matchup, but I need to talk with Singularity. I need to talk with Spikey as well. My man, look at him. Look at him glowing on that victory. How you feeling, my man?
I'm feeling great, man. Thank you. It's been rough, but it's going better for sure. It's just a draft gap. Not gonna lie.
Nah, you cannot say it was only a draft gap. Scrudy is on a different level. I don't know what you guys are doing with him, but he was really Dan, and Dan is not an easy guy to read. How did you pilot into this game? Like, what was the setup for Scrudy and the bot lane as well?
I mean, the plan was completely different than what we ended up doing, right? I mean, they left all of our picks open, so we kind of changed after the first 3 bans. So, I mean, they kind of bamboozled us a bit with the Seri as well, right? So we got a bit roughed on in the bot lane, but I think my team, especially Screwed as well, and Sips on the GP played really, really well. So, I mean, it worked out in the end.
And you guys are able to play versus the other team. You read what they want to bring into the game. You adapt into that one. It seems really clean so far. My question is, are you even slightly worried about relegations right now?
Yeah, I mean, with this win, we're confident for sure, right? I mean, we're improving like really at a really fast pace, and but I think it's not really good to be overconfident as well, even though like they're in the lower division. I mean, we're gonna take every team really seriously. I mean, I know there's a lot of talent in that division as well, but I think as mentioned before, people think that they can just come and take our spot, are probably gonna have to start thinking again because we're not leaving. So.
You fought versus JDXL on the first half of the split. You did it again right now after the substitution, the way things changed. Is this the same team for you?
I mean, it's night and day, right? I mean, the entire last team, I mean, I love all those guys, right? They're really, really good people and like really talented players as well. But I mean, the entire situation with lack of time and in the end lack of motivation as well kind of made this change really needed. And I think all this new talent coming in with Screw the Sips and Merce and Pearson are like, I mean, it's a huge difference, right? And everybody's eager and want to win, and like that's the biggest difference as well. And now, I mean, we're showing results, so that feels great.
Hey, put on those sunglasses and go enjoy this beautiful day after this beautiful victory versus JDXL. Congratulations. Let's see how you guys fed until the end of the split. See you soon.
Thank you, guys.
They're feeling really confident. This is the first time I get to do an interview with Singularity, and they're looking like this. This is really good to see.
I mean, over the past couple of weeks, it's just gotten better and better, and we have throughout the weeks talked about the substitutions, why they made sense, the fact that some of them have played together before, the fact that some of them have, subbed in a lot recently in their career, so they have learned a lot of adaptability coming into teams mid-split, improving results, and this is what we are seeing now. But I think, again, Spikey highlights it correctly, the momentum is the most crucial part. Going into the relegation, you want to know that you are a good team, and beating our #1 team at the moment is definitely a way to get some confidence.
So if it's night and day, and with your experience and knowledge, Edagon, tell me, from looking into this sort of JDXL, what do they need to change right now?
I think they just need more practice. They need more practice getting on the same page with Morosku. Sorry, I always forget his name. Morosku, yeah. They need more practice getting. I think it's not fair, right? He just came in. They said they've subbed him in today. They've only had a couple scrims with him. They need more time to get to gel. And I think specifically, if I was the coach, I would target their skirmishing, their team fighting. See, like get on the same page, using this cooldowns at the same time, making sure they're all on the same page when they want to engage and disengage. All these things, I think that's key right now.
Let's see what happens as we're going to talk with Dan from the jungle of JDXL. Welcome back, Dan. It's a pleasure to have you with us. And obviously, this is a rough time for the team, but losing versus Singularity, and we were talking about this. It seems like the team was not on the same pace, or at least on the same page. Was the shot calling kind of weird? Because we saw some people going in. Most of the times it was you going in. The team was not quite ready to follow you up. How are you feeling about this new composition?
I mean, we came in with a plan today and this past week to get all the int out of the way before playoffs. Because obviously last split we ran it down and lost to Riddle. So yeah, this is what we're doing. We're just getting all the int out of the way. No, but in all seriousness, like, I think this game was pretty hard for us to play in terms of team fighting. We had to play the fights in 2 waves. There were 2 fights around the 20-minute mark where they wasted, I think, 3 ults, and we failed to disengage and re-engage properly. I think it's just a case of we've only played 2 games with this roster, and Mrozku is more accommodating for the map, but less selfish. So the dynamic of the team and who has to carry and who has the gold is a little bit different. So I just think a little bit of teething problems and it's not just a straight up go in and fight kind of game.
It's the beginning of a new road for you guys, and you still have to understand how you guys can walk before you can run. I need to also understand, from your point of view, you played versus Singularity at the beginning of the split. You've seen them play throughout the entire split. This is a completely new side of Singularity, no?
Yeah, they're so much better, honestly. Like, at the start of the split, it was like, who could speedrun Singularity the fastest with a perfect game, pretty much. Like, who can get closest to 15 minutes, and now they look like actually they can take... I think every game they played with their new roster looks competitive, and maybe they can even take the game. So yeah, I think they look a lot better.
So you played the Wukong, you got the Zeri on the top lane as well. It was kind of a weird champion select coming in for you guys. You got the Zek as well on the previous game. But if you could play any sort of champion right now without Torok annoying you, which champion would you pick? Like your pick?
That's a hard one. Probably Lee Sin.
Lee Sin?
Probably, yeah.
But not a full clear, right?
No, of course not. 3 camps. 3 camps into gank every time.
3 camps, because 3 minutes 31, then I'm...
Are you going to beat me when you do it? That's the question.
I mean, I know we have a setup because you challenged me to do the Lee Sin jungle clear challenge. And you're going to be the one annoying me.
Yeah.
Do you have any sort of questions prepared for me?
I've been thinking about it. I don't know what exactly I'm going to ask you yet.
I'm just going to
But I'll keep that to myself for now.
Because I'm not even a jungle, so I don't know what's going to happen with this one. And looking into this defeat, obviously you need to look into the next week. How are you feeling about the next couple of matches?
I mean, obviously, we've had 3 rough results in a row now. So yeah, but I think, like, honestly, we're still a good team. We had the game on Monday, which was extremely close, which was actually winnable for us. Today was not so good, but it is what it is, you know? So I think we're still confident going into it, but we're not as confident as we were at the start of the split.
Seems good. Let's see what happens then. Good luck, and good luck on the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge versus me. I have a plan as well, so you're now ready for what's about to happen.
I hope you're planning for it.
I have dark technology. That's what I'm going to tell you. Nobody brought this one before. Thank you so much, Dan. Have a nice one. I'll see you on Monday.
Bye, guys.
Bye. It's about adapting, about learning how to walk before you can run yet again. It's a complicated match for the JDXL. I believe they're going to be playing versus Dusty, and this is not a team that is playing around. And if they have the opportunity to take the first seed, they'll kick JDXL to the 3rd seed.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a case of, honestly, right now, the 2 front horses are definitely going to be X7 and Dusty, who can come first out of those 2. And I think it's XL, Riddle, I'm not too sure who might else be in contention. They're playing for 3rd seed, for sure.
Interesting. Let's look into the standings to see how this affected JDXL and Dusty tying up at 1st and 2nd seed. But as you can see, Dusty is in 2nd place because JDXL have the upper hand so far versus them. Riddle on the 3rd one. Astral is looking really close, but X7 is climbing non-stop. Nuriki still have an opportunity, and that's what we're going to talk about as soon as we jump into the pre-match between X7 and Nuriki. I know you have a lot to talk about that one, but before you even try, okay, before you even do it, we have a Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, so I'm not going to stop you before you start talking. It is with Viking, the new jungler from X7, and you're now ready for what you're about to watch. Take a look.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Welcome everyone to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge. Today we have Viking from X7. Hello Viking, how are you doing?
Hello man, I'm doing good. What about you?
I'm doing really fine. It's a pleasure to have you on this challenge, and you can start, you can do whatever you want, by the way. And my question is, what is Viking 105?
I mean, it was my kilo. I'm like 100 now.
100 now?
Yeah, but I don't have RP to change or something. It's just
you can't keep up with the weight, okay?
exactly.
So we're gonna do the Lee Sin. You have to do the entire jungle, and tell me, do you like Lee Sin? Do you even play Lee Sin?
Yeah, I play Lee Sin,
okay.
But it's like a fun champion for me. I think it's like unique. I mean, I played it NLC twice versus Riddle in the playoffs when we won 3-0, and one other time. But yeah, I mean, it's my top 3 most played on this account in Challenger.
So my question is, so you're really good with Lee Sin. What timing do you think you're gonna get?
No.
The entire clear?
I mean, not sure. I never really do full clear on Lee Sin. You shouldn't do full clear on Lee Sin.
Yeah, that's creepy. That's bannable.
But maybe I'll just do what's it called? Maybe I'll just do 4 camps and look for a gank, and I won't even be able to full clear.
So far it seems pretty clean. Where do you think you're going to use the flash though?
Maybe going to Raptors. That's my idea.
Okay, there you go. This is the perfect. Gets the Q.
To do it also again faster.
So already looking for the pull from the Krogs. Not even looking into the mini one, just straight up getting those medium Krogs. And then you're gonna use the Tempest to clear the last little ones, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it seems really clean. Like, it seems so clean like you're playing X7, by the way. It seems like the team is doing really well together. Are you enjoying playing with X7, this split?
Yeah, it's an amazing team. I mean, I could join most other NLC orgs in the off-season. I could say Dusty, but I felt like it wasn't the project that I really liked, you know? So that was my thought process.
The question is, Dusty are looking clean as well. Oh, the double apply from the buff. That is clean, Viking. You're looking good, by the way. You're looking good. You're really chill, and you're looking really good in terms of clean. Dusty are looking clean as well. Oh, you look good as well. I'm not saying no to that, dude.
Good.
Dusty are looking really clean as well. And oi!
I feel pale this actually. No, I don't feel it. That was close.
That was really, really close. Do you believe you can take the entire split with X7?
Yeah, I think we can. I mean, that's why I joined it. That's why they wanted me, you know.
Wait, this might be the record. 317, 25 is the best. 20, 21, Viking, let's go. 24, 24, you're first, Viking.
Thank you. That's nice.
Is that what you have to say? Thank you?
I mean, I trolled a little bit, but I mean, that was fun.
Nah, this guy's too good. Let's move on, guys. See ya. See ya.
He's way too clean, man. He's way too clean.
He was very clean.
I don't know how to top this one. I'm supposed to do the challenge with Dan. How can I top 324?
You can't. You just accept your loss and move on.
I don't accept that. I don't.
I just want to, before we move on, I want to apologize to Viking. A few months ago, I had a bad game in solo queue with Viking. Clearly, I was holding him back. He is absolutely insane, apparently.
Wait, he camped your lane?
No, I was playing with him, and I didn't have a very good game. Let's just leave it at that.
Hey, it happens to all of us. It happens to all of us. You were playing top?
Yeah.
Connected?
Yep.
And you fed?
Maybe.
That's a trinity as you look into Nuriki versus X7. Final chance for Nuriki. A really good chance for X7 to climb on the staircase to heaven, I would say. What can we expect from this game? Where should we focus?
Match of the week. That's the thing I will start off by saying right here. Do or die for Nuriki. The past couple weeks have been great for them, beating JDXL first of all. And now, this is the real test. An in-form X7, our reigning champions, top 8 European Masters team. You need to win now. A loss and you're out.
He's gonna break the table though. He's just smashing on the glass. Let's look into the top side. I mean, we're both top laners. Let's talk about this one.
Yeah, so I was gonna break it down. When it comes to the gameplay side of things, what we're seeing here is what we're going to see in this game is two separate playstyles clashing. We're gonna see the bot side gameplay of Nariki. They're playing through Azator really continuously all the time, and we're also going to see the clash of top laners. X7 have really obviously become this roaming jungle mid facilitator into helping Chasey. So we're going to see if, definitely we're going to have to pay attention to see if Banderas can survive and weather the storm versus Chasey and the whole of X7 playing through them as the win condition. If Banderas cannot manage to survive like he has been doing recently, whilst they play through bot lane, X7 are just going to roll.
Yeah, I think for me, Banderas, right, his numbers definitely tell that he has been playing towards the bot lane, but I want to point out that he can also play for himself. I have countless memories of how he defeated Bifrost single-handedly down when he played on Rich Gang in the Norwegian scene, where he played the 3 hours and he got 1v4 quarter kills and all this kind of crazy stuff. So he's a very mechanically gifted player who can play for himself, kind of like we've seen with JDXL and Kerberos be able to do. But this play, he has been more focusing on facilitating the Azatar. And I think recently, facilitating Azatar has been what works. So that's what I hope they stick with in this do-or-die game.
They have a few lanes where they can take the win versus X7. That's why we're going to jump into Champion Select. Nobody's going to hit the table. Just press it gently. There you go. Thank you. Let's jump into the Champion Select for the 4th game of the day. Nuriki versus X7. Let's kick it away. We have Lilia Fiora being removed from Banderas instantly, but on the other side, take the cat, good lesson, and take away the spinning axe.
Just wanted to make a quick point to break down some of the bans here, right? Specifically the Lilia one. I don't know. If you guys can open up LoL Pros right now and load up Lulus's OPGG, go look at his Lilia stats and just get nightmares. He has a 7 average KDA with a 60% win rate over like 100 games. It's absolutely disturbing. It's by far his best champ. That's why you're seeing these target bans every single game versus Lulus against his Lilia.
Yeah, and I think I obviously want to point out, I just mentioned Banderas. We've seen him Fiora be able to do disgusting things that won't be happening this time around. So for me, this kind of tells me that Banderas will likely be going more towards the facilitating style this time around. And he'll be playing for Azatar because the Aphelios is still left open. The gem, we've seen him have most success on both in spring and in summer. But I'm hearing some noises here about the Seraphine being lucky.
Yeah.
You built it, you took away the nod and you allowed the Seraphine to begin the game.
I'm really confused because honestly, I'm really confused that they've taken a completely different route. Nariki have. Usually they leave up Gnar and are confident in countering it. Maybe Banderas doesn't think he can counter the Chasey Gnar with his Jace, like always. But the Seraphine lock-in really works with how X7 play. So it indicates to me that they're going to play their classic style of mid into top. The Seraphine locks in that weak side bot lane for Attila, which facilitates that. And now, like I said, we're getting that different dynamic of strong side bot lane for Nariki versus weak side bot lane for X7 and strong side top for X7.
I've seen this in the past. This for the top lane could be a menace. It could be a flex as well, but it's still a hover for both for Viking. I don't know if this is going to be picked. There are a lot of other picks he can take to face off, but it's it. It is in. It is in.
Looks in the Viking. I mean,
Viking with the Viking. Yeah.
I would be more surprised to see it jungle, to be honest. I think
this could be a top.
Recently, we've been seeing Olaf more towards the top side. I think if it were to go jungle, maybe I don't know anything, but I don't like. Wow, it is jungle. So I guess they're using Olaf to match the early game of the Volibear, but I'm not a huge fan of it. Like, to be honest, I prefer the Xin Zhaos and the Lee Sins. But now we have the solid GP blind pick, which is pretty hard to counter. Maybe we see the Banderas Kale? Maybe? I think that'll probably be his best answer.
If not, they can go for the support and lock in something for the Bagnale, maybe a Nautilus to try and help with the Kalista, get that lockdown coming into the bot side on the beginning of the game. And that could be it. This is an easy pick for them, but that will mean that X7 can lock or at least try to remove the top laners away from Banderas.
I think you're highlighting the kill. I would definitely expect to see that banned here. Banderas has gotten pentakills before in competitive down in Norway on the kill, and recently won a lot of games on it. So would make sense rather actually for them to ban it away. But if they don't, obviously that probably have something else planned.
Yeah, you have your... Okay, so the biggest options into a Gangplank right now are probably your Shyvana, your Kayle. You also have the option of picking Camille plus jungle setup, which you have in the Volibear, because I know Banderas does play Kayle. You could also pick Jace into Gangplank. Jace does do fine into Gangplank. It's a bit rough early because of all the nerfs to Jace. Jace's early base AD and, you know, all these things. And Gangplank's pretty broken right now. But instead, we do see the Renata ban to deny scaling, because I imagine they're worried about the Seraphine flex into mid as well, or the Seraphine Renata bot lane. Oh, Banderas plays Tryndamere. I completely forgot about this. Yeah, Tryndamere is an awful matchup for Gangplank because of how Ghost interacts with Gangplank. Gangplank wants to disengage. You take Ghost, you just keep running at him, and he can't disengage. So.
And after level 6, things get a little bit awkward, but it's going to be the Braum, the last one. It feels like they're secure that this Seraphine is not going to be the support, but maybe they can shift that one, because do you really want to give Attila, of all AD carries, a Seraphine?
Not with what he's played recently, and not with what he's played this split. We talked about how he played, you know, more not as aggressive AD carries at the start of the split, but he's transitioned more into heavy AD carries, you know, the Draven and that sort of stuff. So this would be a very big twist in such an important game for them to bring out, which would definitely surprise me. But as we see, the Kayle has not been banned, hovered, and will be locked in. So Banderas on one of his most iconic champions, one that he has dominated Norway with.
I actually think this Gragas ban's a mistake. I think Kayle is much worse for Gangplank than Gragas is. I really disagree with the X7 ban on the Gragas. I do like the Tryndamere ban, but not that one. And now we're seeing the Aphelios. This has been pretty standard. I guess it is a Seraphine middle support now. This is not much less common than the AD carry Seraphine.
It's going to be locked in, and there we go. It's going to be the Seraphine for Tempt, because Kasing will bring in the Frog to the bot side to go along with that Aphelios. Aphelios getting a little bit more light. I see your face twisting, confusion and painful at the same time.
Yeah.
Explain to me, Aragon.
I mean, I just
need a pill. I
don't see nice lanes to play through for the Olaf. Yes, you get priority topside, so you can guarantee his camps that way, kind of. But I really don't like the whole Olaf Seraphine mid. Yes, you pair the enchanters with Olaf. I guess that's the idea they're going for. But I think it's much easier to play Nuriki's comp. I think it's 10 times easier to play Nuriki's comp. You can play into bot side. You have the guaranteed scaling top side. I would rather play Nuriki's comp.
I wholeheartedly agree. I think Nuriki has a way more straightforward things that make sense, are more in the meta and more, you know, strong pocket picks. For example, Banderas' Kayle. I like the Volibear, of course, to facilitate the bot lane early on. And if they get Assator ahead, I think, you know, he'll be able to use the lead well enough to get Banderas as well into the game. And when he's in the game on the Kayle, he can simply take over. So I honestly think Nuriki can definitely keep the playoff race on here.
That is beautiful, but let me know who's going to take it. Aragon, I'll start with you.
I just wanted to quickly clarify. Maybe I'm underestimating Aphelios and Tom Kench's ability to survive against the Kalista Nautilus ulti. I think I'm going to give it to X7.
X7.
Yes.
So you can just take the opposite and win, because so far he's been wrong.
That's true. I mean, 0% correct prediction rate today. I've had a pretty good day overall on prediction for 3 out of 4. Oh wait, 2 out of 3 is actually. But I will be sticking with Nuriki. I mentioned it. I like what they do in that draft. I think Asset will be able to get ahead. And if Banderas goes late on Kayle, he's able to carry.
In order to get to that, you need to allow Viking to let you breathe, and that's not an easy task if you're playing for Nuriki. So tossing into the Costas. Wait, I only see one. It's only initialize.
I was joined by Trouble, but she's been standing still for so long that... What happened? I just lost sight for a second. Well, yeah, there you are.
I was hiding.
It's not Twitch, it's Timo. Okay, there's been an ongoing argument in the background that Trouble has decided that every champion says, I am hiding, or I was hiding, not...
I was hiding.
It's true, she was. Okay, anyway, we're going to move on to the Rift.
Listen,
Attila hovered Timo.
I was still for long enough. My passive came through, okay? I went invisible.
We have fun here on the NLC. We've got some inverted game scores here. X7, 9, and 6. Nuriki, 6 and 9. And Nuriki feeling a little bit down after Bifrost won their last game. Makes their job of getting into playoffs significantly harder. And I do want to start here, bringing it back to a slightly more serious point, about your slight disagreement with the desk, that you actually preferred X7's draft here. So I'll give you a second here to justify yourself, considering the desk already explained why they quite like what Nariki have done.
You know what? I just really like when everyone has a different approach and also gives a reasoning behind their approach. I love the fact that on the desk they said, you know what, Chaos scaling with Orianna shields and Volibear early game and Kalista was the bot for Azitor, no one else other than Azitor, right? It makes a recipe for success. Now, when I see Viking on one of the more aggressive junglers, especially the Olaf, I'm looking for priority lanes. Olaf, to be played in the meta usually, needs a priority lane to go with, and then you have Gangplank that's going to be shoving in Kayle in the early game. Seraphine can take control of the lane really easily. She has a bunch of wave clear, so that's 2 priority lanes. And depending on how your level 1 will go into the Kalista, Aphelios lanes as well can get priority towards both side of the map. So Viking having a bunch of champions that he can move around the map and play with, plus healing, shielding, speeding up from Seraphine in the late game is going to be absolutely obnoxious to play with if you are Nariki.
Well, justified trouble. We'll see whose take of the 3 analysts here is correct, as Attila might be getting bush ganged level 1. Kalista Nautilus, we saw that earlier, flash in for the root. Now Bignani's still saving that dredge line, trying to play close to the wall to turn this one around. Kasinging will do what he can. It's an exhaust for a cleanse alongside that flash. Attila pretty low, but does have Severum, and if he can get access to the wave, can do what he can to heal up with that and the potion.
You said it though, that is a flash that's fallen off of Abagnale onto the Nautilus. And if you look at the tops of the map, Olaf is pathing towards bot. Now, of course, both of his camps, the raids and the red buff, have been warded, and he's going to get spotted whilst he's on his way to the bot side of the map. But if he plays it cleverly, maybe he can sneak around Vision and go towards that bot side of the map, start getting that Aphelios ahead. We saw it with Bifrost. Once Oddly was ahead onto that Aphelios, he was a terror on the map.
And we have seen what happens when Kalistas don't get rolling early across multiple leagues. Hell, we saw it in the last game.
Both the wards just went down right now. Viking
bad timing.
Completely unspotted. And yes, of course, they know that because the wards went down, Viking started top side of the map because he wasn't seen for so long. But right now, you do not necessarily... you can't
quite get it down to the specific timing. Exactly.
And bot lane has lost the flash. Now, the positives for Nariki is that Lulas is also pathing towards the bottom map, and we all know how important and powerful Volibear is in this 3v3.
Indeed it is. Might take this brief opportunity while we're seeing Lulas have a little bit of a look down here to remind people that we have got a hashtag NLC memes. Pantheon is a bad champion. What did you just say? He is indeed mad. Thank you, Jojo. Congratulations, of course, for the Singularity win earlier.
This is more accurate than the other one.
There's a lot of fury in Archerom's face, so remember to throw that hashtag out. We are enjoying that one.
Fury does have a Pantheon.
He does. That's true. Maybe that was the power of the victory, especially with the buffs coming up. That's what that was the buff Bifrost really needed. As Viking is here on the Viking, looking to potentially counter gank down here himself, but
Abagnale chose to stay though. So Viking might see an opening for a gank, although X7 tried to shove in.
He's just out of range on that ward. Oh, the sweeper finally spots it. I wondered whether it would tie him up before then. We'll get it down in time, so won't look for the gank. We'll just take this opportunity to clear out that ward and look potentially for a reset before his backs come through. Don't believe he got a scuttle crab, though, of course, so we'll be down that. Clearly very important jungle camp, says the jungler.
It's fine. It's good that we're not in like last year where people would like flash smite the crab because he gave so much golden experience.
We're still on Vision. He went for a lane gank here as well. Viking would have been off Vision if not for that ward.
I think if anything, Viking right here is having the bot lane because they really need to crush in that wave. Making sure that you get the Tamkens on the map maybe a little bit earlier. Go towards your mid lane, hover around there. Again, it is so important to have tempo on the map, meaning that if you get a good reset, that means you have more members of map advantage on the map, whilst the enemy team is still running from the fountain. That means you have a certain amount of seconds of opportunities where you have the numbers advantage in that particular skirmish.
We're just hovering over that top lane as well. Might be worth having a chat about both of these top laners. They've been 2 of our better performing players. Of course, Bandera's down some of that CS, but that's not been any discredit to him. He's been a very pivotal player in Nariki's wins over the last few weeks. But of course, Chasey got put down on Monday. Still looked pretty damn good on that Aurelia as the game went on.
Yeah, he was an absolute terror on that Aurelia. And honestly, when he plays towards these more carry picks towards the top side of the map, with the Jace, the Aurelias, the Fioras, he looks a lot more scary than, for example, the Sejuanis that we saw him on, which he was also really powerful on. So I feel like we had a few question marks coming into this season, bringing Chasey from Korean Challengers Series. and we're wondering what he can bring to X7. I feel like he's one of the more consistent, stable top laners that we have in his old playstyle. He plays aggressive, he scales into the late game with whatever pick he gets. Sorry, he doesn't play aggressive, he plays stable through the lane, he gets scaling on his champions, and then he enters the fight and becomes a menace like he did with Aurelion.
Absolutely, and of course, Bandera's no slouch. He's taken the Kale, which of course was Flavor of the Month towards the beginning of this, but it's fallen out of favour a little bit as things like the Sejuani have died away a little bit. Not so many easy lanes, but anybody who's seen any LPL can tell you the Shy has put far too many games into that champion, blind or not, and...
Okay, the Shy is the Shy. I think he should never be...
Yeah, well, like, he's always an odd one to call. I was like, yeah, this guy's doing it, but it's the Shy, you understand? Yeah, like he is...
I could play Soraka top lane, you know?
People often say, you know, like, top laners are psychopaths, but it's a little bit true there, as Viking and Lulas are both in the same place at the same time, but they'll both be spotted, and a little more right home about that as we discuss the potential mental instabilities of crazy top laners out there, and have to see how it all plays out.
Man, when you're isolated for so long.
I've not seen another player in 10 minutes.
It's been 84 years.
I mean, with the top lane changes coming through again to nerf TP, it's going to just more extreme towards that. I mean, as the patches roll on.
Maybe this will actually be a positive, because now they'll take Ignite and say screw TP altogether, you know?
Yeah, like they finally stop. It's like it's time for violence.
But dragons are going to get so much stronger. I don't care. You're on your own now.
Like, I must choose one-on-one violence. Do you understand? This is what my role is now.
Of course, we're rumbling so much and we're making fun because this is a pretty slow early game, which, if you look at the compositions, it really heavily favors X7. Gangplank scaling towards the later stages together with Seraphine and Aphelios. We saw what Singularity could do with the Gangplank. We saw Aphelios in the hands of Bifrost as well. Later on, scaling picks into something like a Kalista that is very short range and can get very easily punished, just do work.
Yeah, and I feel like Viking this game as well probably ought to switch his axe out for glow sticks, because he's basically playing Seraphine's biggest hand there to extend the range of their music, you know, like hit them with the encore, get it running through.
A really nice skin idea.
I got seriously, like, super fan Olaf with, I believe the term is water sticks, if I remember my idol culture correctly. I had a few friends who I have a friend who actually is an idol in Japan, like legit full-on idol, worked half-time for Disney and half-time as an idol. It's kind of cool.
Okay, that is cool.
So yeah, went to see her once or twice, did a really cool job, moved over from the UK and went over there to be an idol, and that means I have some idea, vaguely, about what those things are. Maybe Viking one day could play an Olaf skin with the water sticks. That was a huge tangent, and I won't apologize.
Oh, no. Well, luckily for you,
yes,
this game is still dead even.
Yeah, it is 0-0.
There's been no opportunities for ganks on the map. I feel like, if anything, Lulas has been waiting for that level 6 together with Aero to possibly set up a gank, but it's not easy. But the saving grace is that 8-minute mark on the Rift, when the Rift Herald decides to spawn and teams will want to fight around it. Very crucially, Attila still in the bottom lane. Abagnale has actually leached what we call XP, gotten that level 6 for himself. Very important to have that level 6 on your support in these fights, providing a lot more CC and engage/disengage. Curiously though, Nuriki are not going to go for the Rift Herald, which means Attila gets some sweet alone time with the turret plating Stumble.
That's a bit of a problem, considering you're playing with the Kalista that's down CS at this point as well, after that little roam around as well, and that could be a bit problematic. We know what happens, as we said, when Kalistas don't get those early advantages from lane, when they're not played towards especially, and some slight look-ins and some standoffs in the bot lane are not ganks themselves. As Kasing, though, might be the opposite of that. We'll try an Abyssal Dive out. Instead, we'll just do it on top of himself into the Cannon Barrage afterwards. Vikings here as well. Does have the Ragnarok. Moonlight Visual goes wide, but now Tempest here with an encore to his name, but will not drop that particular track quite yet. The stream #1 will not be out quite yet on Sport.
I'm also very surprised that Lulas chose to use his flash instead of his ultimate to try and get over the wall. I feel like ultimate, yes, it's very important if you want to tower dive, but your flash is a 5-minute summoner spell cooldown, and it's much more important if you want to make the Q flash play to engage onto somebody really quickly. Might have been a little bit of a panic button there just to get away from the sticky situation, but nevertheless, this is 2 summons that are going to be burned for the sudden Nuriki. Aero had to also TP in the mid lane to catch in the wave that was being shoved in. And again, X7, we're pinging all this time towards the bot side of the map, trying to make a pick. Nuriki have been denying it so far, but again, the clock is ticking. Yes, Gale can get to that level 16, but when you've been zoned away by ultimates from Seraphine, by barrels from the Gangplank, by ultimates from Gangplank, we've mentioned it over and over again. Yes, Gale is an absolute menace, level 16, but she cannot enter the team fight. She cannot put down the damage that she has.
And of course, there are a lot of ways to zone her out this game, but you're on the side, you do have the Orianna plus the Volibear. There you go, I was going to call him a Viking, but it's on the other side, of course. The Orianna plus the Volibear combo, you've still got the Fate Score. You've got ways to get the fight started, and so you do have some ways to potentially facilitate the fact that Kalista isn't as dominant as you would normally like with a draft that includes her. Still though, Viking taking this opportunity with the lane pressure to look to secure some vision and maybe start up this early Drake.
Yeah, also Volibear showing towards the top side of the map. You know that the bot side is pretty free for X7 to secure the first dragon. Nuriki obviously have one for themselves, so it's going to be one piece for everyone. But then again, I feel like Nuriki are stalling a little bit too much. Yes, Orianna scales. Yes, your KO scales as well. Gale is going to be an AD carry in this game. I'm expecting for Banderas to go towards the Kraken Slayer, put down that AD damage, so you don't necessarily have to rely on...
Aero needs to be so afraid as the encore comes through there. Forced to flash away as Tempt has to return the favor after the shockwave came through. Both mid laners down without those summoners. First bit of action we've seen all game long, really, at this point.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of cheaping going on each other right there, but definitely Nuriki and X7 are literally handshaking their way towards that late game. And then again, the fact that you have added that win con on Banderas being the AD carry, again, as I was saying, for the late game, and not necessarily put all of the AD damage dealing weight onto Azuta's Kalista. I think it's a pretty good turnaround. After a few levels, Gale actually starts winning versus Gangplank. You can take the 1-for-1, you can call your Volibear towards the top side of the map, and you can start slowly but surely snowballing her.
They're going to have to, of course, because just out of the laning phase, about 1,500 gold lead to X7 just off those raw mechanics. We've always known these players are some of the best in the business in the ERLs, great hands on them, and definitely clicking on minions pretty well so far.
Again, we're going to take a rest from any fights.
It's been a soothing game.
Especially since when you're talking about setup, you're thinking of Orianna Shockwave, you're thinking of Seraphine ult, and they're both down for the time being. The junglers, in particular Lulash, has almost his entire topside jungle to go and farm for, but he's going to be wrapping around in mid lane, and of course the fact that the supports are there is because that flash is missing for both Aero and Tempt. If you can make a pick onto a flashless, ultless Seraphine, that could really benefit you, but then again, Nuriki are rotating their entire team to the tops of the map. Attila, Kasing still at the bot. This surely should be a secured Rift Herald for the side of Nuriki.
Viking backs away, and actually they back away, do Nuriki as well, and we've got 30 seconds until the plates are off anyway.
You know what, Initialize? I'm throwing my hands up.
Everyone needs to be a little afraid. You know, you can throw your hands up all you want. It's not going to make any action happen. That's not how it works this game.
Since I'm jinxing the action, I'm going to try to jinx passiveness.
We are maybe seeing Attila get a tower down here, which would be fairly explosive as far as this game goes. Clearly, Seraphine is in a chill phase of her music, going for like chill beats to, I don't know, play games to.
So twice now that Nuriki have rotated their entire team towards the tops of the map to potentially go for a Rift Herald play, they just have not. And what has happened through that? Attila has cashed in on every single turret plating. He will leave it until the last second of 14 minutes as well. Take the last tower to make sure that the wave that was underneath the tower all dies before the tower does. So that is first tower to Attila, 5 tower platings over to Attila. This is a very fed Aphelios. If we can very quickly see the gold,
please,
in the AD carries as well. This is an Aphelios that wants to be scaling, and he's 1,500 gold ahead of a Kalista that wants to snowball in the early game.
And let's chat a little about Attila and his kind of improvement over the last few weeks on X7. Of course, X7 plus Viking have been a lot more comfortable into the mid-late games, especially when they don't have leads, and that's really helped Attila, honestly, who often felt a little bit lost in those mid-games, getting caught out in side lanes a bit, and a slow game like this, where you're on the Aphelios, you're getting passive leads, sounds fantastic for this player right now.
I feel like if you're going to their voice comms, we thought that maybe Viking was the voice they were missing. You will see how vocal everyone sounds. Kasing is calling, Attila is calling, JC is calling. They're all very willing to put their own little what we call in Greece is like, we're putting our own little stone in this huge house we want to build, you know? So everyone puts their own little effort to try and build these team fights, but it's not mumbling, it's very serious shot calling, and it comes correctly from anyone. And I think Viking joining the team gave them that confidence to be a lot more vocal. Again, Aphelios so fed at this point.
Two towers
tower, the entire tower pre-minute 14. Swap him up top lane. Who's going to reply? The kill is on the other side of the map, trying to farm, get to level 16 as fast as possible, in level 11 right now. 2 turrets for the Aphelios, starting the Rift Roll, which, by the way, Nuriki had rotated their entire team twice to try and get.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge one, and let's be real, like, I feel like Attila is supposed to be playing the AD carry, but he's looking more and more like a wizard, right? He's the master of the 2 towers right now. Saruman in the bot lane.
I'm going to say the jungler, but...
No, I was literally making a Lord of the Rings reference. Like, it was kind of like supposed to be like this sort of like subtle reference, the 2 towers, and Saruman being like, you know, a wizard. Instead, now I'm here having to explain it, and that's ruined it a bit. I'm sorry about that. You look so disappointed in me, Georgia.
It's the Timo hat.
She's still wearing it, for the reference. You can't see her right now. But it's still on. It's not been removed. The meme lives on.
It's not me, Initialize. It's the hat.
I don't think hats like change personalities. I don't care what you tell me. You can't sell me on that one.
Change the facial expressions.
Still, Herald will finally be secured by X7. We're going to try and use that maybe to crack that final Rainbow Eight turret. And actually, with the wave being shoved in on topside, they could potentially think about dropping it there, but they'll decide against it. The Dragon did fall to Nuriki, though, but it's only their second, so a ways off anything resembling a soul.
And they've been playing through the waves really well. That mid lane wave was shoved in, I think it was a wave and a half with a cannon as well. Top lane was shoved in by Attila. Now he's going to reset. He's got his own Gale Force. He's almost got the second item. So item and a half, Aphelios, really strong right now on the 2 item mark. He's going to be absolutely popping in these team fights. They're going to transition him now towards the mid lane, I'm assuming, where the Rift Herald could potentially be popped. Now the thing is, usually to pop a Rift Herald when a team has a bunch of wave clear, you need to catch them off guard with less numbers advantage around that tower. And I think there needs to be some side lane pressure from the side of X7 so they can split the attention of Ricky. Right now would be the perfect situation because Orianna just so topside.
Well, fancy you mentioned that, or funny you mentioned that rather, as I get that colloquialism correct. Viking will drop the Herald with that in mind. Gonna chunk it out pretty well here. Of course, with the turret plating's down, this should be a fairly easy take as long as that charge comes through. Got a little bit caught on the corner, but no real way to prevent that from happening. And turret number 3 falls down. The gold lead continues to extend for X7. And honestly, for Nuriki, you've drafted Volibear, Callista, and Nautilus, and not made an aggressive play yet. I know you have Orianna, I know you have Kayle, but you can't just passively bleed out like this.
I think this was the win condition, right? Playing towards the top side of the map. Viking might be getting himself caught here.
Might be, but he's still got Ragnarok. He doesn't have to care too much. Still got Ghost to just throw an undertow, and that play is dragged under.
So, unless you want to commit a flash Q from Volibear, which then in turn Olaf can very easily ult and run away from with Ghost, I don't think using your flash right there from Lulash is really worth it. Now, I think the macro has been impeccable from X7. They have been constantly putting their Aphelios in very safe lanes, and he constantly keeps farming more and more and more. The fact that they saw the Orianna mid lane, knew the wave clear is not there, pushed that mid lane tower open, that was the win condition. Bleed your vision into Nuriki's jungle, and then slowly start contesting for these dragons once you have the push. Also, we saw Gangplank, Chasey, block the Gale from entering the fight. Really, really good stuff. The communication seems to be flowing so much better in this iteration of X7.
Well, we were talking about Moroshki being the Polish Chovy in the last game, but clearly Temp's learned a thing or two from his former competition, as he's something ridiculous like 222 CS pre-20 minutes, is finally getting a fight between these top laners in Australian lanes. But do want to see how this 4v4 now goes. The Viking chunked out, but Tempt going to be able to heal up with the surround sound. Gale Force falling to Lulas, takes a lot of damage. Shockwave onto 2, but it's only really a disengage. It's rooted is Abagnale. Teleport back. Fate's Call used to keep him alive. Now Kissing's in trouble, but the turnaround of the teleport's coming through. The Encore will make an absolute disaster. Divine Judgment won't keep people alive for a moment, but Daros has to flash away. A first blood to Chasey, and the Ricky have to run for the hills.
That was such a great fight for X7. Honestly, they were baiting the teleports. They want more as their has to flash away the flash from Temp.
The beat drop and the passive will do what it needs to. Stage presence from Seraphine has never been larger.
Very, very well played. Tempt with an aggressive play, flashing forward to capitalize onto Banderas. 2 dead for Nuriki means there's no one there to defend that tier 2 mid lane tower. And then slowly but surely, that map is going to be becoming darker and darker and darker for Nuriki. Let's watch this again, because it is a 4 versus 4. Viking trades a bunch of his HP to take a lot of cooldowns from the Nautilus. Abagnale is trying to run from the side, but then Lulas gets caught and he has to use his ultimate. Who does else use his ultimate? Aero, because he has to defend the volley bear. Beautiful cannon barrage to stop the 2 members of Nuriki from going in. And honestly, that Seraphine ultimate, the second that Banderas lands into the fight, you know that a level 13 Kayle could be very instrumental for a Nuriki victory in the team fight. But the fact that Tempo was holding that ultimate for the last second was beautiful. The coordination so far on X7 has been stellar. The macro, the early game decision making, everything looks really clean. And let's reiterate, if Nuriki lose this game,
they're done.
That's it.
They're done. The bar will be at 9 games to get into playoff with 3 games remaining. They must get this game, and it's not looking good right now. It's been a slow game so far, but the gold has inexorably gone in X7's favor, and it continues to get more and more difficult. They're now with the item advantage here as well. So 2 items complete, still part complete on Nuriki, and that's going to be a big deal when this Dragon's coming up. It'll be sole point for Nuriki. I just don't know how easy it will be for them to fight it.
And Aero is looking for a pick mid lane. If you poke them down, you might be able to make an engage.
Slow into the cannon barrage encore! How much damage can X7 get done? Aero toe low, running away from the Olaf, who is marauding across the Orianna. Clockwork runs out his team. A Gale Force from Attila to hop forward. A massive abyssal dive afterwards to continue to keep this fight going. Stopwatch. Banderas has got golden, but cannot win the 1 versus 2. And X7 absolutely dominate the fight. Nuriki are put to the sword, or in this case, the barrel.
Ace for X7, and they're going to be running down, up, rather, that river towards the
Don't know which way it's flowing.
Attila is going to be left behind to take away the second dragon for X7, and the rest of the team are going to be taking onto that purple worm. Yet again, a flawless team fight. It was initially Tempt getting caught, but you see the scaling, the healing, the shielding, the utility coming through from X7. Azator on the Kalista cannot play this team fight. He's faced by slows from Seraphine, a Tam Kench in his face, Aphelios with bigger range than him, a bunch of barrels and ultimates by Chasey, and I'm not even gonna count Viking running towards his way being unseeable. So again, Tempt is getting a really nice route right there, plus the ultimate, but this Seraphine does not die, also gets eaten by Kasing, and then Aero is being chased into the fight. Even though the Sombrero hits 3, it just does not matter because he went into a suicide mission trying to pull everyone away from his teammates, but that wasn't enough because X7 did follow through onto that chase. And again, X7 here are scaling better, the team fights look better. And I mean, come on, man, you're 6 levels up, stop bullying him.
That was pretty brutal. Honestly, it says something that it is our 2 EU Masters representatives from Spring that were struggling for a lot of this regular season as Viking looks to continue the domination X7 have had, and maybe, just maybe, I'll get to finish the point I was setting up towards. Bifrost X7, 2 most dominant games today. I think that's without doubt so far. I've got 1 more left to play, but coming into playoffs when they are towards the bottom end of that playoff bracket right now, a lot of those other teams need to be a little afraid because it's looking like a lot of our teams are really gearing up with those best of 5s on the horizon.
We had in the interview the previous game as well, right? X7 are looking pretty scary. They're looking like the contender, the #1 spot, Viking.
Nuriki with a Hail Mary, but the encore afterwards will be potentially counteracted by the Fate's Call. Finale doing what he can to now go back in, has to flash away, and X7 will not be denied.
Everyone has to run for the heals from the side of Nuriki. They do have 1 cannon minion that's baroned up, and this is it for X7. Sure, they have a wave building up mid and bot, but these are going to be very slow push waves. All you have to work with right now for the remainder of your Baron is that 1 last wave that's coming up. Do Nuriki have anything to say about this? Because all of their ultimates are down except the Kayle ult, and that's not enough.
I'll try and go in, but I'll raise you a different metal band to Metallica that Stranger Things have been making so famous recently. Iron Maiden have a song called Run to the Hills, and Nuriki better be listening loud and proud as the guitars rear up in this one. Seraphine not quite in pentakill yet, but you can feel the danger in this game. So very close to a victory, and Nariki, it feels like they're already out of answers, Kale or not.
Slowly but surely, X7 have accumulated a 10,000 gold lead. And this is what a slow choking your opponent game looks like. You take their gold in the early, you translate to mid-game Herald, you take the towers, you deprive them of vision, and then you team fight them to death. This is what X7 have done in this particular game. Chasey is looking back, he might get caught.
They do catch him. He's going to try and heal it, but he's shut down. That goes into Astor's pockets, but X7 might take the fight anyway. They're in a 3v4 until Temp turns up. The flash encore onto 3 into the Moonlight Vigil. Good night, Nariki.
Beautiful stuff right there from X7. Temp turning the fight around, Chasey getting caught, but it doesn't matter. Remember that level 16 KO that everyone is afraid of? One level off, but no TP for Banderas, meaning that X7 do have the numbers advantage. This is a team fight comp that wants to be bundling up as 4, as 5 and playing the game together. X7, you cannot pick them apart if they're all grouped up.
Banderas continues to split push, might try and play for the bounty on the tier 2, but all the while, his inhibitor turret is under siege. Crescendum Calibrum means this is not long for the world. Lulas on the flank looking for maybe something. Banderas still not recalled, still not here to help defend. The inhibitor falls with no resistance.
3 seconds for Aero. He has TP, he has ultimate. Will he pull any weird TPs to try and stop that siege? The answer will be no. At this point, you do need both your solo laners with teleports to be able to join fights, because you do have 2 lanes bleeding with 2 inhibitors down for the side of Nariki. So the more teleports, the better to defend your base. Nariki, 10,000 gold down in deficit. This is your last hope. This is your last breath. If you want to make playoffs, you need to come back from a 10,000 gold deficit, and your name is not Misfits.
It's so hard to do as Chasey might be punished again, does have the orange try and cleanse his way away, and Nariki is saying, we just can't win that fight, so we'll just try and play on the other side, but Chasey's got a flash this time and gets out. The summoner is popped, but it means there will be no pressure on this bot side, as all the while, Temp shoves in that mid lane wave to try and claim the final remaining inhibitor turret by themselves.
There's 3 members still remaining. They're being pinged from the sort of extent. They're like, what are they doing? They're still on the top side of the map, clearing waves. Astor is just now going to press the B button.
Cannon Rush to try and stop backs.
This tower is gone.
They tried to stop with the Cannon Rush, won't quite work, but all the while the tower falls regardless. And X7 decide maybe not to go for the inhibitor, but the inhibitor turret itself is fallen. Xing chunked though, and with the Cloud Dragon alive, there might be a world here where they could try and punish him, but Seraphine offers more healing than perhaps they were expecting.
Ring, 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 ring. I'm sorry for headphone users. Level 16 on that KO. So if there was a Hail Mary play, that should be the one from Banderas. Nariki are moving in for possibly the final team fight.
It is a doomsday or a hoax. You don't know what the conspiracy theory is at quite yet. Abignale falls down, Banderas free firing, but even at the level 16, even ascended, a higher rank of Angel indeed. This Seraph will not be able to embrace her opponents. Lula's chunked, Aero on the other side, hit by the Gore Drinker, trying to run away with the Undertows, dragging the Clockwork Wonder under. Flash from Attila! So brutal, and the scaling is enough at this point. A flash knock-up secures Banderas to boot as it all goes golden, but is a monument only to Nariki's sins. How dare they think about contesting? And this Pantheon falls, and X7 continue their inexorable march up the playoff standings. Nariki are out of playoffs. Nariki's dreams die here.
And Viking is still undefeated in the NLC Summer 2022. The guy joined X7 to try and help them make playoffs. The guy joined X7 and he said his hopes is to win the NLC this time. He had a fantastic run with Dusty in spring. This time, this roster looks like he can go even further. I can't even take me seriously with this hat.
I forgot you were wearing that, actually. What a fantastic game from X7. I bring myself back together. It was slow, but it was controlled, and it's a different look again from X7, who continue to step up, and this is looking much more like the team we were expecting coming out of EU Masters, coming into summer. Haru will not.
Better late than never.
Absolutely, and what a showing it was. I think we're still waiting here for some confirmation we're ready to go, so I think we have got a moment or two here to just sort of talk about our thoughts going into playoffs, right? Because X7 are looking like another one of those potential dark horses. Is it even a dark horse at this
And
point?
honestly, with the win from Bifrost, we didn't actually know if Bifrost had 100% locked in playoffs. Now with the defeat of Nuriki, that means Nuriki can no longer, oh my god, I can't speak, contest that 6th place, which means all of our teams are
They're
locked in for playoffs.
That is Riddle, Dusty, XL, X7, Bifrost, and I'm forgetting one team here. Remind me. Astralis! I should have known. The Dane on the desk will remind me. To them we go.
For Denmark.
Embarrassing, man. How can you forget Denmark? Pølser det hele, man. Kom nu. Du vil ikke glemme os, bro. Kom nu, man.
And there you go. X7 keep climbing. While one king is bleeding, the other one is looking to take the throne. And not only this is another statement from X7, but also a statement that we can play in a different way.
Yeah, exactly, man. I think that's my biggest takeaway from this game is it's a different style of X7. I was really worried they were falling into the same style every single game because as you approach playoffs, you want to be able to be a bit more adaptable in the best of 5s. But now they've shown, hey, we can play a Viking comp with, literally a Viking comp with Olaf plus Enchanters, as well as playing for Chasey and Tempt, pathing up to him. They've got so many different styles now. I'm super excited to see how they play in playoffs.
On the other side, though, looking at Nuriki, they're out of playoffs. You have to take it in.
It's sad. It is very sad, especially because they actually gave it a very good shot. I mean, had they just rolled over and died these last couple of weeks when it did look tough, because we had a couple of weeks where we were talking about Veneer as the team, who, you know, was the team that really had a chance of making it in, and all of a sudden, after Nuriki won against Singularity, then beat JDXL as well, they actually had a chance. So that's the sad part, right? They actually beat our top team in the league at the moment, still in terms of standing. Yes, JDXL aren't that hot at the moment, but they took a huge win there. Then they had 2 good wins against teams below them in the standing. So we were really thinking, if they can beat X7, I thought, who would be able to stop them? But well, X7, they stopped them just before it got fun and the race really became interesting. It's a sad loss for Nuriki as they go out, but they can go out proudly because they did definitely show up in these last couple of weeks. Then they are a team that needed to be feared.
They're not going to be facing relegations, I believe.
They're staying.
So, because I don't know, we have 30,000 results or possibilities, so I don't know what's going to happen regardless of that one. But I know we have someone with us on the interview. I really want to talk with him. He's the man of the hour. He's the Viking that plays the Viking. Welcome back to the show, to the interviews. Well, first of all, picking the Viking seems really interesting, and there was nothing happening on the map for like 15 minutes, but that was on purpose, wasn't it?
I mean, kinda, but we could do some more stuff for sure. It was a bit slow game, but what's called? We knew we outscaled them, just win team fights. So I mean, in my mind, like we have very good players, and just come to team fights and we have won the game, you know. So for me, it was not really stressful in the game, you know.
You see the Aphelios on the bot side for one side, you know he needs to scale, and you see the Kalista, and I think you allow the Aphelios to play safe. It's not about killing the Kalista, it's about denying the Kalista. And when you have a Kalista on the other side, you know the jungler is going to the bot side, but it just didn't work. How did you shut down Nuriki without even fighting versus them?
I mean, I was matching the Volibear bot side, and we wanted to maybe look for a kill on him sometimes, but me just being bot side creates a lot of pressure, and Volibear needs to be there because he used cleanse for some reason very early in the game, and we could set up a gank, you know. And just me sweeping wards creates a lot of pressure in the lane, and our bot lane was doing good, our top and mid, and we had outscaling draft. So yeah, I mean, I felt like just match and we'll win this game, you know.
This roster is going so well that we are finally getting other play styles for X7. Do you still have more? So you have the face front, just head on, smash versus them at the beginning of the game, get to the early to the mid game with a lot of advantage. You have this one where you can slow down without fighting. Do we still have more faces of X7 as we're about to jump into the best of 5s?
Yeah, of course. But you will have to wait and see.
Yeah, you don't need to say. I just need to know that they exist. You don't need to spoil them.
Of course.
Now, final question. I talked to you about this one. It seems like the throne is kind of empty right now. Are you looking to grab it?
Of course. That's why I came back, man.
You're a hungry guy, aren't you? You're really hungry for that one, okay?
Yeah.
So let's see how it happens. Congratulations on another victory. Undefeated so far on the summer split. It's looking good for X7. Have a nice one, Viking. Always a pleasure.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
it may not seem so, but this guy has so much knowledge of the game, it's actually scary. It is really scary.
I could tell. He can perfectly tell you exactly how the draft wants to go, if you win or not, based on like whether or not you make early plays. He definitely seems like a really good shot caller.
And it's interesting that he knows how to behave on the map. It's not about fighting. It's about how do I need to behave to make sure the enemy team doesn't play their play style. And forcing your enemy to play your play style seems really difficult to do without fighting them, no?
I mean, they're just too good in terms
of
what I watched. What I really liked is, like they mentioned, right? If he went bot lane, the Volibear would have to follow. And if you can, dictate where Volibear goes in the early game, then you're in control. Because if you can deny the Volibear any opportunity to really get ahead, then he can build up a lead, then he can snowball, and then the Volibear at what, 15, 20 minutes falls flat and doesn't really have that much strength to offer to the game. So the fact that he was able to just simply play around with Lulus and say, no, you just follow me, we're not going to force anything. I'm fine with going into late game. I am stronger than you are because your chainman falls off harder than I do because I have enchanters to support me. It just meant that Lulus wasn't really able to have an impact in the game, and that meant that no one really got ahead. We saw, for example, Esida didn't get any kills, didn't get any leads, and in late game teamfights, the Aphelios is obviously going to be stronger if you're going completely even in terms of a Kalista AD carry and an Aphelios late game.
If X7 don't end up on third place, I really doubt that the team that ends on third place will pick them right to begin with. That's not a good decision. Let's talk with Nuriki. Let's talk with Lulus for the first time. Hello, Irma. Welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to finally have you here this time. Okay, obviously you guys are out of playoffs. It doesn't matter right now, but how are you feeling now being on the NLC, being on the show, being with Nuriki as well? What is the sentiment right now?
Sentiment is a bit, bad, I guess, because we just lost. So for me, of course, it's a tough loss. The rest of the games or the rest of the split become a lot less meaningful. But regardless of that, I've had such a good experience. All of the players that I had the pleasure to play with are amazing, and of course, way above the level that I was used to play. So that's an awesome experience for me.
And that's what I want to talk about, the idea that you jumped into the NLC. I want to understand how it was to be contacted to, hey, you want to come to the NLC? What was your first reaction when you saw what league we were joining in? What went through your mind?
So I've always been pretty confident of my skill and also just aware of what I can add to a team. So I knew that after speaking with the coach, which I already knew and spoke with, which was Sotse, I knew that I could add and fulfill the shoes that they required. So I wasn't expecting or nervous or anything, just I was quite conscious of what I was getting, and I was always, I've always thought highly of myself, so I knew I was ready to go against the best in the NLC.
So tell me, what can you bring into a team?
Right, so I think I am quite articulate and controlled in the game, so I think once I do have, an assigned roster, like a team per se, a composition to play around, I'm pretty smart on where we should focus or where to direct our goals, objectives, etc. Just what to prioritize in order to succeed. I think this game, unluckily, I don't think we managed to go through with that. But although we did not, I think we put up a decent fight, at least for a while. And of course, we're still getting adjusted to each other. So it's up to grabs who shot calls what, and of course I think all of the other players are really competent and we're still getting used to each other, so everyone does different calls or has a different opinion on things. But if we could nail that out, I think we could definitely solidify a really good early game, which is usually what I think to always bring to the team, is just a solid controlled early game.
Okay, final question, a small one is, what do you expect for the rest of the split? What is your objective right now?
My objective is to have the best showing possible, or the most enjoying games, not only for me but for the people watching as well. So I know we're going against two big teams, so I want to obviously have a good performance, see how they perform, how I perform against such good players, and we'll see from there. I don't know where this will take me or the team, to be fair.
Let's see what it takes us. Thank you so much for this interview. A pleasure to meet you on the show, Lulus. Adeus.
Thank you very much. Goodbye. Adeus.
It's really good to have someone in Portuguese. I just said goodbye, by the way. Just said goodbye on that one. And it seems like the ambience, okay, we didn't make playoffs. Obviously, it's a tough one, but we're not on relegations. We're showcasing ourselves, and people are aware that this is a good team. We just need to solve things on maybe to 2023.
Yeah, 2023 is the hope for Noriki. I just can't believe, it is very sad. I'm sad to see them go. Honestly, it's one of the first esports organization I actually worked with as a caster back in like 2018 when I had a lot of voice cracks. So obviously, I thank my faith in their faith in me back then, and it's heartbreaking to see them go. Especially, they had the shot. They beat JDXL. They beat some good teams, and more so also in the fact that at the beginning of the split, we knew they could have gotten some wins that they didn't end up getting. And it would have been so fun seeing them go up against Bifrost in these last 2 games, fighting for that last playoff spot.
So wait, they were the ones that believed in you in the first place?
No, there was also Squad 1. There was a lot of people who believed in me, funnily enough.
But the first one was Noriki?
As a Nordic organization, yes.
Yeah, I need to have a conversation with them. They did a good job. Let's look into the standings after this one. And Aragon, I want to get your feeling on this right now. We finally got our top 6. You believe this is the rightful top 6? What surprises can we still get?
Yeah, I think this is the rightful top 6. Whether or not it is in the right order, though, that is the question. I do not think it's in the right order.
Ooh, okay. Put it in the right order.
Put it in the right order.
Yeah, putting you on the spot.
This is going to be full of hot takes. Sorry, Twitch chat. I don't mean to make you sad. It might... Dusty first. Okay, it's so hard.
No, do it. No doubts.
Dusty first.
Okay.
X7 second. So difficult. The third place is the hardest part, by the way.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it.
Okay. Astralis third.
Ooh.
Bifrost fourth.
Oh.
Riddle fifth. Slash JDXL.
The first team I didn't.
What? JD from first to
sixth.
Six?
Yeah.
So Bifrost take the 5th.
Yes. Wait, no. Riddle takes the 5th.
Okay.
Hot takes. I love this. I'm enjoying this, Aragon. Welcome to the desk. I'm enjoying this. The next matchup will be between Astralis and Vanir. Doesn't mean a lot for Vanir if they want to run away from relegations. I'm thinking about it. I mean, they're out. Singularity and Eminem will take that place. But before we do that, you know what time it is. It is time for the NLC Social Clash, where we look into the memes of the internet, of our organizations, players, coaches, and much more, and we rank them with a lot of good judges, by the way. The judges are putting in all the weight they can on deciding all of these. So let's start with an honorable mention coming in from CJ itself, and I'm going to butcher this name, Tivrisk? I don't know. I'm really terrible with that. When they brought in the foldy sheet for the NLC, 32,768 scenarios. So when I'm telling you that I have no idea what I'm looking into, I'm not even kidding. I can't even count this high. So look at this. Okay,
that's
how do I look into this?
Look, so the way you do it, right, is you see, first of all, so this game, Riddle versus someone.
Let's move into the other one.
All the options.
I'm bored. Let's move into the other one.
I see why you don't.
Honorable mention. Thank you. You guys are amazing, by the way. Keep telling me how to do this. Please DM me. I need your help, CJ.
What is this host,
man? This host, well, lucky. Third place of the day is going for Dusty.
Okay, it's a TikTok.
It is a TikTok.
I worked as a social media manager on TikTok, actually. So I know a lot about this. Okay.
Ooh, the editing.
That is the trend from Moon Knight, this series where, he goes berserk and you don't quite see it because it's a different part of him controlling it.
Spoilers.
That is actually a major spoiler alert. Regardless, though, it is the trend, so if you watch TikTok, you would have seen it. Too bad you should have watched it. It has been out for ages. Too bad for you guys. I have no mercy here. Come on, man. If you're watching this TikTok, regardless, I do not care. You should have seen the trend. My bad.
I haven't finished the show either. I started. I was actually going to finish it. But you know what?
How are you guys so slow at watching your series? That's not my fault.
I study a lot for legal. I have 32,000 scenarios to study.
Man.
You think I have time? There we go. 1 point for them. Moving on to the second one. It is Riddle with the beat down. Look into this one. Just like last split, we return to the NLC gym where it looks like Bifrost have been having a rough training session. Let's look into this one.
How did this look at first? I saw this and thought it was good.
Ooh. Vanir, Riddle, Astralis, Noriki, Dusty, Eminem, X7, the entire roster jumps in.
Yep. social clash. Even the former players were there.
I mean, I would give him first place, but they got the meme wrong.
It's a bit outdated now, isn't it?
It is outdated.
XL need to be knocked over too.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
See, if you paid attention instead of watching CDs, you would be part with
I
this
mean,
one.
I've watched it
Second
before.
place for Riddle on this beautiful video. We're talking about videos. We have to get another video on the first place. And before we show that, this video had 400,000 views on TikTok.
Ooh, I know
For
what
Vanir, by the way. This is not from this split, from the previous one. Take a look.
It's the...
Just waiting to see the swaps happen because I still see the Ziggs in the bot lane. And Eminence having the Aphelios right there. You've got 35 seconds to swap.
What should I think about the Kebo?
Just respect him when he has chakrams.
The chakrams is what gun? Like what color?
It's white.
Okay.
That's the most dangerous. Yeah, and when he has stun gun, then they can gank, I guess. Yeah. Sure.
And stun gun is the green one, right?
Green is sniper. It's a long range.
And that is the CC, right?
No, CC is purple.
Look at this.
Oh, what a team player.
Yeah,
What a team
congratulations.
player. You play this game for a living. How do you not know that, honestly?
Okay.
Why don't go melee?
This is like when you
quality.
jump into a game and you have a new champion. Mob of Fire, what does this champion do? He has no idea. It's not about that. There's a lot of players that have no idea what specific champions do. We saw a mainly Sin not knowing that the Q executed on LPL, by the way.
For real?
You missed something. See?
I'm
You're
busy
watching the wrong
series.
things. That takes the first place for Vanir. That was so good. I mean, do you even play versus Aphelios mid?
No, but you should still know. Aphelios has been meta, and if you're a pro mid laner...
It is really complicated to play versus Aphelios, let's be honest.
Come on, I can do it, then you guys can too.
To be fair, I don't know the name of all the guns either. Low-key.
It's not that
he's
hard.
my wiki, by the way. He's my Wikipedia of League of Legends and NLC as we move on to the last game of the day. And before that, we'd have the standings. Oh, the standings for the NLC Social Clash, obviously. Riddle with 44 points, Vanir with 33, X7 with 21-9. And look at Dusty. They're getting closer on Ricky, like they're getting closer on the first place on the regular split as well.
It is, I mean, getting closer to the Ricky. Yeah, you're 10th here in the Social Clash standings. For me, though, it is a pretty three-horse race between X7, Vanir, and Riddle. And Vanir and Riddle really duking it out here today, getting 3 and 4, 5 points each. So, I mean, that's the top of the
close. X7 is
Props.
close.
Yeah.
Props to Dusty, though. They did double their points.
Don't do me like that, man. At least they got the point.
He caught me off guard. He did it.
It's brutal. It's a straight
He
up
did cut me off guard. Okay, touche. Gone. Now we can go into the last game of the day. I don't know if you guys are excited, but it's going to be a spicy one. It's going to be Astralis versus Vanir. For Vanir, they can't make playoffs, but obviously it is good for them to get those victories. For Astralis, it is to climb to the stars. It is really important for them, and we need to look into this matchup. Where should we focus? Vanir versus Astralis.
Now, I think, okay, so this game is going to be quite interesting because Vanir are suffering from Bifrost disease. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, Bifrost disease was the mid-split lack of identity, and now it just feels like Vanir has the exact same thing. Vanir are just, if you look at their drafts, they're drafting something new every single time, and I just think, please pick a style. I think early game roaming for Ericsson. Ericsson was shining light to me last game. They played definitely really well, but then they need to stick to that win condition because they definitely did throw and not play to it come mid-game. But definitely stick to a style and get really good at it before you start playing a bajillion in a row.
Mama NLC, can we keep him? I want to keep this guy. On the other side, what can you expect?
Well,
Tell me, Duckling.
for Astralis, I think they are trying to find again, their early game footing. To me, Hexa is the key to unlocking that. Still with Volibear being the meta, he's someone who likes to play for the team, and he is very good at doing just that. So, throw him on the Volibear, in my opinion, and just allow him to open up the early game. Sencox is still in good form in my eyes. To me, also, the bot lane is very interesting because Chrisberg is a very good hyper carry when he gets in that situation. And Merbs, we saw him in the entirety of NLC Division 2 last split, and also this split, being played for, being nurtured nicely, and he was about the late game team fight. So if we get both drafts going around the bot lanes, we could have very exciting 30-40 minute team fights where these AD carries are really skill testing each other because they're both great.
Don't destroy my table, but start the game, Erdogan.
There you go.
That was
Gentle
a smooth
tap.
one, a gentle one. Astralis 9-6 versus Vanier 5-10. Obviously, they still have the power to play upset versus Astralis, but Carlson is getting more solid as well. We heard him on the previous interview. He was really happy regardless of the result they got in. It's going to be the Gnar taken away.
No, I was about to say, Carlson, every single opportunity he's gotten, he's picked Gnar. Whether it's counter pick, whether it's blind pick, no matter what, I think he thinks Gnar is the best champion in the game. So
his
he
champion
just
pool
Gnar.
is really big. It can play Gnar normal, Gnar galactic, Gnar astronaut,
Dino Gnar.
Dino Gnar, yeah.
Funny, didn't laugh.
But it definitely... what I'm expecting to see and how Astralis have been playing is scaling bot and top with like the Gnar, for example. Scaling bot and top, playing through that mid jungle with roaming support. I expect to see that, for example, last game, Kiba was my shining light. He played the Amumu, was never bot lane, and just ran around the map 1v9ing. I expect to see something similar to that again with a skirmishing mid jungle.
Now, let me throw in a curveball, because this was something Carlsen did before he was Carlsen, back when he was Fart Control, back in the Danish second version. He played a lot of set, and he was very, very good at set. And you talked about the stakes of this game, obviously very high for Astralis, but in a situation where you can still, you've locked playoffs, you can experiment a bit more, maybe get him on that, it would be exciting. But obviously the meta has to come first, and this area being open does get locked in.
And Set was a good champion when Stride Breakers was available, you know?
That was before Stride Breaker even, that was when I was like 16.
This is where I'm gonna step in. I'm gonna be honest. I would ban Carlson if he picked Set. I think Set is garbage, but yeah, I'm sorry, mate.
It would have been
not
fun
a good
to watch,
champion.
though. I would love it.
Yeah, fun. I like Set too. I mained it for a while. Anyway, they picked Twitch into the Zero. Pretty classic answer. Match the scaling. Like I said, they picked scaling bot side for Astralis and simply match the scaling. Merbs has been playing scaling recently. I think and also there's going to be scaling top side for Dreampool probably. He's been playing weak side as well, except for last game where they did play the Camille Galio. But like I said, it's a different composition every time. So who knows what we're going to get for Vanier.
There's no Cat though, and you have you have the Zeri and you have the Twitch. What do you want as a support?
Look, I just want to mention, they locked in the Viego. They prioritized that higher than the Volibear. In my eyes, the Volibear is now open, and all of a sudden, you have a great young of attack, so you have a very good AD carry for Chrisberg, and these two AD carries could really be duking it out in the late game. I want to see them pick that up in all honesty.
Volibear and Nautilus?
Take it. Volibear Nautilus sounds like a great deal in my book, and they take the Volibear. I am wondering why Vanier prioritize the Viego that highly, considering the Volibear was open, but I'm happy for Astralis. They get a very, very good champion here for free.
So where does Viego shine to get this sort of priority?
So Viego as a champion, you typically want to pick it with a strong CC mid lane. Like a common combination that we saw in the LPL and the LEC was the Viego plus Lissandra, right? So you ultimate Lissandra, ultimate target with Lissandra, you get that single target CC, then you get the Viego to follow up, you get that reset, and you also get the Lissandra reset at the same time. It's a broken combination. I do not know if we're going to get that, but that's one way. They could also take Sejuani top lane. Sejuani works well with Viego, the passive, but they might just pick support here as well. There you go.
That is an easy support. You can proc the concussive blows really fast as well. It's not an Ezreal or an Illusion, but it's still going to be reliable.
Really importantly, counters the Nautilus and all-ins. Nautilus can never be proactive into a Brummel. If he goes into a Brumm, he just gets passive procced and run down.
Bans are coming in. Where should we focus now, Duckling?
I'm looking at the mid laners in my eyes. Yes, the Corgi has been removed, but I want to see more bans there because both these players have very big pools. We already see the Azir being removed. You could maybe remove the Akali as well from Sencox because he has had a couple good games on that. In my eyes, maybe the Sylas as well if you want to deny the opportunity of stealing away the Braum ultimate, which could be pretty brutal in those team fights.
What about the Yari? We've seen Sencox play the Yari as well. He's a menace with that champion. He's really comfortable, but then you allow the Lissandra to step in alongside with the Viego. It doesn't seem like a good answer.
There's the silence.
I'm getting really concerned about the Lissandra pick for Vanier. I think if Vanier pick Lissandra, it's really, really Draft Kingdom because now Sylas is banned by Astralis. Sylas is the counter to Lissandra. You ban the Sylas to get the Lissandra. So it's really curious. I wonder if Astralis are going to pick it away or ban it.
As we're waiting to see, regardless of Vanier, do end up following up on that mid lane trend at the moment by banning away the Victor. So a lot of these mages have been removed. So it is just the question, will they ban that Lissandra as you highlighted, or will they give it over? In the end though, let's see what it'll be.
Or maybe we'll get something else entirely, we'll see. I'm not really sure, Vanier. It's like picking champions out of a hat to me.
I don't think they're
worried about the top lane, so maybe that's not going to happen. The last one is taking a long time. It's going to be the Lysander, so this opens the Yari for the Senkux.
Oh. He's not going to lock it in. He's not going to lock it in.
Wait.
Merb's the Draven?
No, because I'm trying to see if it's the Rimba time to pick, but I don't think so. Yeah, I was really confused. Even this one, I'm not even going to pay attention to this one. I got you baited. Don't worry. No. It's going to be on one side you have the Silas and the Yari, the Lysander band, so might as well take the Yari.
And this is pretty similar. This works pretty well with the Viego as well. You charm and then you get the follow-up as well. And also, crucially, Ahri brings some roaming too. So you match the roaming potential and maybe snowball through top because you have red side counter pick. I guess we'll see with Dreampulse counter.
What about a Swain for Senkux?
I'm actually not too sure of the Swain versus Ahri matchup. I don't see it enough personally, so I actually can't comment. I'm not sure if you know.
So what is your reply?
I am a jungle main, man. Though, see, that is a trip down memory lane. If you don't remember 2016 Splice, the full Danish roster, one that was struggling. I remember a particular game, I think it was against Giants, I'm not too sure about that, where Senkux simply just blow them all up, 4-man, double W, and just deleted them all. And that is a Fiara for Carlsen, Cognuman.
Your answers are Gangplank, any range champion, and the rest of them are going to be skill matchups. You have your Jax as well. This is not real.
No, don't worry. It's over. We don't talk about those. We're just getting debated. We're just getting debated. For the top line, Fiora. This is an interesting one because this could be the first time we get to see Carlsen on a more aggressive pick.
Do I get to talk about Renekton matchup?
You got your pick! Okay. It's on you, Aragon. How does this go?
This is a skill matchup favored towards Renekton. I win it every single time. Basically, Renekton wins. Okay, so Fiora wins the early levels, gets prior in the first few waves, right? Assuming that she doesn't troll into minions with Conqueror on the Renekton. However, Renekton then wins up until about level 13. Then Fiora starts to outscale as well, given items and the levels. That's pretty much how the curve goes. Renekton definitely does have the early game, and what we're seeing now is the Ahri roaming up topside into the Renekton lane, which we saw yonks ago. I think it was, I can't remember how long ago. I think it was into Eminem, and they actually won with this comp, so I'm really excited to see how it goes.
By the way, what's the name of the passive?
Absolutely no idea. I don't remember Renekton.
We talked about this, Brain of
I have terrible memory.
Also, remind everybody, Brahms passive with Renekton, with Viego, they're so easy to proc. So on team fights, this could be a menace. So let's see who's going to take this one. It is Astralis, it is Varnir. One team just playing for spoiler, the other one still climbing the mountain. Who do you favor back at home on the Twitch chat? Just spam it away as we send it to the casters.
Hello. I just realized you were on screen behind you while I was looking down at my screen and not being as entertaining, so I figured I had to do like a little dance or something. You've lost your hat.
Someone took my hat, man.
It's because you're no longer worthy of being teammate.
It's on the camera.
That's genius. Like, it's literally like, where'd they go?
Hey! I will let you crown me.
All hail Her Majesty, Teemo the First.
Thank you very much. Now I feel like myself again. Wait.
You know what?
There we go.
Your toxic trait is being Teemo. I take it. All right, on to the Rift we go for our final game of the day. A lot of fun and games here as I've managed to get some hair on my face. Thank you, Trouble.
It's still there.
God damn it.
Stand still. Got it.
You could see that, but basically, Trum was playing mom there, just like cleaning up my face. I clearly can't look after myself. Good grief. All right, stakes for this game. Vanir, out of relegations, but out of playoffs as well after the results of today, unfortunately for them. However, for Astralis, things have suddenly got a lot spicier, a lot more challenging for them. X7 won, that puts them a game ahead. Bifrost won, tying them up with Astralis in game wins right now. Lose this, and next week games get very, very scary indeed.
What I'm hearing here is Vanir stakes 0, Astralis stakes through the roof. All of your opponents around you have won their games today, so you definitely want to be moving further up that chain. They might still have a chance to catch up with the second place. Only 2 wins away, only 3 games remaining. They still have a chance to reach that second spot. Mind you, first and second seed in the NLC playing the upper bracket, meaning you have a second life. You lose the first best off, you fall towards the lower bracket, but you're not instantly out.
Of course, eyes beyond playoffs as well for some of these teams. There's that potential prize, that honor of representing the NLC at EU Masters, and that involves...
that's immeasurable.
Indeed, of course it is. And that involves, you know, getting towards the upper end of those playoff standings. You need to be finishing at the very least top 2. Of course, not quite sure where seedings and stuff will lie with the Amazon EMAS as yet, but at the very least, you want to be pushing right towards that top 2.
Right, moving into this particular game and seeing Astralis' composition again. Here is the blueprint of Astralis. Get Taxa onto a ganking, proactive, early game jungler. Done. You have the Volibear. Get Senkirks onto a either scaling mid or a mid jungle duo you can play through. Done. You've got the LeBlanc, which is a skill matchup into the Ahri. But honestly, when it comes to trades, it's usually favorable towards that LeBlanc, because with LeBlanc, you usually want to trade into taking Ahri's life away, meaning you push the further back into lane, meaning you get to bleed your pressure first, together with your proactive jungler. Now, get Crisberg onto a hyper carry down the bot lane. Done. Allow Carlson a safe weak side pick.
Ignite's available! Ericsson has to flash. The root's in, but will there be a final auto? Needs a Q! First blood solo for Senkirks.
Solo Bolo coming in for Senkirks. We don't need no junglers up in here. Both him and Buckland with the solo kills on the LeBlanc this season. And again, this is a skill matchup where when LeBlanc constantly trades into you, chipping on your HP bar, these trades can come through the wave and actually take away your whole bar. And Ericsson blows his flash, blows his teleport. Remember, Taxa is used to ganking early, and now there's no flash on this level 3 Ahri.
Exactly that, and Astralis have made a career this split of making playing mid lane an absolute hell. Everybody turns up mid at every opportunity. You've just blown flash, you've just blown teleport, and you've got a Nautilus and a Volibear who will be looking to roam mid at every given opportunity. Ericsson, this is not a particularly healthy place to be in.
Oh, level 4 now for the Renekton, level 3 for Carlson. He needs to be very careful because Kraox is actually shadowing the top side for Dreampool right there. Aragon mentioned it as well. This matchup does favor, it's a skill matchup, but it does favor Renekton up until level 12 or 13. Then the items start scaling a little bit more for Fjord, does get the edge. But if you put the Renekton ahead in the early, she'll have a much harder time catching up. Now Taxa, of course, we mentioned it. No flash onto Ericsson.
Flash! Thundering! Smash! Udyr wishes he could slap like that pair. Another kill to Senkirks.
Man, sometimes I wish I could ask for $1 million for it to fall on my head, because there's 3 things that are certain in this life. Death, German taxes, and Taxa ganking you level 3 and level 4.
He and Diamond Prox have taken a particular, you know, they've basically made their whole career this split about that, let's be real. Kiba, though, looking for potentially a little angle in here, but Kraox is around, and of course, with the passive, could mean problems for Kiba, who's been ignited. Kraox now looking for a potential angle around the angle, flash away from Kiba, alongside the heal from Crisberg. Ugly stuff from Astralis spot lane, we're not ready for that.
Yeah, I think Kiba got caught in all of the mid wave as well, so you got creep blocked right there, took one too many auto attacks from Merps. Ignite blown from Zaremba for double summoner from the side of Astralis, and Kraox was shadowing, of course, because that wave was being pushed. So you want to minimize the chances that your bot lane will get punished. Kiba again getting caught by the passive. Only one more shot would have stunned Kiba in place. Now Taxa yet again hovering around that mid lane. You know that the pink ward is there. Taxa does not have the flash available, and Ericsson is very close to getting his Spirit Rush level 5 for now.
May well be needing it, of course. Still no flash on either of these mid laners, but Ericsson definitely on the worst end of these trades. A solo kill and the gank in mid lane has met this Ahri a long way behind in this. LeBlanc on the other side, a champion that's fallen out of the presence that they were in before. Very much in the ascendancy now in this game. Hops forward with the distortion, doubles it up with the Mimic. Has got the ethereal chains on, but here comes Vanir to try and punish, but straight back to the initial start. And nothing more to be seen.
And that was so important for Zaremba and Kraox to be there. The fact that Ericsson is sitting more than an entire wave behind. You see Senkirks, instant level 6. He takes the engage. He takes another one, level 6 now for Ericsson.
Charm, but now Astralis are mid lane. What a surprise. And both of these teams have tried to make a 3v1 happen, neither of which have entirely succeeded as yet.
Yeah, top lane for now. It's a handshake. Both junglers have been pinged. Kraox slowly but surely actually shadowing the movements of Taxa around the map. Taxa, of course, being one step ahead right there on the ganks and on the Scuttle Crab, which is going to be a big fight for.
Teleport's coming through from Carlson, but it means he's not actually around here as yet, and that gives Crayox the opportunity to take away that Scuttle Crab. It's a small win, but a win it is nonetheless. And Dreampool in that part of the matchup, this kind of pre-level 13 point where the Renekton certainly has the advantage, he's according to Aragon, and I trust his opinion when it comes to high-level Renekton matchups.
Pretty much his favorite champion, is it?
One might say, I believe he said he was 500 games into the champion this
Okay, pretty much an OTP then?
Yeah, the guy knows Renekton. Certainly knows the break points is kind of his go-to as Merbs is in ambush, maybe looking for a little bit of play. And there's that phrase you've been saying all day long, it's me, and I've been hiding.
See, I haven't said, listen, I haven't said a single time this game.
This game?
Yet.
The one time we go, okay, anyway, Charm onto Senkux is my slight frustrations with that phrase begin to haunt me here as it's double distortion forwards, not punish, but the electrocute comes through nonetheless, and the lost chapter advantage for Senkux proving it's worth right now, and we're left with a game that after those initial explosive moments in mid lane has stalled for a moment, but Zaremba in this mid lane looking to see whether there's something to be found onto this LeBlanc, but turns out to be very little indeed.
Very nice. Taxers hovering around mid lane as well. The Astralis bot lane have solved in an entire wave, which means they can also move towards mid lane. Zaremba has been around that mid side for the longest time. Now, the fact that Ericsson fell behind, the team makes sure that he cannot be further punished. He's already down 2 kills. Now, this is the Astralis special, baby. We're going to rotate the entire team through the map. We're going to leave Crispec in the mid lane, and we're going to fight this Rift Herald, this time Vanet, 5 men in the river.
On the other side, you have a Renekton who's not turned up yet, but will have the ultimate available, ready to roll.
Well, there he
Watching
is.
the R button, looking to get in. Not a lot of Fury stacked as yet. Just waiting. Fury of the Sands. There's a turn around for the Rolly Bear there, trying to play this one out, but there's the ultimate in turn! Herald goes down, no idea who secured it is yet for the damage. Ultimate shot is pretty extreme. A 1-for-1 right now, Senkux gets the chains, but right now the health bars are falling, trying to ward Astralis off this ice. So lower Astralis, but Crispec with the HP bar advantage will allow Senkux to get in onto the eye and get that one for Astralis. A 1-for-1. But they still get the Herald to Astralis.
Very nicely done right there from Taxa. Dives in with the ultimate, secures the Rift Herald. Very important when there are lanes with a bunch of wave clear like Ari in the mid lane. You need that Rift Herald to break the tower open. Then again, you see Astralis, they're forcing themselves 5 man into the choke point. That really does hurt. Had that Braum just been level 6, but he's not. Renekton though is enough for this choke point to force the HP buzz of Astralis low enough to the point where they back off. But look at all this work that Crispec has been doing, chipping away slowly but surely, auto attack per auto attack, to the point where Vanet had to back out. Senkux dives in, grabs the Eye of Herald, and he can very selfishly now use it for himself in the mid lane because he's the one holding it.
They might have been doing that anyway, let's be real with the way this team has been playing, but either way...
there's no chance for your jungler to not use it.
Well, exactly, you can control this yourself. Dreampool, of course, a little late to that play, but still doing just fine in this matchup for now. But unfortunately, you know, the rest of the map falling apart a little bit. That Herald inventory, as we said, in Astralis, this was a big game for them in a lot of ways. A match against a team no longer in playoffs. With next week's games becoming increasingly important, with a lot of those playoffs teams really ramping up. Seeding still to be decided, and this game could really, really impact that. None of the Dragons thus far this game gone down, and they may be thinking about doing it, but Taxa instead just having a look around to see whether there's an invade available to him.
Oh, look at that though. Taxa is not sneaking in alone. He's bringing in his team with. Now, what I really like on what Senkux has done here is he has completed his boots. That means you get more movement speed. That means you get to be first on the play. Plus Magic Pen.
Comes out of the invis, will get the stun, tries to buffer it out with the Dredge. On the other side, it's a charm onto Tax, who's being pulled towards the Dragon, and an inexorable doom. Smites for HP, and that means Ericsson still gonna get in, get out. Crayox, as has often been the way with this pairing, looks for a reset, that mid-jungle. They get one, they can keep running further. And Vanilla win this skirmish and earn themselves a Dragon.
That was a little bit of an overreach. I'd like to see the fight with Taxa and Senkux again, because I felt like Senkux just did not do enough damage while Taxa was trading his HP bar onto 2 people right there. So I'm not sure if he had blown all of his spells, maybe in the mid lane wave. We'll see it right here. He is missing a bunch of mana. The wave is not pushed necessarily. And as you can see, auto attack. There's a Q, a W. No chain though. for Senkax at
Used
all.
in the mid lane, I don't know. Either way, didn't work out there, and it does mean that Ericsson gets to dive in, get the reset, and get out. Spirit Essence passive doing just fine there to heal the Ahri up as she went in very aggressively. Herald Summon mid though, but it's now turned around as Merbs gets knocked up by the Dredge Line. Flash in from Kiba, being incredibly aggressive, but the turnaround now for Merbs is pretty extreme. Zaremba running out of HP though, must try and run. Puts up the door, but Chrisberg will not be denied. The burst fire looking more like full auto at this point. Topside Carlson parries away the Ruthless Predator, avoids the Spectral Maw and gets to walk out of danger.
So botlane gets a 2v2 kill, Carlson avoids a gank, and in the mid lane, Senkax getting all the plating.
Here come the members of Astralis, try and punish it to 2v3 coming up. Ericsson roaming, but he's going to be too little too late. A Sky Splitter comes through on top of Krayok's head. Nearly with the ultimate, won't need to pop it. But now the HP bars, maybe Veneer think there's an angle to turn around, but no, it'll just be walking away for now.
Very nicely, well played right there. Taxa pops the Q, but Krayox walks out of distance and Trimple slices and dices through the wave, meaning that Q goes on cooldown without resetting by NCC ability. Carlson though against 3.
He's got himself a lunge and a flash and a prayer at this point. Lunges away, still got the riposte. Must gain this right. There it is, flashing now, but he's going to get stunned by Braum's passive and concussive blows put down the Grand Duelist.
And finally, the manager pick on the map is going to be towards the side lane, weak side of Astralis on Carlson, but they had to get 3 members up the top side of the map. Kiba now in the mid lane, they're looking at Ericsson. He does have his ultimate up and available, but mainly, you open up that mid lane, you instantly unlock LeBlanc on the map.
But now Astralis, with the plays and the resources committed top, look to try and punish bot. Merbs throws down a control ward just in time to spot Taxa walk into the Tribrush. He'll throw down his Q and try and ambush his way out to safety as Dreampool secures a second plate. Veneer now turning up towards this bot lane will ensure Merbs can stay around this tower, but plates were traded.
2 tower platings have gone down in bot lane, 4 tower platings in the mid lane, and Kiba might get caught.
Flash for the Winter's Bite, gets knocked up with the Dredge Line, but the passive is on, must try and escape Glacial Path. Glacial Fissure, I apologize, puts down. No Lissandra in this game, if I get my ability names right. Chrisberg still free firing, does a lot of damage. Gets out of dodge now, and I believe that ultimate will time out shortly.
It's casually against a Viego with a mythic item, and this Zeri doesn't have any. So you can imagine how obnoxious this champion will be later on when there is no true tank on the side of Veneer. The tankiest member that you're going to have is going to be Zaremba on the Braum while the shield is active. Everyone else will just melt to the Zeri.
Ericsson in a lot of danger.
What?
Popped. More like a bubble than a human being in that one. Utterly disgusting. 3-0, Luden's complete, and Senkax takes his moment to strike.
You know what? We're gonna have to ask the production for next week to find us who has the most solo kills on LeBlanc between spring and summer. I think if we take spring, it's gonna have to be Eminence, because he played a lot of LeBlanc and he was the first champion, he doubled up as well. But we had Backland with 3 solo kills, Senkax with 3 solo kills. Screw the solo kills.
His verse is a Dominus, gets the stun though. Gonna get stunned in turn, and Dreampool gets the kill and will get out of dodge for now, but Senkax roaming up. Krayox has stolen the body of this Fura. Senkax dashing forward because he's got the ethereal chains, gets the kill. That's a 4th for him.
4-0 for Senkax, and again, the blueprints come true. Taxa, mid lane gank. Onto Ericsson after he lost his flash. Senkax using his advantage over and over again. Senkax might be getting caught here. There's 2 members of Veneer. He just used his W. Just around by Krayox.
No ult yet.
2 levels down and 4 levels down from the side of Veneer. Can they actually catch him?
I think they'll wait for the recall. They're going to see whether he's shopping. Spirit, Spectral Maw, throwing a flash! Stun! And they've got the passive on. Double distorted it down. Can they get close enough to secure the kill? They will not make it work. The cooldowns came off, and Senkax doesn't even need to pop his flash. Taxa gets the Rift Herald, and will get out while all that was happening.
Ooh, that was very close, but unfortunately the levels deficit right there. 5 levels down for Zaremba, 3 levels down for Krayox right there. The difference in HP bars and damage that you do at this point are enormous. And Krayox did not have, unfortunately for him, his ultimate up and available to try and assassinate that LeBlanc. Talking about that LeBlanc coming in with a Luden second and needlessly large rod for the next fight, which is going to be the second
Ericsson
Dragon.
goes over the wall, but it's been dredge lined. Sorry, depth charged. I'll get that ultimate right now, but Ericsson with the ultimate down, but attacks down his as well. Hopping forward, looking to punish this volley bear. Throws down the Q, surviving. Chrisberg, lightning crashes away into the fight. Those Remember takers so low, goes down, and Senkok's picked up his 5th. He's been dominating this game from start to finish, and he'll win this one for Astralis as well.
Yeah, and this is going to be the Dragon for Astralis as well, taking away the streak of 2 from Veneer, going to secure the first one. And honestly, this is looking more and more green for Veneer. Carlsen is fancying his way through that wall, might find an aggressive Crocodile together with Kraox onto the Viego. He's going to choose not to jump. But then again, Astralis, the 2 carries are coming online. Senkax 5-0-1. Ludenseko needs a large rod. He's going to be very close to what I'm assuming is going to be a Shadow Flame. Second item, looking down to Chrisberg. Item and a half on an ever-scaling late game Zeri.
Like, Senkax has got Ignite, he's got Distortion, he's just gone!
Oh.
Goodbye, sweet rat. We knew thee well.
Hello.
A moment of levity after the barbarity we witnessed there. LeBlanc might have fallen somewhat out of favor, but Senkax is piloting the champion with practiced ease. This player has been really stepping up as the split has gone on. The Akali games, the Silas games, now this LeBlanc game. Truly spectacular stuff.
Honestly, can I say it? I'll say it. I think the name change was a buff. Going back to Senkax gave him back the ability to pull the shenanigans on the map. Talking about shenanigans, of course. 4 members of Astralis strong on the top side of the map, trying to open that tier 2 as well. Possibly when you open it, you can pull up a fight too. That LeBlanc is so strong. It literally counts like 2 members right now. Look at Senkax.
Oh, joint highest level on the map alongside Dreampul's Renekton, but I am definitely more worried about the 6-0 LeBlanc than I am about this Renekton right now in the game. I wonder whether there might be a transition away from a Shadow Flame towards something like a Death Cap at this rate from Senkax. He's certainly feeling it.
Hey, screw that. Why not Magi's?
Right? I'm sure someone out there, Nymera, approves. As it stands, though, Scuttle Crab will be secure for Veneer, but that is a paltry victory as Merbs does step up to this wave. Last time we saw how that one went. No Ignite this time, though.
-1. You can't have everything.
Yeah, missed the cannon.
That's unfortunate, but it gives a little bit of time to Veneer to push in that mid lane. Senkax does not sport the teleport. As a summoner spell, he's going for the Ignite. He's going
It's only played off,
kills,
though.
and it has been to his advantage this game. Of course, now that the rest of Astralis are on the map, he can take his reset, come back with whatever we expect to be his second item, which is going to be that Shadow Flame. Of course, the second the Braum pulls up that shield, it's going to be really difficult.
Little tricky. Has bought the stopwatch as well. And of course, this is part of the deal with LeBlanc, is eventually she sort of transitions from being a sort of all-in champion to being more of a poke option, using that R cycle with the Qs best she can, and definitely heading towards the point where that's going to be an option as Astralis stepping into this bot side, looking to maybe punish Veneer, and they're definitely more members strong right now, as in fact the entirety of Astralis are looking to try and converge on this tier 2.
Yeah, and they brought the entire team. Taxer's dive in.
Sky Splitter and Stormbringer together, used by Taxer to turn off the tower, and this tower, not long for the world. Veneer can just watch, really, and wave the structure goodbye. The Ethereal Chains land onto Zaremba. Chrisberg, Spark surges forward, but the door goes up, or in this case, the metal chair will survive for this time.
I feel like I need to see a little bit of a better macro right here from Astralis. That the Black is so strong that she can stay on a side lane on her own. Use her as a split push tool. Yes, it doesn't have the Ignite, but right there, you can take mid lane, shove it in. The rest of the rest of Astralis can be in the bot lane, pushing that tier 2. Be a little bit faster on the map. It's a 5,000 gold lead right now. This LeBlanc cannot be matched with 1 or even 2 members. Plus, even if she did, she's so slippery that she can get away. Now, of course, for Astralis, the next objective is going to be possibly getting another dragon, stacking them up, finding the next victim for LeBlanc.
Still a little bit of time before that just gives us a moment to breathe, and this Fiora fallen a little bit in the laning phase, but very happily still in the game at that level 13 mark, and who cares? We've got LeBlanc this fed, and we'll maybe have a quick look at the NLC. Durotan excited for NLC Lotto. I hope you've had an exciting day. That's some nice squitches under a very pleased doggo's face.
Honestly, he looks very pleased with today's games. We're very pleased as well. We had upsets, we've had clean games, we've had dominant teams. That's what we want to see right before we hit that EU Masters initialize.
Oh, yes, and we've got about a minute or so until the Dragon. I hope this will prove exciting enough for Durotan, the very fluffy dog indeed. And of course, it is another Hex Rift. We've had a number of those today. About a minute just shy before that will come through. Cryox is around, but will not be able to get a hold of the Skullcrab. Was maybe just haunting that bush to see where there was an angle to steal. Can't quite make it work, though.
I just love to see Senkux put into a lane with Ericsson.
Oh.
That's exactly what we're looking to see.
Ask and you shall receive. A single sigil of malice is enough to make Ericsson sweat as Dream Pull pops Dominus. Carlson maybe looking to trade this one back out, but the ultimates have been popped. Carlson trading this one back pretty well, though, and the grand challenge has been thrown down and forced a Dream Pull to flash out. He did not want to accept that gauntlet. Senkux now in the blue side jungle. He is a raid boss at this point.
Yeah, and the only lane that was supposed to snowball was the top side. Vanir might be looking for a 4 versus 4 fight here, though.
Might have to try, but I don't know whether it's going to be too little too late. Stormbringer comes through, teleport coming after as well. Good charm, and now the turnaround TP might be enough. Remember, there's no dominance. And already, Chrisberg gets Ericsson. Well, can they turn around to Chrisberg, though? Who's trying to run away, throws down the heel, running as fast as they can. Dreampool gets one, but we're going to get him more. Senkux over the wall. Zaremba so low. Chrisberg dodges the Spectral Maw. An ethereal chain means the Zeri cannot be touched. Senkux helps keep the Zeri alive as she dodges, dips, ducks, and destroys the enemy team.
And we know if you let Senkux and Chrisberg go to late game untouched, they're going to run away with the game. Chrisberg, beautiful movement in this team fight. Senkux making sure that he not only does the damage, but also protects his AD carry. Astralis are going to take away every single sign of life from Vanir, and this Baron, which will then allow them to use that on the Fiora, on their LeBlanc on a side lane, as well as a 3-man core to push another lane. The 1-3-1 may commence, or the 1-4 even.
The challenge from the other playoffs teams was thrown today at Astralis. They were the last team to play, and a lot of their rivals put on some exceptional performance, and Astralis are looking to be their match right here. What a series of plays.
Honestly, that was a pretty good engage. Walking through a choke point with Braum passives all over you is very difficult, but Senkux sees the target. Ericsson is the target onto the array. He takes him down. And look at that. He hovers the wall, makes sure that he helps Chrisberg, keeping Vanir members split between either moving forward or backwards. He's going to drop the chain down onto the Renekton and then help finish off the rest of the fight. Chrisberg was kept safe by the LeBlanc right there, and honestly, the team fights we've been seeing from Astralis are looking better and better the later the season gets.
And let's be fair, that fight might have looked very different if the game wasn't so incredibly snowballed and that LeBlanc wasn't increasingly looking like the next Dark Lord. Good Lord, so much damage, so many items, and so much damage coming straight over the wall. Quite as much as I expected because the door was put up just in time. No entry allowed quite yet. But now with Baron, with Dragon, and a minute and a half to play with the purple buff on, Astralis can really put the nails in this game.
I love what Senkux is doing right here. He's hovering between mid and top.
Oh, no.
Ericsson's ultimate is gone. 3 members from on near top side.
Carlson might have overstepped a little bit, though, trying to trade this one up best they can, but the charm will land and Cryox will secure that. But now Astralis have turned up to try and turn this round and avenge their top laner. Stormbringer thrown down, flash out from Cryox, trying to trade this one up best they can. Dreampool in with the Dominus. Vanir staying alive. Taxa is still as well, though. And all the while, the wave is still in, and Vanir, yes, they're a member to the good, but their health bars are certainly not. Dreampool is pulled to his death. Kiba flashes forward. He will never go back. Ericsson takes the wrong end of an electrocute trade from Senkux. He was legendary. Continue to hop forwards. Chrisberg gets another, as does Senkux. And just like that, the game is done. And Astralis continue to reach for the stars.
There is no one on the side of Vanir to stop them. 25+ second time as an Astralis are marching in with an entire bound up wave.
In a league where our mid laners have put on an extraordinary split, Senkux throws his name in the hat once more. What a LeBlanc game from the former LEC player. What a performance from Astralis, who managed to push themselves further into those playoff standings.
Honestly, very, very impressive stuff from Astralis. Again, we've said, you don't have to be innovative. You don't have to be playing 3,000 different playstyles. You find the one that suits you, and if you play it well enough, no one will be able to crack you under any pressure. And honestly, Vanir tried here. They tried to stop the early game pressure. Taxa didn't necessarily have to gank too much. Senkux did most of it on his own.
His own stunts, yeah.
Get these kills onto Senkux. Get that farm onto Chrisberg. And then their team fighting is stellar. The coordination in fight was also stellar. Honestly, this Astralis lineup, spring to summer, 180 degrees turnaround.
Completely agree. And my appropriately themed hats off to you, Astralis and Senkux in particular. That was a very well-played game. I think we're just waiting now on confirmation that we're good to go. So I think, any final thoughts, Trouble, before we are ready to hand it over to the analysts?
I'm just very excited to see a lot of our teams being so strong right before EU Masters. I feel like the fact that both academies are doing well this season, the fact that we have another 4 contenders that don't just look like they could take maybe a win from you, but we have 6 teams that, and if we get a 3rd seed this time, we're still gonna miss out on another 3 seeds. So I feel like LFL, we might be coming for you this season.
Ooh, bold words. Well, our playoff teams have been locked, and while XL stumbled somewhat over the last couple games, the rest of our playoff teams have really been turning the trajectories towards those EU Masters spots. And with that, we'll throw it to the analyst desk to take the end of the day away.
I've heard that before. LFL will coming for you. I've heard that one. It doesn't work out in the end. It's the same season. It just doesn't happen. But what a really good showcase from Astralis. They really pulled off on all parts they wanted to. We're getting hats. Do you want a hat?
Thank you.
Aragon, if you want a hat, just say yes.
I'll take one, yeah, sure.
Oh, he's joining.
Lovely.
Great. I like
I'm the one who made Timo, and I'm the one without a hat. Astralis pulling off really, really well on this one versus Vanir. It was a showcase of excellency and why they picked what they picked. So let's start talking about LeBlanc.
LeBlanc. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, it is really at the center of the issues. Basically, where it all started was the Ericsson death early here, as you could see. This is really, really important because the whole comp for Vanir was to play through mid and bring that into topside, have Renekton slow push, oh gosh, that's so brutal, slow push into topside, under the tower, and dive and deny waves into the Fiora. But once Ericsson starts dying, she can, like, the Ahri can no longer move, right? He gets his flash blown. There's no way he can roam into river and move topside to snowball that Renekton. And in the end, what you have is a Renekton with, yes, a significant CS lead, but that isn't enough, right? So as a Renekton aficionado, right, like I know the champions that you come out of lane, right? Because a big win condition on Renekton is to come out of lane and start winning team fights. I know the champions which you struggle to win team fights against on. And that at the top tier is Zeri, right? So basically, Renekton cannot function into Zeri in teamfights without flash. You just simply can't. And even then, if you flash on it, you need to be able to one-shot her. So if you're not fed, if you're not exceptionally fed, there's no hope. You get to mid-game teamfights. I knew the game was over at 15 minutes, or even like as soon as Ericsson died, to be honest, because there was no way to snowball Renekton hard enough to be able to beat Zeri in the teamfights.
Before we jump into that Dragon fight, we're going to have a clip about that one. We talk about the Viego as well. We need to look onto the other side of the spectrum and understand why the Viego didn't work out. Or maybe we have the team fight, apparently.
Yeah, so looking at the team fight, right, let's just talk about this, because we're at the point of the game where Viego kind of comes back into the Volibear matchup, where he starts to be able to play the game, but the problem is it's too little, too late. Astralis were too far ahead. We obviously saw Senkux, and you see it here, you mentioned the Renekton, just talked about it, can't catch on to Crispberg, who's just able to stack up the movement speed.
He's just walking.
And here,
he dies.
Just walking around, it's impossible for Dreampool to really play this fight, so it was a bit of a too little, too late. I talked about it in the green room with Riaz to talk about the jungle matchup early on, is the fact that Volibear, he beat Viego early on. In the late game, yes, it flips, but the problem is you then drafted a top laner who would like to fight for the Herald in the Renekton, and if your jungler is guaranteed to lose that 1v1, it is going to be very hard to get that Herald, so it's where it all really fell apart for me when the Herald couldn't come to fruition because of the Volibear just being better in that stage of the game than the Viego.
Really complicated to pilot this sort of composition versus Astralis, and especially when the mid laner is a menace, is Senkux for the interview. I mean, you did a dirty one, man. How are you feeling about this one? That was really hard to watch, and you did really good. How are you feeling?
Thank you, thank you. I mean, I'm feeling good. I think it was a decent performance by us, so yeah, I'm happy.
And it seems like the champion select was in favor of you guys on every single lane. We may not look into the bot side. Yeah, we need to look into the bot side. Zeri, LeBlanc, and the Fiora versus the Renekton, which was the counter pick at the last pick. How did you guys react as soon as you saw the Renekton versus those 3 picks?
I mean, we kind of expected it before, to be honest. It's like one of the champs he likes to play, so yeah. I mean, I don't know. We knew it going into it, and King Kyle was ready for it, so it is what it is.
This is another showcase of what Astralis can do, at least on this summer split, as you guys are looking for playoffs. You're locked in for the top 6, but where do you think you're going to end at the end of the split? What do you believe is going to be your seed before you jump into playoffs?
I mean, I don't really care, to be honest.
You don't even care?
I mean, of course, I would like to have a better seed, but in the end, it just matters about beating teams in playoffs. So, I mean, as long as we keep improving for that, I'm fine. I mean, we will obviously try to win every single game. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna go run it, but yeah.
Okay, I like that approach. So, if you may, tell me, how do you believe the ranking should be on the top 6 in your mentality? Where do you believe every team should be on the top 6?
Nah, man, that's too long a list to make. No, I don't know actually. I don't think I can answer that. I didn't watch the other teams like enough.
It's cool. So where do you rank Astralis at least?
On a good day we can be 6. First. On a bad day we can be 6. It depends on the day, I think. But I definitely think we have potential to beat everyone right now. So
everyone, you could beat everyone if you wake up on a good day.
Yeah, we can for sure.
Okay, so EU Masters is the objective.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, let's see what happens.
I already said that I need to beat Maxi's bald head, so he needs to make it as well.
Let's make this happen, please. Senko, thank you so much for this interview. Good luck and awesome showcase of skill today.
Thank you. See ya.
I like this confidence from the new Astralis. This is a new Astralis to me. Like, we can beat whoever approaches us. We know how to play this game. We're really comfortable. This is your team. Like, you're really proud of this team, no?
Yeah, I am really proud, especially the improvement, right? Had they come into spring and dominated that and just continue to dominate, it wouldn't be something as exceptional. But the fact that they turned around a spring split, which was honestly dire. They won 2 games at the start of the split, and then they just lost, 7, 8 in a row, missed out on playoffs, and it was kind of lacking direction. They really needed the big go buttons to really do anything. And in summer, this team has just been reinvented with just a couple changes. Vandetto as a coach and Keep as a support, and they are 100 times better now, and it is so good to watch. And as Senkak said, I think they can beat any team on the day, but they can also lose to any team on the day, depending on what form they hit.
Do you agree with that statement?
I think we have some pretty tough teams at the top. I don't necessarily know if I agree with beating X7 and Dusty, but I do think they might be top 3.
Okay, top 3 at least. Now let's talk with Vanir. We have Flash returning for the interview. Welcome back, Flash. Pleasure to have you on the show. And obviously, this is the deal. You're no longer in contention for those playoffs. And I would like to ask you your summary of what Vanir did during this split. What you believe happened throughout the entire split that led to this moment?
I mean, like, the off-season overall was a little bit unlucky, and if someone knows how it went, then they would agree on that. However, I think with what we could, what players we could get in 2 days, I think it was kind of okay performance from us. Obviously, we lost a few games that could be easily won by us, like JDXL game, Riddle game, Dusty, 2 games. Also, we had the upper hand, but we just threw the game. So, overall, the split was decent. Personally, I learned a lot, improved as a coach. So I could say that with my performance, I'm kind of happy. However, like when we look on the bigger picture, then obviously not hitting playoffs hurts a little bit, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah, that is the question that I wanted to ask you. What did you improve as a coach during this split? Because we always talk with the players. There's a lot to talk with the players, but I want to know the coach point of view. What do you believe you learned so much in this split, and how did you develop? In what area?
I mean, especially how to work with different players, because like every player is different. Everyone needs a different approach. And also improving on some aspects of the game and how to tell the players and how to give this knowledge to them. I think this is what I improved at. But we'll see how it will go later on, right?
Okay, it's going to be a few games moving forward. What can we expect from Vanir?
I don't know. Maybe some Timo Ignite top. We'll see. Since or maybe Katarina for troubling also. We'll see what we can do.
If that happens, you know,
maybe Pantheon also again.
Oh boy. Okay, now you're making me excited. Thank you so much for that one, Flash.
No problem.
Best of luck. It's always a pleasure to talk with you.
Yeah.
Have a nice one.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Timo, Pantheon, Katarina. That's like the trinity of all.
I'm really disappointed he didn't say Renekton. I wanted to chime in, but I
You
felt
got a Renekton.
Did he say Renekton?
No, you already played Renekton.
Yeah, but I want more.
You can never be satisfied.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling.
Renekton every game.
Hey, we had one Renekton. What about two?
Exactly.
Now, looking for this, just to wrap it up for the entire day and looking at Astralis, they seem like a top 3 team to you as well.
I think actually for me, if they're top 4, they should be happy in my opinion. I think the fact that we have some teams that are on the down at the moment makes it very hard to really predict because X7 and Dusty are on the up, Astralis are a bit on the up, but then also a couple of games where they're a bit down. Riddle and JDXL, the 2 real teams that seem to be on a downer at the moment. But I still believe that Riddle and JDXL are very good teams. So one of them, you know, if they find their form, could definitely keep that 3rd place spot, or maybe even 2nd. That would mean Astralis.
Might as well show everybody what you're talking about. If you talk about standings, might as well put it here to help you illustrate what you're talking. Look at that. JDXL and Dusty tied up, Riddle and Astralis at 4th place tied up with X7. It seems like Astralis and X7 are neck and neck. They're not letting each other go. Regardless of the matchup, it seems they had to fight against each other to let go of that place.
Yeah, they're still constantly fighting, right? And for me, that's what I highlighted, because we have JDXL and Riddler as the 2 teams that are on a downward spiral at the moment. But with 2 games to go, you have a weekend now to really refresh and get back into the groove of things. So these teams just need to pick up 1 win, for example, for JDXL, for it to be impossible for Astralis to catch up. Riddle Esports could definitely take a game as well in my eyes, or maybe even 2 if they find their form back. So for me, Astralis should be happy if they get that top 4, because 3rd place, obviously, you're allowed to pick. 4th place, you can be picked. And we all know what top 2 means. That's going into the upper bracket, of course.
My topic for you is, this seems like a really rough momentum for 2 specific teams. JDXL and Riddle. Those were the teams that were just climbing non-stop throughout the entire summer split. And we're like 1 week away from ending the regular split, and they're struggling really hard. This is the worst time to struggle like that, no?
Yes, so I actually have experience with this. I don't know, historically, when I was playing on teams on M&M, I would smash the early season. I won the most recent split I played. I won the regular season of my league, the UKLC. But then we lost the playoffs. I always do this. I always have this. So honestly, I don't know what the solution is to this. I just feel really bad for them because I understand what it feels like to smash your regular season and then really struggle towards the playoffs. I think what you do, though, what we did, what worked best was double down on what you were good at. So even though you start losing, you just keep going with that and have faith that you can at least come 2nd, you know.
Easy execution,
exactly.
plans and all that.
Stuff you know you can do. Don't try to panic and do everything else.
There are a few plays that we need to highlight, and that's why we're going to toss it to the play of the day by MasterCard, the play that showcased how good the day it was. Let's show.
Oof, yeah, let's take a look at this one. Dusty against Riddle. Obviously, the battle for 2nd was how we marketed this game. Around the Elder Drake fight, I really want to take a look at the unboxing here. The Moon Knight Vigil he finds is absolutely massive at setting up for the fight, with the Gravitum, of course, slowing them by 90% on 4-man, and that they're allowed to further engage to follow up, and they ended up getting 4 kills and just absolutely going into cruise control mode and just dominating the game from this point onwards.
We really have to stop getting Dusty highlights. I feel like it may be biased, you know what I mean? I think we need different teams.
I think Dusty were doing so good because we never talked about them. And now that we're showcasing how good they are, maybe this is a curse. Yeah. The caster curse.
I think definitely a runner-up to that play could have been the X7 ult flash from Seraphine into the Wombo combo with that on the 4-man. I think that was also a really good play. I definitely think we could have put that
We had a few good ones today. Did you guys have fun today?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It's been fun being with you, Aragon. I mean, Ashuram, you're still Ashuram, so room for improvement, regardless, though.
Always.
Being with you.
Likewise, likewise.
The moment you think you don't need to improve is the moment that you're no longer good at your job. Let's show the schedule for next week. It's going to be the last one of the regular split. On the first day, it's going to be JDXL versus Dusty. Finally understanding who's going to take the first place of this split. Team Singularity versus M&M doesn't mean a lot for these teams, but Astralis versus Riddle means a lot. Bifrost versus X7 means a lot. And to wrap it up, it's Noriki to run away from relegations versus Vanya.
The first thing I realized when I look at the schedule is the fact that all of our playoff teams are playing against each other. The teams not in playoffs are battling against them. So it's obviously about the relegations you mentioned. But for me, these are so important games, right? If Astralis want to keep their hopes of getting the top 2, they need to be beating Riddle Esports on Monday. Otherwise, they will be mathematically locked out. Bifrost versus X7, a battle of our reigning champion against our second place from last season. Can Bifrost find their form and really show themselves that they are a good team before they head into playoffs, as not just a sixth place seed, but also a team that could actually potentially go far? And then JDXL versus Dusty. Can JDXL keep the throne and find their form again, or will Dusty overtake them for now and reign in the NLC?
What is your pick from all these games?
I wanted to say Dusty, but honestly, I think they're just going to go 8 wins in a row. But with the Riddle, Astralis, and the Bifrost X7, I think my favorite storyline right there is are Astralis really and Bifrost really the tied third? Because to me, they're the tied third team right now. Like, if I could make my own standings with how strong I think the teams are, I think it would be a toss-up on third place between Astralis and Bifrost, and Riddle and what's the other team? XL are below that. I want to see who actually solidifies third in my eyes from these games.
This was the last day of, well, almost the last week of the regular split on the summer 2022. I hope you guys had a lot of fun watching these games. The next ones you cannot miss because it's going to solidify and cement the top 6 teams and the seeds you're going to take. Last words for the day, gentlemen.
Thanks for having me. It's been great.
Always.
I'll go back to working on my tongue back home to Denmark.
What about you, Eragon?
Likewise, I hope to come on again.
I would like to have you guys back on the desk as well. I hope to have you at home back with us. And congratulations to the production, to the cameramen, to everyone who worked today. You guys were amazing. Keep climbing the mountain. I'll see you soon on Monday. Have a nice one.